The bed I woke up on was 6 feet of wood that squeaked like it was apologizing for existing. I sat up and it squeaked louder, and a little cloud of rot came off the frame and hung in the light, and I looked around at what the universe had decided was mine now. 6 square meters, 1 table with 3 legs that agreed with each other, and a 4th that had opinions. A door with gaps in it wide enough to post letters through. 2 windows that were, technically, also gaps. The ceiling was sagging in the middle like it had given up on the concept of up. Yesterday I had a bathroom. I checked my clothes. Gray linen, rough as sandpaper, and somebody had taken my underwear. I want that on the record early because it becomes relevant later, and I want you to understand I have been through things. There was a sheet of parchment on the table, yellow and blank, and the second my fingers touched it, it flew up out of my hand, filled itself with writing I couldn't read, turned into a beam of light, and shot straight into my forehead. What the hell was that? Nobody answered. A screen popped up in front of my face instead, hanging in the air like a monitor with no monitor attached to it. Welcome to Lighthouse Survival, it said, and then, very helpfully, the rules. The lighthouse is your sanctuary. Upgrade it. The island is your foundation. Upgrade it. The lighthouse fire drives back the mist. Keep it lit at night. Warning, mist is dangerous. The tide will go out. Treasure chests, sea monsters, and resources will be waiting. 3 newcomer gifts are on your table. The first 3 days are a grace period. Chests are twice as common, and sea monsters will not attack you unless provoked. However, the monsters guarding chests will attack anything that comes near them. During the grace period, the weather will remain pleasant. I read that twice. Sanctuary, mist, monsters, grace period, which is a phrase that only exists so that later you can say it's over. So, it's a survival game, I said out loud, to nobody, in a shed. Great, I've read 100 of these. I had 2. Raft survival, ocean survival, weird survival. I'd read them on the subway. In none of them had I ever once considered what it would smell like. Then the screen changed and gave me my file. Name, Lee Wei. Skill level, average. Talent, none. Ability, none. And then, in the little box at the bottom, where a normal system would put something encouraging, mine put this. An ordinary person like him wouldn't survive more than 4 days. I stared at that. You know what's remarkable? Not the teleportation, not the floating screen. It's that in the first 90 seconds of my new life, a piece of software read me top to bottom, ran the numbers, and left me a note. 4 days. Not good luck. Not you can do it. 4 days, with an exclamation mark on the end, like it was proud of the estimate. I said. So I make it through the tutorial, and then I keel over? The system did not elaborate. The system never elaborates. In the weeks that followed, I would learn that this thing had a personality, an attitude problem, and absolutely no interest in explaining anything, and that of all the entities I would meet in this world, merchants, dragons, goddesses, a cat, the system was consistently the rudest. Fine. 4 days. I opened the lighthouse panel next, because apparently I had a lighthouse. White, 1 star. Main effect, white candlelight. Special effects, none. Energy, 100%. And the description, a blank lighthouse. Good for nothing except dispersing thin sea mist. Of course, at least it's still lit. I clicked into the flame itself because I wanted to know how much protection I actually had. White candlelight. Disperses sea mist within a radius of 3 meters. 3 meters. I looked around the room. 6 square meters. So the miracle fire on top of my sanctuary covered roughly this shed, and if I stood in the doorway, my elbow would be outside. Then the island, because I had one of those too. An ordinary island. White, 1 star. Effect, none. Special effect, none. Area, 1,000 square meters. And the note, this is just an ordinary island, without a single tree. You don't even have 1 coconut tree, and you dare call yourself an island? I want to be very clear that at this point, I had been alive in this world for about 4 minutes, and I had already been insulted twice by a menu. Last was the chat channel, and that's where it stopped being funny. 2 channels. World and regional. World was locked, which I expected. But it showed a head count, and the head count was not 8 or 9 billion, it was tens of billions. Somebody had swept up a lot more than Earth. Regional was open, and regional was chaos. Comments scrolling so fast I couldn't finish a line before it was gone. Area 88,888,888. 100,000 people. 100,000 people in my region alone, all of them waking up in a shed just like mine, all of them being told they had 4 days. I closed it. Too loud. There were 3 boxes on the table and I hadn't opened any of them yet, and the tide was coming. The first one said, Random Island. 90% chance of a common island, 9% rare, 1% special. I used it and 3 pictures spun up on the screen like a slot machine, which felt about right for how much control I had over anything. First, Coconut Crab Island. 2,000 square meters, coconut trees, coconut crabs. The note said, choosing this one means you won't starve or die of thirst early, which honestly is a hell of a pitch when the alternative is dying of thirst early. Second, a lifeless desert island. 3,000 square meters, not a blade of grass, and the system's review was, and I quote, a deserted island without a single blade of grass. That's a total hellish start. You wouldn't choose this, would you? I would not. Third, tidal island. 3,000 square meters, small amount of tree resources, and a special effect. Tidal effect doubled. I read the explanation twice. High tide time cut in half, which meant low tide lasted twice as long, which meant that while every other person in this region got 2 or 3 hours on the beach to find everything that would keep them alive, I got 6. There was a catch, of course, because there is always a catch, and the system put it right there at the end in a cheerful little sentence. However, Tidal Island also tends to attract more marine life. More marine life. On an island where the marine life is described in the rulebook as sea monsters, I picked it in about a second and a half. Look, I know how these work. Twice the search time forever versus some crabs. That's not a decision. That's arithmetic. The second box was the random lighthouse. 3 of them spun up, and I skipped straight past the shapes to check the special effects line on each one, because that's the only line that matters. All 3 said none. Oh, come on. You blew the whole luck budget on the island, didn't you? I picked whichever one looked least like it would fall on me and moved to the last box. Random talent. 3 talents, choose one. Nothing higher than 9-star green. The screen showed me 4. 4. I sat forward so fast the chair complained. 4 means one of them isn't on the list. 4 means somewhere in the code a dice roll came up in a way it wasn't supposed to, and I got something that belongs to me and nobody else. I made myself look at all of them properly, in order, like a responsible adult, which took an enormous amount of self-control. Giant strength, white, 6 stars, strength increased by 600 jin. The review called it average but noted it would give a real edge early. 600 jin is 300 kilos of punch, and I'll be honest, I looked at that and thought about how much simpler my life could be. Beachcomber, green, 1 star, 10% chance to double your haul while beachcombing. Fine, solid, boring. Fisherman, white, 9 stars, which is the highest a white can go. Summons a fishing rod, guaranteed at least 1 catch a day. The review said a fisherman never comes home empty-handed. Even if he catches a sea monster, it'll be plump. In a world where the fastest way to die appears to be starving, a talent that says you eat every single day is not a joke. And then the 4th, gift of fate. Rating, unknown. Effect, can be used once per day. Review, after using it you receive a gift from fate. It may be free, or you may have to pay a price. That's it. That's the whole description. No numbers, no radius, no cooldown chart. Just a shrug from the universe with the word unknown, where the rating should be, and a note underneath saying this is a unique talent that belongs to you, and it is highly recommended. Here's the thing about a guaranteed fish every day. It's a guaranteed fish every day. I took the one that wouldn't tell me what it did. The light came out of the screen and went into my chest, and suddenly I knew how to use a thing I still could not describe, and I sat down on the squeaking bed with my heart going, and I did not use it. Not yet, because you may have to pay a price is a sentence you want to read very slowly when the only things you own are a shirt and a table with a wobbly leg. The screen chimed. Tidal Island renovation complete. Lighthouse upgrade complete. I looked around the shed. Nothing had changed except one thing. There was now a staircase, narrow, 1 person at a time. I went up it, and the whole lighthouse turned out to be 2 floors, and the second floor was a half-meter walkway around a brazier with a small flame sitting in it. That was my great fire. It was the size of a candle. There was no glass, no shutter, nothing to stop the wind, and my first coherent thought as the guardian of a lighthouse was, what happens when it's windy? Then I turned around and looked out and stopped thinking about the wind. Sea. All of it. In every direction, out to a horizon I couldn't find, because the horizon was a wall of thick white fog standing on the water in the middle of a bright clear afternoon. Fog doesn't do that. Fog burns off. This one sat there like it was waiting for the sun to leave. Below me, the island was maybe 70 meters across, and part of it was already underwater. There was a little grove off to the left, 40-odd trees, none of them over 2 meters, none of them coconut. And that was the whole of my new country. I came back down, and the screen was waiting. The tide will begin to recede in half an hour. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. Right. I opened the backpack, the one panel I hadn't checked, and there were 10 slots and 1 gift package sitting in the first one. New player. Gift pack. 1 random beginner weapon, 2 black breads, 1 bottle of purified water. I used it and got a hammer. Not a knife, not a spear, a hammer. 1.2 meters of iron on a handle. And when I pulled it out of the backpack, the weight arrived in my hand a full half second before my brain did, and I nearly dropped it on my own foot. That almost went badly. I steadied it and looked at it and actually thought about it properly. A hammer needs no technique. A hammer doesn't need you to know where the artery is. You lift it and you bring it down and physics does the rest. Given that I had, at that exact moment, roughly 0 combat experience and a system certified 4 days to live, brute force was arguably the correct tool. I put the food on the table to free up backpack slots. No one else lives here, nobody's going to rob a shed, and I went out. The door screamed on its hinges. I could have kicked it down. That door was the thing standing between me and everything in the fog, and I could have kicked it down, and I want you to remember that, because 2 nights later, it was the only thing standing between me and something with one eye. The tide was going out fast. I walked to where the sand met the rocks and started from there so I wouldn't miss anything. The beach was wood and stone, just that. Driftwood scattered everywhere, stones the size of my head, and when I picked up a piece of wood, a panel popped up to tell me it was wood, which I had guessed. The evaluation said ordinary wood is the main material for upgrading the lighthouse in the early stages, so I bent down, and then I bent down again, and I kept bending down for 2 hours until my back was a rumor. And by the end of the beach, I had 43 pieces of wood and 24 stones, and no crabs, no shells, no nothing. Then I looked at the rocks. Half my coast was reef, big broken slabs piled at angles, water sitting in the hollows, 100 places for something to be, hard to walk, hard to see, and obviously much better odds because the tide comes in and drags the beach clean, but the reef holds on to what it catches. That's the whole trait of this world in one sentence, by the way. Better ground, worse footing. I climbed in and started working the gaps, and about 10 minutes later, wedged between 2 rocks like it had been jammed there on purpose, was a chest. I stopped. I did not run over, because I'd read the rules that morning, and the rules said sea monsters won't attack you unless provoked, except the ones guarding chests, which attack anything that comes near. So I stood there and looked for the guard, and there wasn't one. No crab, no snake, not so much as a shrimp. Then I remembered the weather. I pulled the panel back up. Today's weather, sunny and breezy. Weather effect, rare. There is a very small chance that a special treasure chest will appear on your island after the tide recedes. Rare. A very small chance. On day 1, in the grace period, on the island I picked because it doubles my time on the sand. I gripped the hammer anyway. Being right and being alive are different projects, and walked up to it, and there was still nothing there, and I got both hands on the chest and hauled. It did not want to come. 10 solid minutes of rocking that thing side to side in a rock crack while my arms filed complaints, and then it popped loose and I sat down hard in a puddle holding a box the size of a suitcase. Deep sea treasure chest. Category, special treasure chest. Rating, yellow, 9 stars. And underneath, in brackets, the system finally explained something without being asked. Item ratings go white, green, blue, yellow, and then a comma and some dots, because apparently telling me the top of the scale was too much. Yellow. I had spent the morning being handed white 1-star everything by a machine that thought I had 4 days, and now I was holding yellow 9. The review said, this is a rare and special chest, usually only found on the deep seabed or in shipwrecks, with an extremely low chance of washing ashore. I sat in that puddle grinning like an idiot for a while. Then I put it in the backpack unopened and went back to work because there was still half a reef left and the tide was going to come back whether I was ready or not. Opening it was the reward. The reward comes after. The rest of the reef gave me a wooden crate with 2 water apples in it. Common fruit, juicy, not filling, and I'll take it. And then a fish. An actual fish, 3 or 4 pounds of it, stranded in a rock pool and going in furious little circles. I looked at it for a second and thought about poison spines and unfamiliar worlds, and then I brought the hammer down on it, because I was not going to be the guy who died on day 1 from petting a fish. Spotted sea bream. Sweet flesh. Non-toxic. Enough food for a day. Excellent. I'll take it. And then, from behind a big slab about 20 meters on, something hissed. I went very still. It hissed again, and this time I had a direction, and I crept around the rock low with the hammer in both hands and looked. It was a crab. I want to be fair here. It was a crab in the same way that a bus is a car. It was a meter tall at the shell, its legs were the thickness of my wrist, and the hissing wasn't a voice. It was the sound its own joints made when it moved, which is somehow worse than a growl, and standing right beside it, wedged in the rocks, was a wooden chest. Guardian. I stood there running the math. A meter of armored crab versus me, a guy who had been holding a weapon for 2 hours. Then the sky spoke. System announcement. Congratulations to Lighthouse Guardian Zhao Mei for being the first to kill a sea monster, earning the first kill reward for area 88,888,888. Bronze treasure chest, random ability crystal, random blueprint. 3 times, in letters across the sky, the way important announcements always come. Somebody had already done it. Somebody had already walked up to a thing like this and killed it, and it was, by the name, a woman, and she had done it before lunch. I looked at the reward list, and then I looked at the crab, and then I looked at my hammer. Here's the thing about crabs, and I say this as a man who once watched a great deal of nature programming instead of doing his homework. A crab cannot attack behind itself, and a crab does not turn around quickly. Every ounce of that animal is pointed forward, and this one was standing in a narrow rock pit. I went around, I got behind it, and I got both hands on the handle, and I brought that hammer down on the back of its shell with everything I had, and the shock went up my arms so hard my hands went numb. Hiss. It didn't die. Of course it didn't die. But it also didn't turn around, because it couldn't, because the pit was too narrow, and I watched it scrabble against stone trying to bring its front around, and I felt the single purest emotion available to man, which is realizing your enemy has made a positioning error, so I hit it again. 80, I yelled, which is not a war cry, it's what you shout in my hometown when you're hyping someone up, and I have no explanation for why that was what came out. 80! 80! I hit that crab 14 times. I know it was 14 because I remember every single one in my elbows. On the 14th, it stopped moving and folded down into the rock and did not get back up, and I stood over it wheezing with my arms shaking like I'd been electrocuted. System announcement. Congratulations to Lighthouse Guardian Leeway for the second sea monster kill. Black iron treasure chest, random ability crystal, random blueprint. Second place. 1 tier lower on the chest, everything else identical. The system asked if I wanted to claim it. I said no, not out here. You claim your prizes at home, with a door. I washed the hammer in the seawater, which felt like a very established thing to do for a man who had owned a hammer for 2 hours, and then I looked at the corpse, shallow sea crab, and the review. This is the carcass of a juvenile shallow sea crab. You were able to kill it so easily only because it was stuck on the reef and couldn't turn around. Juvenile. That thing was taller than my knee, and it was a child. I really hope its parents don't come looking, I said, to the empty reef, in the voice of a man who has just done something he is going to think about again at 2 in the morning. Because that lighthouse wouldn't take 4 claws. I took the chest. Wooden treasure chest. White 3 stars. And the review said, this is the lowest level chest with a maximum of 3 stars. You're really lucky. Hehehe. I think so too. Let's keep it that way. Then the sea started coming back in, and I looked at the panel and it was 12:30, and I'd left the house around 6. 6 hours. No. 3. 3 hours. Doubled. I walked home with 9 of my 10 backpack slots full, and the whole afternoon still in front of me, and the water climbing the sand behind me, and I did not know yet that in about 9 hours, something over 2 meters tall was going to put its eye against the gap in my door. Back in the shed, I laid everything out on the floor like a kid emptying a birthday haul, and I opened the wooden chest first, because you saved the good one. 13 pieces of wood, 3 black breads, 2 bottles of water. My mouth did a thing. 13 pieces of wood. That was a white 3-star, which is the ceiling for a wooden chest, and it gave me firewood and bread. If I'd found a white 1-star, it presumably would have given me a splinter and an apology. Second, the black iron chest, the system's reward for second place. Green 3 stars, and green chests come with an effect. 10% chance of a rare item, which was already more than the wooden one had ever offered. Black scale pants, black iron spear, 1 fancy loaf of bread. The pants were green 3-star, made from the scales of something called a black phosphorus sea monster, and the review said a juvenile shallow sea crab can't break through them, provided your legs are tough enough. I looked at the crab corpse in my inventory and its pincers, and I put those pants on immediately. They shrank to fit on their own. No underwear underneath, so my situation was breezy but armored. The spear was 2 meters of black iron, green 1-star, and when I pulled it out, I nearly went over sideways again. That's heavier than the hammer. 30 pounds of it. The evaluations said it was standard issue for the guards of somewhere called Black Rock Town, not particularly sharp but sturdy, and more than enough for ordinary sea monsters, and I want you to hold on to that spear, because you're going to be seeing it a lot. Not that one specifically, just a lot of them. And then the deep sea chest. I set it on the floor and rubbed my hands together and said out loud in an empty shed on an island the size of a parking lot, I'll trade the lifespan of 100 billion other Lighthouse Guardians for 1 good chest. Gold, which is a thing I did, repeatedly. It becomes a whole system later. 4 items. Deep sea mermaid pearl, waterlogged chest, submerged soil, rotten wood. 3 of those names are not good names. One of them is deep sea mermaid pearl, rating, purple, 1-star. And in brackets, again, the system deigned to update the scale for me. White, green, blue, yellow, purple, and then more dots. Purple was a tier above the yellow chest that had produced it. Effect, underwater breathing. Water type extraordinary attribute +10. Special effect, easily attracts the attention of merfolk. And then the review, which I read 3 times. This is a mermaid pearl, which can only be obtained from a mermaid who dies, or who volunteers. It is rare for a mermaid to volunteer. Therefore, under normal circumstances, those who possess a mermaid pearl are basically enemies of the mermaid race. Note, a blood oath is required. So, on day 1, in my hand, I was holding a small glowing object that let me breathe underwater on an island completely surrounded by water, and the fine print was that owning it meant an entire species would consider me a grave robber. I thought about that for maybe 11 seconds. Look, I couldn't swim in that sea. Not with what I'd seen. And the thing about a species that might one day want a word with me is that it requires me to still be alive when they show up. Underwater breathing on a floating island isn't a nice bonus. It's a second exit. I picked up the black iron spear, put the tip against my forearm, and opened myself up. The blood came, and I pressed the pearl into it, and every drop went into the stone like it was thirsty. Then a connection landed in my chest, quiet and cold, and I understood without being told that I could put the pearl inside myself. So I did. It sank in and vanished, and I stood there feeling absolutely nothing. Great, very dramatic, thanks. Remember this moment. This is the whole episode, right here, on day 1, and neither of us knows it yet. The waterlogged chest turned out to be an actual physical box that hit my floorboards like a body when I set it down, with a lock so rusted it fell off when I tapped it. Inside was gold, coins, thousands of them, filled to the brim, each one stamped with a lighthouse on one side and letters I couldn't read on the other, and for about 4 seconds I was excited, and then I remembered where I lived. What do I need gold for? There's nobody here. Then I checked the coin, and the coin had a panel. Lighthouse coins, category, currency, rating, blue, 1 star, review. This is one of the hard currencies of the Lighthouse world. It can be used to purchase goods from maritime merchants. Maritime merchants. I sat back on my heels in a shed on a rock and looked at a box of blue-rated money and understood very suddenly that there were people out there, not guardians, locals, people who sold things, who came in boats, who had a price list. And that somewhere in the next few weeks, somebody was going to sail out of that fog, and I was going to be the only human being alive holding a currency he could spend. 13,285 coins. I counted them into the backpack and then poured them all back out into the box because they weighed several hundred kilos and I only had 10 slots. I shoved the box into the corner by the bed. The submerged soil was 10 kilos of dark dirt, green 3 stars, rich in nutrients, good for making a planting pot. I dumped it into the wooden crate the water apples had come in and it fit perfectly, and just like that I had a garden. A garden with no seeds in it, but a garden. The rotten wood was a plank. Rating, none. Category, junk. The review said it's just a piece of rotten wood, probably from a ship's deck. I threw it out the window. Then the 2 random items. Blueprint first, crystal second, because you always check the small print before the big present. The blueprint gave me toilet paper. I'm not joking. Toilet paper pattern, green 1 star, allows a crafting station to produce toilet paper, and the review said finally, I don't have to use my hands, twigs, or leaves anymore. I sat there speechless for a second, then I started laughing, and then I stopped laughing because a thought had arrived. 100,000 people, in my region, all of them in sheds, all of them right now with the same problem, and none of them with a solution. Okay, I said, the smell is a bit strong on this one, but the market is enormous. There was, admittedly, the small issue that I did not own a crafting station and had no idea how to get one. I filed it. Then the ability crystal, ice crystal shot ability crystal, blue 5 stars, deals ice damage and slows the target, and underneath, learning requirements. Requires at least 1 point of ice or water extraordinary attribute. My eyes went very wide, because if I had picked the Coconut Crab Island, if I'd gone for the safe food option, the sensible one, I'd have never found that reef chest. And without the reef chest, there's no pearl. And without the pearl, I have 0 water attribute. And with 0 water attribute, this crystal is a paperweight for the rest of my life. The review said it best, in its usual charming tone. Extraordinary abilities require corresponding extraordinary attributes. Isn't that normal? Cars need fuel too. I used it. The crystal cracked, went to powder, and shot a beam into my forehead, and I stood there for a second, rubbing a spot that felt slightly swollen, while an entire technique unpacked itself in my head, like someone had thrown a filing cabinet at my brain. That is a brutal way to learn something, but you can't argue with the retention. And then there was one thing left. The talent. Gift of fate. Once per day. I'd been putting it off all afternoon. Now the door was shut, the tide was in, and nothing on this island could reach me, and if the price turned out to be an arm, at least I was sitting down. I activated it. Gift of fate. Receive 1 red devil prawn set meal. Price, 1 serving of any seafood. I blinked at that. A set meal. Fate had reached into the machinery of the universe, considered my situation, weighed my future, and offered me lunch. But I looked at the trade again, because the trade is where the interesting part always is. 1 serving of any seafood. I had a fish. A raw, dead, unseasoned 3-pound bream that I was going to have to cook over sticks. I put the fish forward and confirmed. The fish vanished. In its place, steaming, on a plate, was a whole prawn about the size of my forearm and roughly 10 kilos of it, red as a warning sign, and the smell that came off it went straight past my nose into some older part of my brain that started shouting. Red Devil Prawn Set Meal. Rating. Blue, 1 star. Effect. Upon consumption, grants 1 point of fire-type extraordinary attribute. I read it twice. The trade was, give up a fish, receive a cooked meal that permanently makes you stronger. That's not a price. That's a mugging where I'm the one holding the knife. The review said red devil shrimp live in the Red Devil Sea near underwater volcanoes and can only be prepared by special methods. So, an ocean I will never see, a creature I could never catch, cooked by a chef I will never meet, and it was on my table because a talent with no rating decided so. I ate the whole thing. I ate it while scrolling the chat channel because a man needs company. The head count had dropped from 100,000 to 99,673, 327 people, in one morning. The chat didn't dwell on it. Chat was busy. Family, has anyone noticed there are fewer of us? I noticed hours ago. I almost didn't make it back. That crab was enormous. How was I supposed to fight it with my head? Does anyone know how to upgrade the lighthouse? I've looked everywhere. Same question. I'm genuinely afraid a storm knocks this thing over. The one in first place sounds like a woman. What's wrong with women? I don't have time to care about that. I was this close to killing my sea monster, and then the tide came in and the ocean took it back. Convex. My whole shoreline is rocks. Do you know how hard it is to walk on rocks? I walked the entire beach and got wood, stones, and 2 crates. Not to brag, but I got a wooden chest for free. Not to brag either, but mine was a heavy wooden chest. White 5-star. Why is mine only white 2-star? Look closer. Yours doesn't have a prefix. Oh, you're all showing off now? Fine. Mantis, shrimp. Several. Pictures. Those are enormous. Can I have one family? My child is hungry. Feed him. Get lost. That's what the end of the world sounds like, by the way. It sounds exactly like every group chat you've ever been in, except every so often the number at the top goes down by 300. There were 2 other things in that scroll that mattered, and I read both of them twice. The first was that everybody's injuries had healed. A man wrote that the arm he'd lost years ago had grown back. Someone else said she could stand up again, that she'd been scheduled for surgery. For about 90 seconds, the channel filled with people describing the bodies they'd woken up in, and it was, genuinely, the nicest thing I read all day. The second killed it dead. Somebody asked about the children and the elderly. The chat stopped. Flat stopped, for long enough that I actually checked whether it had frozen. Then, I know that one. I have 2 kids still nursing. They're locked down. Time is completely suspended for them, but only for 3 months. Me too. My grandmother's 89. Frozen. 3 months. So children and the elderly get a 3-month safe period. You'd better try your best to survive, otherwise, and that person didn't finish the sentence, and nobody made them. I sat in a shed with prawn on my fingers and read that twice. 3 months. Somewhere out there, in a shed like mine, a woman's 2 babies are standing still in the air, and the clock on them isn't their clock. It's hers. She survives. They wake up. She doesn't. They don't. The system gave me 4 days, and I was annoyed about it. Some people in that chat got given 4 days and a hostage. I finished the prawn. A notification went off partway through. Fire type extraordinary attribute +1. When I checked the plate afterward, the effect was gone from the leftovers, so it works once, on one person, and then it's just food. Don't share your miracle. I opened my own panel. Name, Leeway. Strength, Transcendent. Talent, Gift of Fate. Ability, Ice Crystal Shot. Underwater breathing. Special attributes, Water +10, Fire +1. Evaluation, a newbie transcendent whose one extraordinary attribute has just reached 10 points. Strength, Transcendent. That line had said average this morning, average, on the file of a man given 4 days. Now it said transcendent, which as far as I could tell from the way the word was used meant human plus, meant the category of person who gets to do impossible things. I hadn't gotten stronger. I want to be clear about that, because I checked. My arms were the same arms. I couldn't lift more. What I had was a tank of something called water-type energy with 10 points in it, and one thing I knew how to do with it. 10 shots, 1 point per shot. And when I sat and watched the number, it came back at 1 point per hour. 1 per hour, 10 a day, if I never sleep. That is a genuinely terrible refill rate. But 10 was enough to kill 2 crabs, and this morning, the answer had been 0, so I took the win and went outside to learn how to shoot. The only targets on my island were trees, and there were about 40 of them, and they were the only green things I owned. I won't cut you down unless I have to, I told the nearest one. Don't worry. Then I put my hand out and pulled. Cold came up out of my chest and down my arm and pooled in my palm, and an ice crystal formed there, hanging a hand's width above my skin. 20 centimeters, slender, sharp at both ends, breathing frost. I didn't throw it. I stood there and looked at it, because I wanted to know things. Thing 1, it lasted 2 minutes and then dissolved. 1 point of energy buys you 2 minutes of held ice. Thing 2, I threw one at the sea and watched it. 200 meters a second, which is faster than anyone can dodge, but at about 100 meters out, I felt the connection between me and it thin out and snap, and the crystal came apart in midair. 100-meter limit, noted, don't try to be a sniper. Thing 3 was the one I actually needed. I aimed at the ground beside the tree and shot. Half the crystal buried itself in the dirt, and then it detonated. A puff of freezing mist, and a circle of ground a meter across went white with ice. I stood there with my mouth open. Okay. Could a shallow sea crab take that? I pulled the crab corpse out of my backpack, laid it on the ground, and, because I am not an idiot and I wanted usable meat, I levered the claws and legs off it first with the spear, leaving just the body. Then I backed up 3 meters and shot it. The crystal punched through the shell like it wasn't there, and blew. The entire crab froze, not got frosty. Froze, all the way through, in under a second. I walked up and touched it, and it was so cold it hurt, and I gave it one light tap with the spear. Click, it came apart into pieces, all of it. In a few seconds there was nothing on the ground but shards, and I stood there in the sunshine looking at what used to be a monster. Thank God I took the claws off first, I said out loud, in a slightly higher voice than usual. That was the entire dinner. Then I burned the rest of my 10 points on the trees and went back inside to wait for the tank to refill, and that was when I started to understand what I actually had. It wasn't the crystal. The crystal was fine. It was that on day 1, in a world that told me I had 4 days, I had already found out that I could kill something with armor from 3 meters away without touching it. Everybody else in that chat was learning where the shell is thinnest. I was learning the range. The tide went out again at 3 in the afternoon, which was the first genuinely strange thing about this place. 2 low tides in one day, both of them long. The chat had opinions. That's weird. How can the tide go out in the middle of the day? Isn't that normal? We're not on Earth anymore. Tidal patterns are going to be different. Exactly. Get ready to comb. Buying powerful items. DM me. Collect, collect, collect. Everybody was arming up because 3rd place in the region was still open, and 3rd place still paid a random ability crystal and a random blueprint. Some genius had announced out loud that he was going to get it, which meant that within a minute the entire region knew there was a prize left, and roughly 40,000 people went outside to look for something to hit. I went out with 2 points of energy and a spear. The reef gave me nothing, not one chest. 46 pieces of driftwood and a growing suspicion that the double chest rate line in the rulebook had been written by the same optimist who gave me 4 days. Then I came off the rocks onto the sand and there was a mantis shrimp. A mantis shrimp is a beautiful animal, and I say that with respect because a mantis shrimp punches at the speed of a bullet and can crack aquarium glass, and this one was over a meter long and circling a wooden chest like a guard dog on a chain. It saw me. It stood up on its tail and opened its arms and started clicking, which is the mantis shrimp equivalent of racking a shotgun. I did not fancy my chances of dodging that. So I did the sensible thing, which was walk around it, search the rest of the beach first, come back, and think about it with a full inventory. And when I came back, I had a plan, and the plan was, I have a 2-meter spear, and you are 1.4 meters long, and I am going to walk towards you very slowly holding it out. I stepped inside 3 meters of the chest, which turned out to be the exact edge of its territory, and it launched. There was a wet noise. The spear went through it lengthwise. It had run onto the point at full speed with its own momentum and done all of the work itself. I stood there holding 30 pounds of iron with a mantis shrimp on the end of it like a very upsetting kebab, and it twitched for a few minutes and stopped. I feel absolutely no sense of accomplishment, I told it. Somewhere out there, right at that moment, tens of thousands of people were fighting for their lives over this exact prize, and I want you to know I understood that, and I was not proud. The chest turned out to be interesting for a different reason. Wooden treasure chest sea salt. Rating, white, 5 stars. Effect, guaranteed to yield sea salt. A prefix. That's what the chat had been talking about. Mine had a word bolted onto the front, and the word raised the star rating and guaranteed a drop. So chests aren't a flat lottery. They're a lottery with adjectives. Inside was 500 grams of sea salt, which sounds boring right up until you're on an island eating unseasoned crab for the rest of your life. And one other thing. A dull, cracked, low-grade energy stone, white 9 stars. Half its energy already spent. Effect, replenishes energy. Evaluation. This is one of the energy sources used to replenish a lighthouse's energy. It can also be used to restore extraordinary attribute energy. And then, on its own line, with no explanation, energy is the hardest currency in the world of Lighthouse, bar none. I turned that stone over in my hand. It was covered in fine cracks, and I worked out what the cracks were. Use. Spend the energy, and the stone breaks. So somewhere out there was a thing that refilled my lighthouse and my ice crystals both, and it came in a physical lump, and it was described in the manual as more valuable than gold. I put it away and made a note. Then the announcement went off in the sky. Third kill. Shu Haoming. Wooden chest. Ability crystal. Blueprint. The chat made a sound I can only describe as a groan with 40,000 voices in it. There were people in that channel who had been mauled going for it. Somebody had lost a fight and their gear and their dignity in the same 10 minutes. And then it got dark. That's the thing nobody prepared me for, not the monsters. The schedule. At 6:30, I looked out and saw the fog on the water start moving toward the island, not drifting, coming. At 7 o'clock, the sun didn't set so much as get switched off, and the entire world went black. Properly black, the kind of black where you can't find your own hands, and for one full second, there was nothing. Then the lighthouse came on above me, and I made a noise I'm not proud of. I'd been outside grilling crab legs on 4 stones and a pile of dry branches, because a lighthouse means you can always borrow fire, and I'd been feeling quite clever about that. I brought the food in, closed the door, went upstairs, and looked at my flame. It had grown. The little candle from that afternoon now filled the entire brazier, a full meter across, burning white, and the wind wasn't touching it. Okay, so it won't blow out, unless something makes it. I looked past it, and saw nothing at all. The mist had closed over the island, and my 3-meter radius of holy fire was holding open a bubble the size of a bedroom in the middle of it. I went back down, and through the gaps in the door I could see my little cooking fire outside, 2 meters away, glowing in the fog. Then a shadow went across it and the fire went out, not blew out, went out, instantly. The way a candle goes out when somebody closes their hand around it. I had the spear in both hands before I'd finished deciding to pick it up. I stood in the middle of that shed staring at a door made of slats with holes in it, with my palms sweating, listening to absolutely nothing for something like 15 minutes. Nothing came through, nothing knocked. Whatever put that fire out did not want in, or couldn't get in. The mist was 1 meter from my door. What was that? I said, when my hands worked again. A sea monster? Or something else? Then I noticed the window was still wide open and I closed it so fast I nearly broke it. I opened the chat because I needed other human beings, and the chat was on fire. There's a monster in the mist. Mist is dangerous. The system literally said that at the start, my grilled fish. It's gone. All of it. I envy you people with meat. I'm eating dry black bread. Sigh. Has anyone been into the mist? Would that idiot go in to die? Don't. A friend of mine had his name go dim. He didn't get back to his lighthouse before it closed over him. Few seconds and he was gone. That's terrifying. Why didn't he run? He could see it coming. His shore is mudflat. You're slow on mudflat. There's nobody there now. Mudflat. Some of us got reefs, some of us got coral, and some of us got soft ground, and that was the whole difference between a man who is alive and a man whose name went gray in a list. Then the tone changed. Everyone be careful. A sea monster is attacking my door. No way, they come up here? Hang on, didn't the system say sea monsters won't attack during the grace period unless provoked? Are you sure it's a sea monster? Wait, I've got some too, and they're not sea monsters. They're fishmen. Sirens. Fishmen? Pictures. I've got them too. Pictures. That is an eyesore. Why did you do that to me? I clicked the picture out of pure curiosity and got a photograph taken from the top of somebody's lighthouse looking straight down. A small thing, maybe 1.2 meters, 4 limbs, hunched, hammering on a broken wooden door with what looked like a rock. Deeply, aggressively ugly. And then the message that changed the entire night. I killed the murloc and it dropped a wooden chest. The chat went off like a firework. How it's easy. Our doors have gaps in them. Stick your weapon out through a hole, but you have to hit the head or it runs off. Don't ask me how I know. That simple? Trying it now. Damn it, my weapon is a dagger, mine's a bow, and I have 10 arrows. 5 now. Not sure I can kill it. And within about 4 minutes, the entire region stopped being 100,000 terrified people hiding in sheds and became 100,000 people queuing at their own front doors with pointy objects because the monsters had become a vending machine. That is the single most human thing I have ever witnessed. I checked my door, hole at chest height, wide enough, and I thought, 2-meter spear. I am going to have such a good night. Then somebody in the chat pinned a guide. It was written by Zhao Mei, first place, the one who'd killed a sea monster before lunch. She had opened her door, dragged a dead fishman inside, and dissected it. The guide had photographs. It had annotations. It had a note on leg musculature explaining that fishmen aren't fast on land, though it's a different story in water, obviously, being fishmen. It had a note on the teeth, fang type, extremely sharp, so don't get bitten, you'll lose a piece. And it had a clean, calm, clinical set of arrows pointing at exactly where to put something pointy. The pictures were horrifying. She'd taken them in her kitchen. Some of the people who'd spent the morning being weird about a woman holding first place went extremely quiet in the chat after that, and did not come back. I read all of it, every annotation, and I sat there in my shed thinking, this woman spent her first night on an alien island performing an autopsy so that 100,000 strangers she will never meet could survive until morning. I was a poor student, for the record. My math class was taught by the PE teacher. Actual, literal PE teacher. A man 1.9 meters tall who would hold the textbook in one hand, mumble at the board for 11 minutes, and then say, right, outside. So I've never had any illusions about being the smart one. But I know what smart looks like when I see it, and I sat there with genuine, uncomplicated admiration for a woman I'd never met. Then something knocked on my door, and I found out I wasn't the one who'd be doing the killing that night. Bang, 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 bang. I put down the crab leg I was eating. Finally, bang, bang, bang. Would you shut up? I told the door. Are you in that much of a hurry to die? I took the black iron spear and walked up to the door, and I put my eye to the gap so I could line up the shot. There was an eye already there, blood red, filling the whole gap, and not down at the bottom where a 1-meter fishman's eye would be, up, at the top of the door. Whatever this was, it was over 2 meters tall. I did not move. I want to say I did something clever. I stood there with a spear in my hands and looked into a red eye 4 inches from my face and did not move, and the eye looked back with a weight behind it that felt like being disliked by a building. What the hell is that? I said very quietly. That's not a fishman. It didn't do anything. It didn't hit the door. It just stared. And then I noticed the eye was getting closer. No, not closer. It was slowly coming toward the door, and it was doing that because I was walking toward the door. I couldn't look away. I want you to understand what that's like. My eyes would not leave that eye, and somewhere below the level where I was making decisions, my feet had decided to take me to the door and open it. I could feel my own body doing it. I could feel my arms starting to go loose. What I could not see, and I only found this out later, was that my own eyes had gone red. The only reason I did not open that door is that I had already put the spear up, and the butt of the spear was jammed against the wood, and 30 pounds of black iron was physically in the way of my legs. That's it. That's the entire reason. Not skill. Not willpower. I had picked up a heavy stick before the fight started, and the heavy stick was stuck. Okay, my mind was still mine. My body was not. If I could just stop seeing it. The panel. I could put the panel up. Block the view. I opened the system. System. Lighthouse Guardian detected as being under mental control. System panel cannot be opened. Note. This restriction exists to prevent anyone from using mental control to manipulate other Lighthouse Guardians for profit. I have never in my life been so purely, incandescently furious at a piece of software. Bullshit, bullshit. I'm about to die and you're worried about fraud? How is a monster's mind control the same as somebody scamming a guy out of his backpack? Above the door, the red eye flickered with what I can only describe as confusion. It couldn't work out why I wasn't coming. It could see the spear. It could see it was stuck. It was just standing there being enormous and stupid and slowly killing me anyway, and my hands were losing strength while my feet kept going. I'm going to die because something too dumb to think of a plan is winning by accident. And then, in the middle of all of it, system, you have a private message. Do you want to view it? I have never wanted anything so much in my entire life. Yes, yes, yes. The message box opened directly in front of my face, and my line of sight broke. I went straight backward and hit the floor and sat there with my back against a table leg, breathing like I'd run up a mountain, both hands shaking, staring at a small window floating in the middle of a dark shed. The message said, 1 + 1 =. That's it. That's the entire message. Somebody, somewhere in a region of 100,000 people, on the first night, in the dark, had sent me a math question, and it had saved my life by being in the way. I sat there for a long minute doing nothing at all. Then I very slowly built an ice crystal in my hand, and I thought, fine. Even if the door goes, I'm taking that thing with me. I threw it. It went through the gap, and it hit perfectly, dead center, because that thing had spent so long staring through the hole that when the crystal came, its body turned toward the movement on instinct. There was a roar, not a shout, a roar, low and wrong, that I felt in the floorboards. The crystal blew, and the entire door sheeted over with ice, and the gap sealed white, and the shape outside was gone. I checked the lighthouse energy, 40%. One ice crystal, detonated 1 meter from my own front door, had taken 60% of my lighthouse's power, 60, in one shot. Okay, fine, I'd do it again. Then I remembered the message. I opened it. It was still there. 1 + 1 =, and there was a second one, sent while I was busy nearly dying, with exactly the same text. I stared at that for a while, sitting on the floor of a shed with a frozen door, and my heart still going. 1 + 1? Are you insulting my intelligence? I typed a reply. 1 + 1 = biceps. Because that's the joke. You say 1 + 1 and you flex, and the answer is arms. It's the stupidest thing in the world. It's the kind of thing a PE teacher who teaches math would find hilarious, and I typed it without thinking about it at all because my hands were shaking and it was the first thing in my head. I sent it. Nothing came back. I waited. Nothing. So I shrugged and closed the window and went to look at my door. Here's what I didn't know. Somewhere else in region 88,888,888, in a shed like mine, a girl read that reply and let out a breath she'd been holding for 2 days and laughed, very softly, into her hands. "It really is you," she said. "I've finally found you." I did not know that. I would not know that for a long time. I closed the message window, ate 2 crab claws by the fire, and went to sleep. Around midnight, the mist started churning. Shapes moved through it just outside the light, and there were sounds, not roars. Worse than roars, the kind of sounds that don't have a mouth shape you can imagine. And half the region sat up all night in the dark listening to them. I slept through all of it because I'd used a day's energy and nearly had my brain hijacked, and I was completely done. In the morning, there was a chest at my door. I nearly tripped over it. Wooden chest, sitting on my step like a delivery, and it took me a second to work out where it came from. The thing with the red eye. It dropped loot, too. So I opened it, standing there in the doorway, with the memory of my own body walking toward that door still fresh. System. Obtained coconut bread ×1. 1 loaf of bread. I stood in the morning light holding a single roll, so it just brought me breakfast. Day 2, and I had learned 2 things. 1. There are things out there that can take your body off you, and the only defense I had was luck and a stuck spear. 2. Whatever they are, when they lose, they pay in baked goods. I ate the bread. It was fine. 3 stars. Day 2 opened with the system waking me up to tell me it was proud of us. Congratulations to all Lighthouse Guardians for successfully surviving to Day 2. Now deploying control panels and manufacturing stations. 2 machines faded into existence against the wall by my stairs. And before I'd even stood all the way up, the sky went off. Congratulations to Lighthouse Guardian Zhao Mei. First to upgrade a lighthouse. I have never moved so fast in my life. I was at that control panel before the announcement finished its second repeat because I had 134 pieces of wood and 142 stones, and I was not going to lose second place to a man who overslept. Upgrade the lighthouse using 100 wood and 100 stone. Confirm. Congratulations to Lighthouse Guardian Li Wei. Second to upgrade the lighthouse. Black iron chest. Random candle. Random blueprint. Congratulations to Lighthouse Guardian Gao Jian. Third. 1 second. Gao Jian missed it by 1 second. Somewhere in this region there is a man who will remember that for the rest of his life. The eternal runner-up accepts his fate, I said, for the reward. It is definitely not that I was afraid of the woman who dissects fishmen at her kitchen table. Then I looked at what the upgrade actually did and stopped being smug, because there were 2 things in there that changed everything. Thing 1, the room hadn't gotten bigger, but the walls had closed up. Fewer holes, less wind. 2 more of these, and the shed would actually be a building. Thing 2, and this is the one that saved my life the next night. Energy, 100%. It had been at 40 when I went to bed. Upgrading the lighthouse refilled it completely. I sat with that for a second, because the lighthouse burns energy to hold off the mist, and it burns energy when something hits the door. And I just found out that the upgrade button is also a battery, which means as long as I have wood and stone, I have a life bar. Then I looked at the island's upgrade cost. 1,000 stones. 10 times the lighthouse. And I had 142. I closed the panel and turned to the crafting station instead, and there were 2 options in it. Basic furniture manufacturing and blueprint creation. Basic furniture was beds and chairs and tables, 1 piece of wood each, 30 minutes to build, and I put in an order for all 3 because my current table had a leg with an attitude. Blueprint creation was empty, and there was a little slot in the machine exactly the size of a blueprint. I put in the toilet paper pattern. Manufacturing station. Blueprint detected. Record? Yes. Yes, I would like to record. Toilet paper. Crafting material. 1 wood. 1 wood. 1 roll. And I had 174 pieces of wood sitting in my backpack. I hit craft on all of it. It took 1 second per pack, 20 sheets to a pack, pre-wrapped, and while that machine was chewing through my entire wood supply, I sat on the floor doing the only arithmetic that has ever mattered to me. 99,000 people, in sheds, on day 2, with no plumbing, no shops, no supplies, and no dignity. I said, 10 stones a pack. And once the island's upgraded, I'll be first. Then I claimed my reward chest, because you always open the box before you go to market. Black scale long sleeves, green 3 stars, matching the pants. I now had a full set of black scale armor, which meant I was dressed head to toe in black on an island lit by 1 candle. Nobody's finding me at night. Sharp iron axe, white 7 stars, increases tree cutting efficiency. Excellent for cutting down the only living things on my island, so shelved. Green algae head, green 1 star. Effect. Attracts rare marine life. The review said it can be used as bait, wait for low tide, and you might get an unexpected harvest, or you might get nothing. I looked at that and thought about the big rock hollow out in the reef, the one with a pool in the bottom and small gaps that let little fish in and out, but nothing big. Bait, in a pit, with walls. That's not fishing, that's a trap. Then the blueprint, a fireplace, green 1 star. Provides warmth, starts fires, functions as a fireplace, which is a description written by somebody being paid by the word. I recorded it. 20 stones to build, and it meant no more cooking outside in the dark next to whatever puts out fires. And then the random candle. Random candle light. Blue 6 stars. After use, obtain a candle between green 6 and blue 9. I used it. Azure candlelight. Rating, blue, 6 stars. Effect, removes sea mist within a 600-meter radius. 600. I had 3. I sat there staring at that number like it had personally insulted me, in a good way. 3 meters was a bubble the size of my shed. 600 meters was the entire island, and then some. 600 meters meant that at night I could go outside. Then I read the rest. Special effect. The ghostly blue candlelight will attract certain special beings. And there it is. Every single good thing in this world comes with a sentence at the end that ruins your evening. There was also a warning when I went to swap it. After the candle is replaced, the new flame will consume the old flame. Which is a rough deal. It means you can never keep a spare. Every candle you ever install eats the last one, so if you find a great one and then find a mediocre one, congratulations, you now have a mediocre one. I thought about it for about 4 seconds and swapped anyway, because a 3-meter safety radius isn't a safety radius, it's a joke you tell at a funeral. The white flame went out and a blue-white one came up in its place, faintly red at the heart, and the light it threw wasn't blue, thank God, because a lighthouse that makes your whole island look haunted would have been a bit much on day 2. Then I opened the chat and went to work, selling toilet paper, pictures included, 10 stones a pack, limited quantity, first come first served. I want to describe what happened next accurately. The 174 packs were gone in under a minute. Toilet paper? Why didn't you come sooner? This is great. I need the bathroom right now buying. Didn't you say you were selling toilet paper? I don't see any. They're all gone that fast? I only just ordered. Nonsense. Look how many people are in here. 174 packs was never going to be enough. At Leeway, I need toilet paper. I've got my period. The lady upstairs is genuinely in a bad situation, Aunt Flo. I don't believe it unless you send a picture. You shrimp-headed man's sister. I got some. Want half? Give me 5 stones first. Really? Thank you so much. Since you called me sister, here. Free. Take it. Sister, do you need a little brother? The kind who calls you sister every day. I just need food. Get lost. Somewhere in that region, on day 2 of the apocalypse, a stranger gave another stranger half a pack of toilet paper for free and refused payment. That is also what the end of the world sounds like. I looked at my backpack. 1,740 stones. 10 times my island's upgrade cost. I clicked upgrade. Congratulations to Lighthouse Guardian Leeway for being the first to upgrade an island. First place reward for region 88,888,888, bronze treasure chest, random island special effect, random blueprint. I was mid-grin when the sky went off again. Congratulations to Lighthouse Guardian Zhao Mei, second to upgrade an island. I stood there with my mouth open. Is this guy even? Is she open? She's open. She's definitely open. Because I knew exactly how I'd done it. I'd printed a Monopoly product and dumped it on a market of 100,000 desperate people. I had the blueprint. I had the only crafting station making the thing everyone needed. And in the time that took, she had also come up with 1,000 stones from nowhere with no trade record anybody could see. I never did find out how. And frankly, at this point in the story, how did Zhao Mei do that was a question I was going to ask myself about once a week for the rest of my life. The chat had noticed. Tisk tisk, our area has 2 big shots, Zhao Mei and Leeway. But with this island upgrade, Leeway just passed Zhao Mei, right? The eternal runner-up is turning it around. I want to state for the record that I did not choose that nickname and it stuck for the entire rest of the story. The island rewards were where it got serious. Bronze treasure chest, blue 2 stars, which told me the latter. Wooden is white, black iron is green, bronze is blue, so silver and gold were presumably waiting up there somewhere. It gave me creamy strawberry seeds, which went straight into my box of deep sea dirt, and a furniture upgrade card, which I set aside because I owned nothing worth upgrading. The one-time blueprint gave me a bed, an exquisite single bed, green 9 stars, and the effect line was the interesting part. Slightly improves sleep quality, slightly improves mental recovery. I put my rotting death trap of a wooden bed in my backpack and set the new one down and lay on it and made a noise. Oh, that's what a bed is. Please note that line, because that bed becomes a running problem later. That bed becomes eventually the most contested piece of real estate on the entire island. And then the big one. Random island special effect. Blue 6 stars. The kind of thing only a special island gets. Coral Coast. Rating. Blue. 3 stars. Effect. After loading, a coral area will appear on your coast. Note. The coral area does not experience low tide. Review. Rich in resources and attracts a variety of marine life fond of coral. I loaded it and went to the window, and out where the reef met the sand, the ground sank. A trench, 4 or 5 meters deep, filling with seawater that stayed. A piece of my coast that would never dry out, ever, and would be full of things. For most people, a chunk of your island permanently underwater is a chunk you can't search. I had a pearl in my chest that lets me breathe down there. That afternoon I went in. I'd like to say I was brave about it. What actually happened is I stood on the edge for a while, running through everything I knew. Grace period, monsters won't attack unprovoked, it's my own island, it's 5 meters deep, and then I jumped in before I could think of a reason not to, and the water was mine. I don't know how else to say it. I moved and went several meters in 1 second. I breathed. My chest didn't even do the thing where it tries to panic on your behalf. Whatever the pearl had put in me, it wasn't just a lung. I was faster down there than I was on land, and I have never in my life been the fast one. The coral was already growing. Actual color, actual structure, and small fish moving through it. On a piece of coast that had been bare sand 30 minutes earlier, there were 2 wooden chests sitting out in the open with no guards on them at all, free, just lying there, and pearl oysters, and a sea cucumber, and then something that stopped me. Blood red coral, blue 1 star. Effect. Purifies water, enhances spiritual energy, replenishes chi and blood. Review. A rare species. Not only purifies seawater, but increases the energy concentration of the surrounding area. Energy concentration. Half a palm's width of it. Brand new. Growing on my floor. I could have taken it. Blue rated material. Day 2. That's real money. I left it there. Because it grows, and it was on my island, and my island wasn't going anywhere, and a thing that raises the ambient energy of the water around it is worth infinitely more planted than sold. I did the same with the small oysters. Half the reason I'm alive is that on day 2 I decided to be a farmer instead of a looter. Then I swam to the edge of my island and looked down. There's no seabed. The island floats. It just ends. Sand, rock, coral, and then a wall going down into black and nothing under it, and the black goes as far as your eyes will follow and then further. I looked into that for about 3 seconds and imagined what could be looking back, and then I swam for shore so fast I nearly beached myself. That evening I baited both pits. Green algae head in the big hollow, mantis shrimp carcass in the small one. The shrimp had gone off. The panel confirmed it would give me stomach trouble, and a corpse I can't eat is a corpse I can spend. Then I built the fireplace, cooked crab claws and a spirit fish inside for the first time, and sat down with actual walls between me and the night. And I used my talent. Gift of fate, 10 days of lifespan. Cost, none. I read that about 4 times. Lifespan? You're giving me an extra 10 days of life? For free? I'm 23. 10 days is a rounding error. Emperors burned dynasties looking for this, and I got it as the daily prize, and the price line said none, and I sat on my brand new bed holding a gift that made no sense. Claim. Nothing happened. No warmth, no glow, no counter anywhere on my panel. I don't feel anything, honestly. Nothing at all? I want you to remember that, because 16 days later, I found out exactly what those 10 days were for, and when I did, I laughed out loud in an empty room. The next morning, I found out my bait worked. The small pit had a mangled mantis shrimp and a crowd of crabs eating it, and swimming among them, glowing faintly the way resources glow in this world, was a fish. Red flower raspberry. Green 1 star. Effect. After consuming, a very low chance of gaining 1 random, extraordinary attribute. Note. Consuming 10 of these guarantees 1 point. A spirit fish. Food that makes you stronger. I put it in a rock pool with some seawater, smashed a crab, and fed it, because a fish that boosts your stats is a fish you keep alive as long as possible. I'll come get you when I'm done searching, I told it. Be good. It slapped the water with its tail and went back to eating. Then I went to check the big pit, the one with the green algae head, because that was the real trap, and I looked over the lip with a great deal of optimism. There was a shallow sea crab in it, a bigger one. Wedged in a stone pit with vertical walls, staring up at me, clicking, and behind it, a black iron chest. Oh, so it works. The crab tried to climb out. I swept its legs with the spear and put it back down. It tried again. I put it back down again. Don't even think about it, you're not coming up here. And that's when I got the second most useful idea I've ever had, which was, The pit has walls, and the spear is 2 meters, and a crab's shell is hard, but a crab's eye is not. I put the spear through its eye. It clamped both pincers on the shaft and started pulling, and it was strong, properly strong. I felt myself sliding forward on the wet rock, because in raw muscle, a shallow sea crab beats a guy who works in an office. So I stopped competing. I looked around, found a good rock, and jammed the butt of the spear against it. Now it wasn't pulling against me, it was pulling against geology. Then I climbed down into the pit behind it because a crab can't see behind itself and can't pinch behind itself. So behind a crab is the safest place on earth. Put both hands on its shell and pushed. Come on. Out you go. I helped that crab walk itself forward onto its own spear until the point came out the other side. Holy crap, I nearly stabbed myself. I want to be honest about what that fight was. It wasn't skill. It was a spear, a rock, and the fact that I'd bothered to learn how crabs are built. That's it. That's the whole trick, and I used it in one form or another for the next 18 days. The chest had a prefix, light water, black iron treasure chest, 5 stars. Inside, a light water iron shield, green 7 stars, 50 centimeters across, and a full centimeter thick, and it weighed about 10 kilos, which for solid iron of that size is impossible. And an iron frame blueprint, which needed iron blocks I didn't have. I did, however, have an anchor. I'd found it on the reef that morning, a meter of rusted ship's anchor, several hundred kilos, dumped on my beach by God knows what, and the appraisal said it can be broken down into iron blocks at a forging table. I did not have a forging table. So that's tomorrow's unlock, I said to nobody. Good. Control panel and crafting on day 2, forging table on day 3. Probably everything opens up once the grace period ends. That is exactly what happened, and it is also the last time in this entire story that I correctly predicted anything. That night, the blue candle showed me my island for the first time. 600 meters of cleared mist, the whole rock, lit up soft and pale in the middle of a black ocean, every tree and every stone visible, sitting there in a hole in the fog like something on a stage. I stood at the window and admired it for about 8 seconds before the second thought arrived. That is extremely conspicuous. Because out there, in every direction, was black water, and in the middle of the black water was one perfectly illuminated dinner plate with a man on it. Hiss. This is going to attract attention, isn't it? Then the sea started to move. Not waves, ripples, coming toward me. Lots of them. They came out of the water onto my sand, and they did not charge. That's the part that got me. They walked up onto my beach, and then they stood there, in a loose crowd, waiting, while more and more of them came up out of the sea behind them. Fishmen. I counted, because counting is what you do when you've stopped being able to do anything else. 38. 13 of them armed with broken weapons. 19 with nothing at all. 5 of them were carrying treasure chests, which meant 5 chests were walking toward my house on legs, and one of them was twice the size of the others. Better weapon. Not a rusted knife. An actual blade. And on its head, a crown. Fishman King? They waited on the sand for over half an hour until the last of them had come up. Then they came for the lighthouse together. I want to explain what that does to you. There is a specific horror in watching something that is not smart enough to speak your language demonstrate that it is smart enough to wait for reinforcements. My coast was 20 meters from my door. It had been 40 before the tide came in. I opened my backpack and looked at it for the nth time that hour. 3,400 and something pieces of wood and stone. That was the number that mattered. Not the spear, not the ice. That number. Because upgrading the lighthouse refills the energy, and I had enough material there for 8 full upgrades, which meant 8 full tanks. That should be enough to get through this, I told the empty room. Right? They surrounded the building. Thank God I'd shut the window. If that window had been open, one of them would have simply climbed in. Outside, the crowd started arguing. Gwalawula? Gulawala? I frowned at the door. Then I got low and looked out through the gap, and there was a fishman standing about half a meter away, holding a knife, staring at the wood with the blank patience of something waiting for orders. Standing that close? Then I'll start with you. The spear came out through the gap and went into its head and came back before its friends had finished their sentence. The dead one fell over, and every fishman on my island went completely silent. They all turned and looked at it. One of them walked over and prodded it, confused, pushed. It fell over again, more thoroughly. Wala, wala. Then the king screamed and the whole crowd went at my door with everything they had. I want to give you the actual numbers because the numbers are the reason I'm alive. One wave of attacks on the door cost 1% of my lighthouse energy. They swung about once every 2 or 3 seconds. That gave me roughly 300 seconds of door at full charge, 5 minutes, but only 4 or 5 of them could reach the door at once. If the rest went for the windows, the drain doubled. So I did not sit and wait. I stood behind that door and I killed one every time the gap cleared. Puff, precise, fast. Another one down, and the ones behind dragged the body away so it wouldn't block them, and took its weapon and joined in. That's the detail that stuck with me. They cleaned up their own dead so the line could keep moving. I got 16 fishmen through a hole in a door, and then the energy bar hit 50%, and something happened that I hadn't planned for. The blue candle dimmed. The mist came in from 600 meters to 300. The flame's strength scales with the lighthouse's power. Fine. I knew the answer to this. Control panel. Upgrade. White 2-star to white 3-star. Energy back to 100%. Instantly. And then I turned around and looked at my door, and my stomach dropped because the upgrade had also repaired it. There was no gap anymore. The wood was whole. 3 or 4 hairline cracks about a finger wide, and nothing else. My murder hole was gone. I had personally, deliberately, with the button I pressed, sealed my own weapon out of the fight. That's a problem. I killed 16. There are 22 left, including the king. Bang, bang, bang. The fishmen were very diligent. I stood in the middle of my shed and thought about it, and my first idea was to just detonate an ice crystal in the crowd at the door, which would have killed 3 or 4 of them, and based on last night's exchange rate, taken most of my lighthouse with it. Second idea, the window and the door face different directions, so no sneak attack from there. Third idea, and this is the one. I went up the stairs. From the top of a lighthouse, you can see the ground around your own front door, and they were packed in. I built the crystal in my hand. 2 points this time, not 1. And I dropped it straight down into the middle of them. The fishmen it hit turned into shards. Everything within several meters of it turned into ice, not frozen looking. Ice. Statues on my lawn, glazed white, standing where they'd been a second earlier. 2 points does that? Half of them in one shot. The survivors ran. Not away, back to the king in a panicking huddle, chattering and pointing at the roof, and their king got angrier and finally shoved them aside, and that's when I dropped the next one, because they had all just conveniently gathered around the most important target on the island. Now we sweep the hole. A fireball came up and hit my crystal in midair. The 2 of them detonated together and the night went white, and I stood on top of my own lighthouse with my mouth open. When the steam blew off, I could see the king again, and there was a staff in its hand that had not been in its hand before. Is he a transcendent, or is it the staff? He screamed something at me, long, furious, and completely incomprehensible. What are you yelling about? I don't speak fish. And then I threw another crystal, mostly to see what would happen. The staff came up. Another fireball. Another mid-air burst. Good. Now I knew. It was the staff. An extraordinary weapon, with charges. I checked my energy. 6 points left. 6 shots. I threw a third. And here's the thing about the Fishman King. He had a magic staff, so as far as he was concerned, magic came from staffs. He watched a human being throw ice twice, and both times he answered, and both times it cost him one of a limited number of shots, and he had no way of understanding that the human didn't have a staff at all. His eyes went absolutely enormous when the third one came. He raised the staff anyway. Fireball, steam, and the 4th crystal came through the steam and hit him in the chest. He went to pieces. The staff dropped out of the cloud and rolled a few meters across the sand and stopped. The rest of them ran. I want you to understand that I did not consider letting them go for even a fraction of a second because there were still 5 treasure chests walking around on that beach. I went down the stairs 3 at a time and opened my door for the first time all night. Hello, I said, out loud, to a beach full of retreating fishmen. It's hunting time. Turning your back on something stronger than you is how you die faster. They weren't fast on land. Flippers. Remember, Zhao Mei wrote it in the guide, and I ran the first one down and put the spear through the back of its skull without breaking stride. 1, 2, 3. The last 2 made it to the waterline. Actually got their feet in the sea, and I could see it in the way they moved, that particular animal joy of almost. I froze the last one solid with 1 foot in the surf. How could I let you get away? 38 fishmen came onto Tidal Island that night, and 38 fishmen stayed, and the man responsible walked down the beach in the dark, picking up boxes. Then the sky turned gold. World System Announcement. Congratulations to Li Wei, Lighthouse Guardian of Area 88,888,888, for being the first to destroy the Siren Clan. Reward to all Lighthouse Guardians in Region 88,888,888. Bronze chest, black iron chest, wooden chest, appraisal technique, ability crystal. World System Announcement. Not regional. World. It ran 3 times in gold letters big enough that the sea mist couldn't hide them, and every single person in that region, asleep, awake, crouched behind their own door with a kitchen knife, looked up and saw my name, and then they got paid. The chat became unusable. I'm serious. The first message said Li Wei is awesome, and then that message was repeated about 90,000 times by 90,000 different people, and the channel was effectively destroyed for 10 minutes. The neighbors were less pleased. Region 8,888,888 and Region 888,888,888 apparently both spent that night complaining bitterly about the number of 8s in their address. I did not see any of it because I was on my hands and knees on a dark beach picking up loot. 13 wooden chests from 38 bodies, which told me the drop is not guaranteed. 2 black iron, and the king dropped a black iron of his own, plus the staff. Then my personal reward landed. Extraordinary attribute chest, random purple 1 to 9 star ability crystal, random special equipment, legendary level +1. I stopped walking, legendary level +1. That implied there was a legendary level. That implied it had already been at something. Also, and I need to be clear about this, there were 26 corpses on my island and I had to do something about them before morning because you do not leave that much meat lying around on a rock in the middle of the ocean. So I spent over an hour hauling dead fishmen, 40 or 50 pounds each, thank God, into a crab shell and dumping them in the reef. Bait, all of it, every single one. I built the biggest chum pile in the history of Tidal Island and went to bed because if a corpse pulls 1 shallow sea crab, 26 corpses pull 26 chests. I want you to sit with that for a second. On night 2, I was standing in a shed praying my door held. By the end of night 2, I was farming. Then I went inside and opened everything. The 13 wooden chests gave me bread, water, wood, stone, 1 iron pot, 3 water apples, and a cotton coat, which I immediately began using as a pillow because I did not have one. The 2 black iron chests gave me a smokeless charcoal blueprint, burns hot, burns long, no smoke, which turned out to matter enormously later, and a pair of fishman gills, green 5 stars, effect, underwater breathing, which was hilarious to me personally, and worth a fortune to about 1/3 of the region. The king's chest gave me a farmland blueprint, 1-time use, no materials required, 6 planting slots, 6 squares of soil that grow things faster. And a bronze light crossbow, blue 1 star, penetrate, easily pierces the shell of a shallow sea crab, no bolts, not one. Of course. And then there was the black one, random extraordinary attribute chest, rating, black, 9 stars. I sat back on my heels, because the ratings go white, green, blue, yellow, purple. I had already established that. There was no black on the list. The chest itself explained nothing. Effect, upon activation, one of the following will be guaranteed: extraordinary fruit, extraordinary item, extraordinary ability, or extraordinary technique. Special effect, increases the probability of mastering extraordinary skills by 50%. Note, this is a reward for the brave. I turned that over. Black isn't a color above purple, because when I got the purple pearl, the system happily called it purple. Black is something else. Black is the shelf where they put things that don't sort. So I did the correct thing. I went to my fireplace, took 3 dry branches, lit them, straightened my clothes, coughed twice, and prayed. Guanyin, Tathagata, the Jade Emperor, the 3 pure ones above, please bless me with a huge chest. Then I threw the incense in the fire and opened it. 3 extraordinary fruits and 1 extraordinary cultivation technique. The fruits were green 1 star, green 3 star, and blue 1 star, and their effects were +1, +3, and +10 random extraordinary attribute points respectively. 14 points, free, in fruit. I ate all 3 immediately because there is no version of this world where you hoard something you'll eat eventually anyway. My body went hot and then stopped. Name, Leeway. Special attributes: water +14, fire +3, wood +2, mystic +5, constitution +1, mystic, constitution. I looked at constitution and thought, wait, and I reached over and picked up the black iron spear. It came off the floor like it wasn't there. Wow, that's light. 30 pounds of iron that had nearly put me on the ground 2 days earlier was now noticeably easy, a full third lighter in the hand. 1 point. 1 single point of constitution, and my body had been quietly and permanently upgraded, and I hadn't done a push-up. So constitution is the body one. If there's constitution, there's got to be strength and agility too. And then the last thing in the chest: extraordinary cultivation technique. Rating, black, 9 stars. Effect, after use, it will create a cultivation technique best suited to the user. Special effect, upon successfully performing the technique, a unique profession will also be created. This is a reward for the brave. Evaluation, this marks the beginning of an extraordinary family, not a technique generator. It looks at you, and then it builds one. I used it. System, forming the method, please wait. System, career is being created, please wait, and then nothing. 2 loading bars, on a menu, in a shed, at midnight, and no further information. Fine, take your time. While that ran, I checked the rest, and the rest was where it got frightening. The purple ability crystal, guaranteed at least 4 stars, and the description said, and I quote, "The purple color. Doesn't it look appealing? Advanced ability, but if your extraordinary attribute isn't above 100 points, you're simply not qualified to use it. Noob." It gave me Starlight Art, purple 7 stars. Effects: Starlight Attack, Starlight Defense, Starlight Healing. A perfect ability combining offense, defense, and healing. Learning requirement: at least 10 points of Mystic. I had 5. And then the fine print, which was the funniest and cruelest thing I read all week. If your Mystic attribute is below 300 points, it's not recommended. Of course, if it's below 100, you don't even qualify. So the requirement is 10, and the actual requirement is 300, and I had 5. I held that crystal in my hand and got a very clear premonition that if I used it right, then my head would come apart, and I want to note that I had no reason to think that. It just arrived. 10 points of Mystic? I don't believe you for a second. How about 100? I put the perfect ability on a shelf and walked away from it. Loaded gun on the wall, day 2, and it took me 13 days to be allowed to touch it. Last was the special equipment. Purple 6 stars, gives an item between purple 1 and and here I paused, because there was a new word. Red 1 star. Purple, and then red. I used it. Key of Destiny. Rating: red, 1 star. Potential for growth. Effect: mysticism plus 10%, mental power plus 10%. Special effect: Gate of Destiny. Evaluation: fate is omnipresent. No one knows what lies behind the gates of destiny. Hint: a rare, unique, growth-oriented equipment. A soul contract is required to bind it. A golden key, in my hand, on day 2. Soul contract? A blood oath at least uses blood. What am I supposed to do with a soul? And while I was standing there being confused, the key lit up. And so did my talent. Gift of Fate flickered in my chest, and the Key of Destiny flickered in my hand, and the two of them recognized each other, and the contract simply happened without me agreeing to anything. I stood there holding a key that had decided to belong to me. Then I learned what the Gate of Destiny actually was. You summon a door, and you open it with this key, and nobody in the world knows what's behind it, except that behind it, there will generally be something you urgently need. Summoning it takes an enormous amount of Mystic and a full charge on the key. Then the key went into my head. I don't know how. It's a full-sized key, and it's in my mind, or it's the idea of a key in my mind, and I've stopped asking. I sat down on my excellent new bed at 1 in the morning surrounded by ripped open boxes, having in one night acquired 14 attribute points, a technique that was still compiling, a perfect ability I wasn't allowed to touch, and a red-rated key with a door behind it. The system had given me 4 days. That was 2 days ago. The region-wide reward from that night was an appraisal technique crystal. Everybody got one. All 90-something thousand of them, because I killed some fish. I learned mine standing in my own doorway, and the information came in the usual way, which is to say like a car accident happening inside my skull, and then I sat down for a while. Here's what appraisal does. You look at a thing and it tells you what the thing is, not just items, creatures, talents, abilities, attributes, weaknesses. And here's the catch. The result depends on the mental strength of both parties. If the other thing's mind is stronger than yours, you get nothing. If it's weaker, you get everything. And then one more line, which I only understood the value of much later. Mystic attribute resists appraisal, and it has higher priority than mental. So my 5 points of Mystic were, among other things, 5 points of privacy. The thing you have to understand about that crystal is what it did to the region. Overnight, every single person in area 88,888,888 stopped guessing. A guy who used to run from a shallow sea crab could now look at it, read strength, average, look at his own panel, and make an actual decision. The death rate went off a cliff. The next morning, for the first time, the head count didn't drop. I sold the fireball staff. It went for a green 8-star headscarf that gave +4 mental, and the man who bought it, Shu Haoming, the third kill, remember him, called me boss about 9 times in a 2-line conversation and then asked if I had any arrows. I did not. He said his friend had a blueprint for black iron bolts, but it needed iron blocks, which nobody had. When iron shows up, I'll find you, I said, and added him. I sold the bronze arrow rain, some special equipment for arrow towers, useless to me, to a man named Zhou Liang whose lighthouse was an arrow tower, which is a special lighthouse that fires volleys and eats energy doing it. He gave me mixed bait and a broken heavy iron spear, blue 3 stars, penetrating and heavy, which replaced my black iron spear and became my main weapon for the next 2 weeks. And a man called Yu Kai traded me a piece of purple coral. He had a whole coral island, 2/3 coral coast, absolutely stuffed with the stuff. There's loads of it down there, he said. It's just deep, I'm too scared to go down. I planted his coral in my own reef 20 meters apart from the blood red so they wouldn't fight, and thought about a man on a treasure chest of an island who couldn't get to any of it because he couldn't hold his breath. Day 3, the grace period's last day, the system unlocked 3 more things: a forging table, a trading system with proper shops, and a port. The port was a rotting wooden bridge, white 1 star, 10 meters long, and the review said it is in such a dilapidated state that nobody wants to trade there. It creaked when I stood on it, but the system note underneath was the important part. The port will attract maritime merchants and is also the facility Lighthouse guardians use to explore other islands. Explore other islands. There was a whole ocean out there, and eventually there was going to be a way to cross it. I listed 24,700 packs of toilet paper in my shop and went beachcombing. That morning taught me 3 things, and I'm going to give them to you quickly because the day gets much stranger later. The first thing was in my coral, chewing on a dead crab, a rainbow mantis shrimp. 2 meters. Colored like a fever dream. I appraised it, my first live appraisal, and the readout came back with a 200% effect bonus because the thing had no mental attribute at all. Rainbow blue shrimp. Strength, average. Talent, rapid strike. Water +4, metal +7. Review, although its strength is only average, it only takes 1 punch from it to send you to see your great-grandmother. Average, and 1 punch kills me. That is the correct way to write a monster description, and I hated it. I went into the water behind it and started building a crystal. And the moment I did, the water around my hand went cold, and it felt that, and it started to turn. So I rushed it. 5 points, everything I could push in, and through. The crystal froze a corridor through the sea as it went. It hit. The whole shrimp went into a block of ice and floated up, and then its eyes moved. 5 points. 5, not 1, and it was alive in there. I checked the panel again. Water +4. That's when I learned the rule that saved me repeatedly afterward. Same attribute defense. It had water in it, so my water-based ice couldn't finish it. Not immunity, resistance. Take an attribute off the top of your damage every time. I shoved the iceberg to shore, which was cold and humiliating, and then put the heavy iron spear through the ice and into its head. And the spear went through both like they were paper because it was blue-rated and heavy, and I had 2 points of constitution now. This is a blue 3-star weapon. You should feel honored to die by this shot. The second thing was on the reef, palm-sized, wedged in a crack, and it was gold. Golden conch. Blue 3 stars. Effect, summon ships. Evaluation, the conch can summon ships, but no one knows what kind. It could be a maritime merchant, a pirate ship, or even a ghost ship. Summoned ships have a rating up to twice that of the conch. I put that in my pocket and did not use it for 2 weeks because or even a ghost ship is not a phrase you gamble on while your lighthouse is white rated. The third thing was a bronze treasure chest in my coral with no guard on it, and I swam over to grab it and I heard a click. I stopped, looked around. Nothing. Click. I circled it. Nothing. Not one living thing in sight. Click. Once or twice is a hallucination, I said, underwater, in bubbles. 3 times is suspicious. And there was a kid I knew growing up who used to quote Sherlock Holmes at everything, and for the first time in my life, that turned out to be load-bearing. When you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. There was nothing else here, which meant the sound was coming from the chest. I watched it, and the lid lifted about ½ centimeter and closed. Bronze treasure chest monster. Strength, transcendent. Talent, treasure space. Abilities, camouflage, biting. Review. Look what I see. A bronze treasure chest? No, it's a bronze treasure chest monster. Defeating one yields better loot than a regular chest. Over appraisal. The bronze treasure chest monster is very uncomfortable underwater. It seems to be struggling to breathe. You can poke it the moment it opens its mouth. The appraisal gave me tactical advice, not a weakness. Advice. There is a mode of that ability when your mind massively outclasses the targets, where the system stops describing and starts coaching, and I had just unlocked it on a box. So I waited. 2 minutes, floating in my own coral, spear ready, watching a treasure chest breathe. It opened. There we go. The spear went straight down its throat and jammed there so it couldn't shut, and the disguise came off, fangs all the way around the rim of the chest, and a thick fleshy tongue that came out and wrapped my spear and started pulling. I put both hands on the butt of it and drove down, underwater, where I'm faster than I am on land and it very much is not. Then I spun. I put my weight on it and rotated the whole spear inside it, and after a few seconds, that was that. In the water, it's definitely easier to pull off crazy tricks. Then blood came out of it into open ocean and I remembered where I was living, on a floating rock with nothing underneath it, and I bagged the corpse in about 1 second flat. I reached into it later, on my own floor, with an expression I hope nobody ever photographs. Space crystal, blue 3 stars, plus 3 backpack slots. A second space crystal, blue 2 stars, plus 2. Treasure chest monster, crystal core, blue 9 stars. Can manufacture spatial equipment, 10 cubic meters worth. Prerequisite, find a master craftsman who can forge spatial equipment. Swimming boots, blue 3 stars, water plus 1, and the ability to glide across the surface of the sea. 15 backpack slots, a core I had no use for, and shoes that let me walk on water. Not bad for a box. The last thing that afternoon was the biggest, my best baiting pit. The one that had given me the spirit fish, the one full of crabs eating a corpse, was empty, not picked over, clean. No crabs, no fish, no bones. Somebody had eaten the whole restaurant. And on the rock beside it was a slick of mucus about 10 centimeters wide. 10 centimeters of trail, so whatever secreted it had a body at least 8 or 9 centimeters across, and if you know anything about how animals are shaped, that means it was at least 8 meters long. I followed it. Obviously I followed it. Along the way it had left behind 2 wooden chests with mucus around them, which meant it had eaten the guards and hadn't bothered with the boxes. Then I heard it, and I looked around a rock, big, long, thick, abyssal deep sea eel. Strength, transcendent. Water plus 11, constitution plus 2, strength plus 1. Abilities, mucus secretion, wave sensing. And the overappraisal, which is the only reason I'm not in that eel. Adult abyssal, deep-sea eels can move on land for short periods, relying on secreting mucus to move, but if they are not in contact with water for a long time, the mucus runs out. Also, the mucus is extremely sensitive to cold. Once frozen, it is not sticky at all. I read that twice. Water 11, which meant to hurt it, I needed to put 12 points into a crystal, and 12 points was more than my entire tank. One shot. Everything I had, and no second try. And while I was thinking about that, it took a shallow sea crab, the same kind of thing that had taken me 14 hammer blows on day 1, and snapped the shell in half like a cracker. If that thing slaps me, I'm a stain. But it was afraid of the cold, and cold was the one thing I had. I waited. That is the whole skill, by the way. Everything I did in my first week came down to waiting for the right 2 seconds. I built the crystal, 12 points, my entire day's energy, and it got so cold that actual snowflakes started turning in the air around my hand, and I stood there holding my whole life in one palm and waited until the eel put its head inside the crab shell to get at the meat. Then I threw. It felt the cold coming. That's the impressive part. It had no eyes on me, and it still knew. And its reflex when frightened is to flood itself with mucus, which is the worst possible reaction to an ice crystal. The mucus froze, all of it, at once, in a shell around its own body, and the crystal went into it, and the whole 8 meters of that animal locked solid in the shape it was standing in. I came out from behind my rock and tapped its head with the spear. Hey, you came to my turf and got yourself killed, didn't you? Then I put the spear through its skull, which took 2 tries, because 13 points of frozen ice crystal turns out to be genuinely hard to punch through, and I want that on the record as a complaint. I left the body in the reef as bait, because of course I did. And that evening, while I was grilling a mantis shrimp full of roe over smokeless charcoal in an actual fireplace inside an actual building, the system finally finished compiling. Congratulations, Lighthouse Guardian. Your unique class has been generated. Congratulations, Lighthouse Guardian. Your unique ability has been generated. I opened the panel so fast I nearly dropped my dinner. Name, Li Wei. Strength, transcendent. Destiny, magical girl. Abilities, ice crystal shot, underwater breathing, appraisal technique, gun splitting. I sat there. Magical girl. The system had looked at a 23-year-old man with a hammer, considered his entire being, consulted its algorithms, and produced magical girl. And then, before I could even start to have feelings about that, both the gift of fate and the key of destiny lit up in my chest at the same time. And my class and my ability turned into garbled text, not deleted, corrupted. The letters came apart into symbols in front of me while I watched. Huh? Is that a bug? Is the system broken? I stared at it for half an hour, then an hour and a half, then 3 hours. I opened chests absent-mindedly, barely registering what came out of them, checking that panel every 10 minutes like a man refreshing a download, still garbled. I fell asleep, waiting. I want to be honest with you. At the time I thought I'd lost it. I thought 2 overpowered items had gotten into a fight over my file and wiped the whole thing, and that I was going to wake up with no class and no ability and 1 fewer reason to be optimistic. What had actually happened, and I only worked this out much later, is that my talent and my key had looked at what the system was about to hand me and rejected it and started over. Not appealed, not requested a reroll, bypassed it, At 1 minute to midnight, thunder woke me up. I got to the window and opened it, and rain came in sideways and hit me in the face. Black clouds stacked up over the whole sky, lightning going off inside it, and the sea already starting to lift. You're barely past the newbie stage and you're already this eager? The chat was awake and it was not happy. Everybody was doing the same arithmetic. My lighthouse is made of sticks, and there is a storm coming, and if the water gets high enough, there could be a tsunami. I went upstairs to check on my flame because that's the only thing that actually matters, and the rain couldn't get in. Some invisible thing was turning it aside, and I went back to bed while the whole region sat up all night listening to the sky come apart. In the morning it was still raining. It was in fact raining so hard I couldn't see 10 meters, and my panel had changed. Name, Li Wei. Strength, Transcendent. Destiny, the Prophet. Talent, Gift of Fate, Witch of Fate. Abilities, Ice Crystal Shot. Underwater breathing, Appraisal Technique. The garbled text had resolved overnight, and it had not resolved into Magical Girl. I clicked Destiny first. The Prophet. Category, Fate Path. Rating, Unknown. Fate Ability, Mystic Perception. Blessing of Fate, Mysticism +10. Mental +10. Evaluation. The Prophet is the name of the 9th stage of the Fate Path. Only the Prophet can know their abilities. The Fate Path is an extremely rare path with virtually no precedent to follow. Everything must be discovered through personal exploration. 9th stage, which means there are at least 8 above it, and which means I was on a ladder that nobody had climbed enough times to write a guide about. Mystic Perception let me sense information that was unknown to others. Passive, no control. It just tells you things. I was, at that exact second, a little disappointed. I'd been hoping for a fireball. Then the second one. Witch of Fate. Category, Talent. Rating, Unknown. Effect, Fate Witch. That's it. That's the whole description of the effect. The word again. And under it, a note. Witch is just a synonym and does not necessarily represent women. Although the vast majority of witches are women, that doesn't mean there are none who aren't, or that they're all even human. The first generation were all women, so the label stuck. I stood there in a shed in a thunderstorm and struck a bicep pose without meaning to, which is a reflex I got from a PE teacher, and then had to spend a moment being embarrassed about it in front of nobody. Damn it. It's only now that I fully realize the importance of an education. I ate the spirit fish for breakfast, made it into soup because there was infinite fresh water falling out of the sky and my island had none, and I was halfway through the bowl when the thing arrived in my head. Omen. You sense unusual fluctuations in the air. A tsunami will strike in 10 minutes. I put the bowl down. That's not a guess. That's not a bad feeling. That's a countdown, delivered without my asking, from an ability I'd had for about 40 minutes. I closed the window and went to the top of the lighthouse. 10 minutes later the sound came, and I crawled up the stairs to look, and the rain and fog were so thick I could see nothing at all right up until the moment it arrived. The tsunami blocked out the rain. That's how I finally saw the world clearly that morning. A wall of water came at me that was tall enough to be its own weather. That's got to be 10 meters. It hit. The whole lighthouse shook, and I hung onto the stairs and stared at the windows, and there was seawater on the other side of them, pressing, and it did not come in. There was a faint shell over the openings, something the lighthouse was doing, and the sea slid past, and in it, going by at speed, I could see things, sea beasts, monsters, fish, and treasure chests, tumbling past my window at 40 miles an hour with the rest of the ocean's furniture. Then it was gone, and it took my sea and half my sand with it. Energy, 20%, one wave, 80% of my lighthouse. I went down those stairs faster than I have ever gone down anything and hit upgrade. White 3 to white 4. Full charge. And that's when I understood the mechanic that killed thousands of people that day, because tsunamis come in sets. If you don't refill between them, the second one takes the rest, and then you don't have a lighthouse, you have driftwood. The chat was already full of it. My lighthouse took a tsunami and lost 30% of its energy mine, lost 50% in one hit. White 2-star. Upgrading right now. Why isn't there a tsunami here? Same. Nothing here. If it storms all day, then none of us are getting out of this, and at 8 o'clock exactly, the grace period ended, and the system put up the new rules for everybody at once. Congratulations to all survivors for surviving the 3-day beginner period. The real challenge awaits. The restriction preventing sea monsters from attacking lighthouse guardians has been lifted. Permanent good weather is cancelled. From now on, the weather will be unpredictable every day. Sea exploration is now unlocked. Lighthouse guardians can use the port to sail. Maritime merchants unbanned. From now on, maritime merchants will visit your islands. Pirates unbanned. From now on, all Lighthouse Guardians islands will attract pirate invasions. Higher level chests added, including silver, gold, and other special chests. Island blocking removal countdown, 30 days. Note that after the island blocking is removed, all Lighthouse Guardians islands will be truly exposed to the Sea of Mist. This concludes the current content. It will be updated again in 30 days. And then, in a smaller line, almost apologetically, today's weather disaster has been detected to be too powerful. Since all Lighthouse Guardians are not yet prepared, the system has reduced the tsunami's power by 80%. 80%. The thing that took 80% of my lighthouse in one hit was operating at 1/5. But that's not the line I read 4 times. The line I read 4 times was the word unbanned, not added, not introduced, unbanned. As in, the merchants were always there, the pirates were always there. The system had a hand over my island for 3 days and then took it away. And 30 days. In 30 days, the blocking comes off and every island in the world is exposed to whatever actually lives out there. I sat down in a chair and looked at my fire. Pirates are the most dangerous thing on that list, I told the empty room. Then sea monsters. And we need to be careful the monsters don't get to us first. Then the omen came again, and this time it came twice. Omen, you sense a massive energy fluctuation in the air. 3 consecutive tsunamis will strike in 12 minutes. Omen, you sense a sunken ship caught in the 3rd wave of the tsunami. Perhaps you can do something about it. I read that second one about 6 times. Mystic Perception was supposed to be a passive support ability, a weather radar. And it had just told me there was a specific object inside the 3rd wave and suggested, with what I can only call editorial confidence, that I might want to get involved. 11 minutes later, I was gripping the control panel with both hands. It's bolted down. That's why. 1st wave, the whole island jumped, energy 100 to 60. 2nd wave, less than 10 seconds later, 60 to 40. Weaker? Is the 3rd one weaker too? And then nothing happened for 15 seconds, and I stopped breathing, because you don't get a gap in a set. A gap means the thing arriving is arriving differently. I hit upgrade, white 4 to white 5, full charge, 30 seconds before I needed it. Then it came. The 3rd wave was bigger than the 1st. It hit my lighthouse, and the energy bar didn't drop. It fell 100 to under 50 in a second, and kept going, and the panel started flashing red at 10%, and I stood there with my hands white on the control panel watching my life bar bleed out in real time. 90%. 1 wave. I upgraded again, white 5 to 6, refilled, and then ran upstairs, because I had worked something out. No wave does 90%. Not at 80% reduction, that wasn't only water. I came out onto the top of my lighthouse and there was a shipwreck lodged against it. An entire ship, riding a wall of water, had come across 100 kilometers of ocean and hit my building and stuck there, and that's what the extra damage was. I knew it. And then, because I am who I am, deep sea chests come from the deep sea or from shipwrecks. I jumped off the 2nd floor into it. It was a disaster inside. Everything not nailed down had been rearranged twice by the ocean, but I had maybe 50 minutes before the next wave, and I searched that hulk like a man being paid by the second. 4 boxes of lighthouse coins. I smashed 4 rusted locks and stood there looking at more gold than I had ever seen in one place. 29,753 in the first. 27,971. 31,297, 28,987, 118,000 coins, on top of the 13,000 I already had. I want to put that in perspective. In that entire region, on that morning, nobody had money, not a coin. Trade was wood and stone and favors, and a wave dropped a bank on my house. Then a golden chest in the hold, sitting under a beam, and on the deck, thrashing in a puddle, a fish, 1/2 meter, blue all over and glowing. Deep sea cold fish, blue 3 stars. Effect, increases ice type extraordinary attribute by 1 to 3 points after consumption. Exceptional assessment. Deep sea cold fish melts when heated, so the best way to eat it is as sashimi. The effect is even better with lemon. The overappraisal was telling me how to prepare dinner. I want to stress that. I took it, went back through my own window, and got out 4 minutes before the next wave lifted the wreck off my lighthouse and took it away. I ate half that fish raw, in a shed, in a hurricane, having never eaten raw fish in my life, and it was excellent, and I got 2 points of ice. Then, I opened the golden chest. The confused golden treasure chest. Rating, purple, 4 stars. Effect, confused. The number of items in the chest is reduced by 1, but will not be less than 1. Comment, clearly, it was dumbfounded. After all, it arrived riding the waves. Prefixes can be negative. I want you to understand that up until this moment I had believed in my heart that a prefix was always good news, and here was a purple 4-star gold chest with a word bolted onto the front that meant, this box has been concussed and forgot part of your prize. Not only are you dumbfounded, I'm dumbfounded too. It still gave me 2 things. A random defense construction blueprint, purple 5 stars, which gave me an extraordinary energy cannon. The kind of thing they mount on the walls of coastal cities to shoot at sea monsters. 1 shot, enormous power, enormous energy cost, and a golden fruit, purple 1 star. Effect. After use, you can freely choose to increase your existing extraordinary attributes by 20 points. Review. The legendary golden fruit grows on the golden tree. Each one can cause bloodshed and chaos, an extraordinary fruit that countless transcendents dream of. And then the line that mattered more than the 20 points. The main point is that golden fruit has no drug resistance, which means that if you have an endless supply, theoretically you can increase your extraordinary attributes indefinitely. Every other stat food in this world stops working. Eat the same fish twice, nothing. Drink the same potion twice, nothing. Your body learns. Not this. This one never stops working, and the golden tree flowers once every 100 years and produces fewer than 20 fruit. I bit into it, half expecting to break a tooth on what looked like solid metal. It went easily. Golden flesh, no flavor to speak of, no pit. Smash, that's disappointing. 20 free points, 15 into Mystic, because Mystic is what my destiny runs on, and because I had a purple ability sitting on a shelf laughing at me, 1 into Constitution, 4 in the bank, and that afternoon, in the middle of a thunderstorm, I went out beachcombing. I want to explain why, because it sounds insane, and it was, slightly. The tsunami had emptied the seabed onto my shore. Everything the ocean had been keeping was now lying on my sand, and nobody else in the world was outside, because nobody else in the world had a countdown clock telling them exactly when the next wave was coming. Omen. A tsunami will strike in 180 minutes, 3 hours. That is a golden opportunity. I checked the wind direction through a crack before I opened the door, because a man in the chat had opened his window into the wind and flooded his own house, and I was not going to be that man, and I went out into a downpour hard enough to hurt. I searched for 2 hours and 40 minutes and came back with 2 black iron chests, 3 bronze, 1 wooden, and something I could not identify. Deep sea nurturing shell. Rating, purple, 7 stars. Effects, nurturing, protection, aura shielding, excellent growth. Review, this shell was specially crafted by the deep sea merfolk clan for juvenile merfolk. Living within it not only protects the young but greatly enhances their potential. A crib. The tsunami had gone down into the deep sea, into the territory of a species that does not lose things, and it had stolen a nursery. It was 2 meters across, sealed shut, and I could not put it in my backpack or in storage. It refused, and I worked out later exactly what that means. Things with life in them don't go in boxes. I did not know that at the time. I put it in a corner of my shed and forgot about it for 2 weeks. I also found a special chest in my coral that day. Yellow 7 stars, stone, not wood, and the name on it was Ruins Treasure Chest, and the review said it usually only appears in ruins, but this one was brought ashore by a tsunami. Yellow 7. I laughed out loud underwater and swallowed about a liter of the ocean and had to stop being pleased for a minute. I opened them all that night, sitting naked in front of my fireplace because both pieces of my armor were soaked and drying on a rack, which is a detail I mention only because of what happened next. The black iron chests gave me a bucket, 10 iron blocks, and a cute tiger outfit. A girl's fleecy animal pajama set, white 3 stars, extremely warm, and about 4 sizes too small for me. The bronze chests gave me a bronze dumbbell, blue 1 star. Effect, weight adjustment from 10 kilograms to 1,000. Comment, when I can lift 1,000 kilograms, my fist will be bigger than a clay pot. An adjustable measuring stick for my own body. I spent 20 minutes on that thing like a lunatic. 70 kilos, easy. 100, fine. Could hold it for an hour. 150, no. 110. About right, that's the ceiling. 2 points of constitution, and I could military press 110 kilos. Before all this, I could do maybe 25. Then the last bronze chest gave me the thing that defined my silhouette for the rest of this story. Violent rabbit ears. Rating, blue, 9 stars. Effect, extraordinary strength, +3. Violent strike. Review, forged from the ears of the violent rabbit leader. It's said the extraordinary blacksmith who made it has since joined the Hunky Men's Club. They were pink, bright pink, fluffy, rabbit ears. Blue 9 stars is the top of the blue band. 3 points of strength was, at that moment, more raw power than everything else I owned put together. I looked at those ears for 3 full seconds. Then I put them on. I'm the only person on this island. There is nobody here. And if anyone ever sees the attribute line, they'll be trying to take them off my corpse, not laughing. Then the ears twitched. Holy crap. They moved. They were attached. I could control them. I stood in a shed at night, wearing nothing but black scale pants and a pair of pink rabbit ears, making them swivel back and forth and enjoying it enormously. Sure enough, even the toughest guys have a pink heart. Then I picked up the dumbbell again. 200 kilos, nothing. 300, nothing. 400, easy. At 410 kilos, it finally started to feel like weight. 3 points of strength gave me 600 jin. That's 1 point is an entire adult man's worth of strength. which meant somebody who'd gone the strength route from the start would be pulling 2,000 jin by now, and it meant that the 3 physical stats, constitution, strength, agility, were the cheat in the early game, and everybody chasing fireballs had it backwards. I made a note. Then I opened the ruins chest. 3 items came out of the ruins chest, and all 3 of them were purple. A yellow 7-star chest, on the 4th day, produced 3 purple items that were obviously a matched set, and at the time that struck me as impossible. It wasn't. I found out later that ruins chests aren't rated by what's inside. A ruin is a place that existed once, that had things in it, and whether you get a rusted nail or somebody's life's work depends entirely on which corner of it nobody had searched. The first item was a doll. That's what I thought, for about 2 seconds. A doll in my backpack, absurdly lifelike. Gloria Experimental Unit 1. Category, Relics. Rating, Purple, 3 stars. Effect, recognizes a master. Engages in battle. Evaluation. The Gloria prototype is a product of a super empire created using extinct technology. It is an unfinished product. Once bound to a master, it will fight for its master for life. To acknowledge a master, use either a blood oath or a soul oath. Note, the Gloria prototype is an incomplete product. Further improvements will significantly enhance its rating. I took it out and it hit my floor like a body because it weighed over 1,000 pounds. It was a girl. About 1.68 meters, short white hair, a face that was not a doll's face, dressed in something skin-tight that read as technology in a way nothing else on this island did. I pinched her cheek, which I'm not proud of, and it gave like skin. It's not a doll, it's a extinct technology, super empire. 2 words I had never heard in this world before, both in the same paragraph. On day 4, I bit my thumb and pressed a drop of blood to her forehead because I had no idea how to do a soul oath and blood had worked on the pearl. The blood went in and her skin changed color. She had been dead white. She went, not much, just enough. Enough that you'd say a living person was lying there instead of an object. Then she opened her eyes. They wandered for a moment, unfocused, the way eyes do when someone surfaces from a very deep sleep. Then they found me, and locked, and she sat up and went to one knee, one hand behind her back and one across her chest, and said in a clear, cold voice, "Gloria, I will fight for you, master." I stood there in a shed on a rock in a thunderstorm being knelt to by a 1,000-pound girl. "Get up," I said. "Yes." She stood. "Gloria, what's your main function?" "Reporting to master. Gloria is a fighter type, designed for combat. Therefore, my primary purpose is combat." "Right. How strong are you?" She paused. Then she looked at me and blinked and said, in the flattest voice imaginable, "Master. If we use you as the unit, Gloria could take on 100 of you. I would like it noted that at that point I was a transcendent who had killed an 8-meter eel." "I see." The second item was her bed. An energy replenishment tank, purple 3 stars, which refills her and can also optimize and upgrade her, but only with the right blueprint. And the third item was the blueprint. Forbidden experiment, Mecha blueprints. Category, disposable drawings. Rating, Purple, 1 star. Review. These are the exclusive blueprints for the Gloria First Experimental Machine, a forbidden experimental design. The technology is mature and its sophistication is immeasurable. The rating is based on the blueprints themselves. The rating of the paper. The rating of the paper. The paper was purple 1 star. What was written on it did not have a rating because there was no rating that fit. I read the materials list, 16 items. Every one of them impossible, and beside most of them, a second entry marked as an inferior substitute, because whoever wrote this had known perfectly well that nobody would ever assemble the good version and had thoughtfully provided a worse one. Except for one, which had no substitute at all. I closed it and put it away and did not think about it seriously for another 10 days. Now, the things I did not know about Gloria on day 4, which I'm going to tell you now because otherwise the next 2 weeks make no sense. She could not say certain words. I found this out that same evening, asking about her training. "Master, the combat techniques are the highest level of combat in the Empire. Master. Gloria seems unable to explain it. What's going on? Master, I always forget things when I hear keywords. You remember now? Master, my combat skills are the best in the Empire." And she stopped again, and made a face, and puffed her cheeks out. "Ugh, I can't say a word when I open my mouth. This feeling is so uncomfortable." She could use them. She simply could not name them. Somebody had gone into her and locked the vocabulary and left the function. She had almost no memory. Her father made her. Her father sealed her. I was the second face she had ever seen. And when I asked why she had limits at all, she said, "Gloria vaguely remembers that it was a restriction imposed by her father." Something like, he didn't want Gloria to completely become a machine. He wanted Gloria to have her own personality. I sat with that for a while, and I put the pieces where they wanted to go. A man in an empire builds an artificial human. He names her after his daughter. He records the empire's crown jewels inside her, probably without permission, because that's the only reason you'd hide it in a person. He puts limiters on her, not to weaken her, but so that whatever came out the other end would be somebody rather than something. And then he sealed her, and then the empire fell, and then a tsunami put her in a box on my beach. Also, she had a cowlick. One strand of white hair standing straight up out of the top of her head, and I want to be clear that it was not hair. It moved on its own. It became a question mark when she was confused. It stood up sharp when she was pleased with herself. And the first evening I met her, when I was drying my clothes by the fire in a state of undress, and she decided that if her master had no clothes, it would be disrespectful for her to have any either, that cowlick went straight up like an antenna, she announced. Detected that master has lewd thoughts, insufficient affection level, and knocked me unconscious with the edge of her hand. I woke up 42 minutes later on my own bed, tucked in, with her sitting beside it fully dressed, watching to make sure I was all right. Your father designed that? Yes. Daddy said Gloria was created by Daddy's daughter and is a unique machine, but Gloria doesn't have Daddy's memories. I want to note that at the time I heard created by Daddy's daughter as a translation error. It was not a translation error. It was the most important sentence anybody said to me in 18 days, and I heard it as a typo. The next morning I gave her the tiger pajamas. She looked at them like I'd handed her a crown. She was wearing a combat suit that fit her like a second skin, functional, unbreakable, and entirely without pockets or comfort, and here was a fleecy set with a tail on it, and her eyes lit up. You'll wear those instead of the suit when we're not fighting. Yes, master. And then I asked her to train me. Training? Master, I don't know how. I know how to fight. But training? I don't understand. It's simple. You come to the beach with me, and you fight me. Master, if I punch you, you'll be lying flat on the floor. Couldn't you control the force a little? Yes, master. So we went to the beach, and I took out my heavy iron spear, and I used my self-invented left-right thrusting technique, which I had invented approximately 2 days earlier by thrusting a spear at a tree. She dodged it and thought about it and gave me a gentle push. I made a crater. For the next 2 hours, I made a great many craters. Every single one of them was me-shaped. She was scrupulously careful, held herself down to about my level, corrected my footwork by knocking me over in the direction my footwork was wrong in, and at the end of it I lay on my back in the sand, looking at the sky. Gloria, I'm tired. I have no strength left. Master, shall we continue tomorrow? We continued tomorrow. We continued every day. It cost me a bottle of healing pills a week, and it is the single reason I survived what came later. That afternoon I also sold some sashimi, and that's where the other story starts. I had half a deep-sea cold fish left. It still gave 1 to 2 points of ice, which meant it was worth real money to the right person. I opened the character list, and there she was, second from the top, right under my name. Zhao Mei. I opened a private message. Li Wei. Zhao Mei, do you want some fish? Image attached. I want to tell you why her, and not the man in third place. It wasn't that she was ranked first. It was that she'd written the autopsy guide. She'd sat down on night 1 and cut a fishman apart and published every weak point for free to 100,000 people, and I had personally used that guide to survive, and so had most of the region. Whether she knew it or not, that woman had saved my life. That's what I was thinking when I sent it. On the other end of that message, and I only learned all of this much later, a girl was sitting by a fire and saw a notification pop up with my name on it, and her face lit up. And she said, out loud, to nobody, could it be that the idiot has remembered? And she opened it fast and read it, and her face went cold. Damn it, she said through her teeth. When will he ever remember me? She looked at the picture. Food that increases extraordinary attributes. She made a small, unimpressed noise. At least you still have some conscience, knowing to make a deal with me first. Then my second message arrived. Li Wei. I need something of the same quality in exchange. Do you want it? If not, I'll ask the third place guy. And Zhao Mei, first in the region, the woman who dissected a fishman on night 1, opened the trade window and uploaded a blueprint for half a fish, and hit confirm. Then she went to her bed and beat the blankets. You stinky bastard. Haven't you remembered me yet? Have you forgotten your big sister head so quickly? The blanket, which had done nothing to anyone. Sure, it's only been 5 years. 5 years and you've already forgotten. That's some memory. 3 days. I'll give you 3 more days. And if you still haven't remembered, she pointed at the bed. I'll make you remember the fear of being dominated by me. The bed, which had also done nothing to anyone. And over on my side of the ocean, I looked at the trade window and laughed. I didn't expect her to be that generous. Trading a blueprint for it? That's a bit silly. Just like Big Sister Head Zhao. And then I stopped, and I looked at the fire for a second, and I said, Speaking of which, I wonder which area that big sister head ended up in. I hope she's still alive. I want you to sit with that. I sent a message to the strongest person in my region. I explicitly thought about the fact that she had saved my life because she'd published a guide. I got overpaid by a factor of about 50. I noticed she was being generous, and her generosity reminded me of a woman I used to know 5 years ago, who I called Big Sister Head, who saved my life once, and who I hoped was still breathing somewhere in this enormous ocean. And then I closed the window. I'm not going to pretend that's clever. That's the single stupidest thing I did in 18 days, and I did it while congratulating myself on being thoughtful. 200 meters of water away, or 2,000 kilometers, I still don't know. A girl waited for a reply that did not come, and then put her head down on her arms. The head count that afternoon was 84,739. It had been 100,000 5 days earlier. 15,000 people. In my region. Not a war. Not an invasion. Just the weather and the dark and the fact that some of them woke up on mudflats. The tsunamis were the worst of it. Everybody's lighthouse held the same amount of energy and everybody's island was tiny, so the wave hit all of them at once with nothing to break on, except mine, because my island was bigger. So that day I did the only genuinely good thing I'd done since I arrived, and I want to be honest and say I don't fully know why I did it. I had over 100,000 pieces of wood and stone from selling toilet paper. I kept 50,000 and I put everything else in the trade system at 0. Leeway. You guys are so damn kind. I've put the wood and stones up over 10,000 of each, all on loan. Remember to pay me back after you get through today. There are too many people, so don't borrow things you don't urgently need. And here's what happened. Half of it went. Half. 80,000 people looked at a free pile of the exact thing keeping them alive and took what they needed and left the rest for the next person. Holy crap. The big boss has appeared. Holy crap. He came with supplies. Holy crap. Is this guy a firefighter? Holy crap, forgive my lack of culture. All I can say is holy crap. Holy crap. Boss, you saved my life. My lighthouse nearly went down. Thank God the loan came in time. Upstairs, this isn't a loan, it's a lending, and it's interest-free. Loans have interest. Even loans have interest. I borrowed 1,000 from my best friend and she wants 1,100 back. How are you? I closed the chat because I couldn't read it anymore. The people in my area are damnably kind, I said to the fire. Ugh, your gentleness is making me cry. And then quietly, so nobody heard. Next time, I'll sell the paper cheaper. 9 wood. They paid me back, by the way. All of it, within 2 days, plus about a third extra that nobody had asked for and nobody would take back. On day 5, the omen told me 8 hours in advance that a maritime merchant was coming. That's the ability upgrading itself in front of me, by the way. Day 4, it told me about weather. Day 5, it started telling me about people. So at 4 in the afternoon, I was standing on my port with 4 chests of gold coins floating behind me on a pair of invisible hands. I should explain the hands because they'd arrived that morning and they changed my life more than anything else in the first week. Invisible hand. Blue 9 stars. Condenses a semi-transparent hand you can control until your energy runs out. Evaluation, formed by condensing extraordinary mental attributes. The higher your mental power, the stronger the hand. It is said the person who invented this ability was an extraordinary librarian who could unleash hundreds at once to organize books. A librarian. Somebody invented telekinesis for shelving. 10 points of mental buys you 1 hand. I had 15, so I had 2. Each one was 2 meters tall, could lift 1,000 kilos, punch with 2,000 jin of force, and critically, could exist indefinitely as long as I fed it. It also turned out to be nearly invisible underwater, which made me the most successful fisherman in the region overnight. Anyway, 4 boxes of coins, floating. The ship that came out of the mist was about the size of mine, and the person who walked down off it had long pointed ears. An elf? Lord Li Wei of the island, hello. My name is Lyra, and as you can see, I am a maritime merchant. I want to be honest about my first response, because it was not dignified. Wait, what did you say your name was? Lyra. Is there a problem? Can I ask you something? She blinked. Okay, but I can't answer personal questions. Lyra, can you beat a goblin? She went completely still. Although I don't know why Island Lord Li Wei would ask such a strange question, it's really not a big deal. I can answer that. I could kill a goblin easily. Even the Goblin King wouldn't be a match for me. Right, and do you buy Q coins? She crossed her arms into an X immediately. I only accept Lighthouse coins. I don't accept any other currency. Okay, it's fine. You're not the Lyra I know. Not the Lyra you know? Is there another elf named Lyra? There is, actually. She scammed 1,000,000 heroes and caused them a great deal of trouble. Lyra's eyes went round. She fooled 1,000,000 brave warriors? Really? What did she fool them out of? Just some coins. Most of them volunteered. and I watched an elf develop genuine, sincere, professional admiration for a video game NPC she had never met. Wow, she said. She must be a veteran of the path to wealth. Lyra was on the path of wealth. She had started on the merchant path and switched because she didn't like where the merchant path went. When I asked what was wrong with the merchant path, she got vague, which I have thought about a lot since. She sold thousands of things, and she was the first person from this world I ever properly talked to, and she gave me, for free, more information than the system had given me in 5 days. Here's what she told me. First, the regions aren't numbers, they're sorts. When you new Lighthouse Guardians are deployed, you're divided into zones. Not numbered zones, good zones, bad zones, and normal zones. There's discrimination? There is indeed some discrimination. Don't interrupt. Yours is the good district, and most of the people in a good district are kind people. The area will also have relatively abundant and varied resources. And a bad district? The complete opposite. Vicious people, swindlers, in short, not good people. So the environment in an evil zone is very poor. But correspondingly, the chance of obtaining extraordinary resources in an evil zone is much higher than in a good zone. The danger is also much higher. I stood on my own dock and understood, all at once, why my region had left half a free pile of wood behind for their neighbors. It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't luck. Somebody sorted 100,000 people by whether they were decent and put them in the same postcode and then handed them a crisis, and somewhere else there is a region of 100,000 where they didn't do that. Also, Lyra said, the division has a time limit. When it's over, you'll be facing all the forces of the entire Sea of Mist. They won't easily allow new forces to emerge, but the Sea of Mist is vast, and the mist obstructs their view. It's uncertain whether they'll even be able to find you. 30 days, or fewer now. That number kept getting more specific and less comfortable. Second, what a Lighthouse Guardian actually is. To put it simply, you are exactly what the name says. You must protect your lighthouse at all times. Never let it go out. That's it? I don't know much about this either. I'm just a pitiful maritime merchant. She paused, and I watched her decide whether to say the next part. Well, anyway, there are 2 things you need to pay attention to. One is the mist of the Sea of Mist itself, and the other is a sign. The seawater will turn red or black. And then what? Then the Sea of Mist becomes extremely dangerous. So dangerous that all the sea creatures flee to land. I did not know what that meant yet. I wrote it down word for word. Third, and this she gave me as she was already walking back up her gangplank, half over her shoulder, like an afterthought. Oh, right. Those beings in the mist aren't necessarily unable to leave the mist. They just don't like it. Remember that. And they don't like candlelight. So as long as your lighthouse stays lit, you're generally safe. A beat. Of course, there's a chance one just blunders into you. The blood eye had blundered into me on night 1. It had stood at my door and nearly walked me out of my own house, and it had done that for no reason at all, because it was passing. We did business in between all of that. The prices are the thing I want you to hear. Island Heart. The item that advances an island a full rank. Market price 50,000 coins. At auction, bidding opens at 100,000. I bought 5. I got them for 25,000 each because of the discount wheel. Newcomers in a good district get a spin. 10, 30, 50, 70, 80, or 90% off. And I spun a 50, and Lyra nearly went down on the deck. 50% off? Wah! This is terrible. Lyra is going to lose a fortune. She had been standing there 2 minutes earlier, blowing at the wheel with her cheeks puffed out, trying to move it by force of will. You do know that doesn't do anything. Island route. The other thing I bought, and the more important one. An island route points you at an island that nobody else can reach. Not an undiscovered island, an island that literally does not exist for anyone but the person holding the route. Green 1 star costs 1,000 coins, plus 1,000 per star. Blue costs 20,000 for 1 star. Why so expensive? Because the island route points to an independent island, which means no one but the user can find it. And there's the Island Heart and the Lighthouse Fire Core. You can find them on any of the islands. So wouldn't you say they're valuable? The Lighthouse Fire Core, that was the item my lighthouse needed to go past white, and Lyra didn't have one. No, that thing is even rarer than the Island Heart. I bought both her routes, and when the coins ran out, I paid the rest in energy stones. And this is the number I want you to remember, because it explains the entire economy of that world. An energy stone trades for 1,000 coins from a maritime merchant, because merchants are capped by the system. On the outer continent, 1 energy stone is worth 10,000. I was sitting on hundreds of them. I also bought every field she had, 10 white 9-star farmlands with 9 planting slots each, 5 green, 1 blue, plus every vegetable seed and fruit tree seed on her ship, which she'd been carrying for ages because nobody wanted them, and then I paid 10,000 coins for a lesson. Fertilizer? No, I'm an elf. I can just use my wood-type superpower to catalyze it. The problem is, I don't know how. It's okay, I can teach you. 10,000 coins. Deal. She blinked. She had expected me to haggle. And then she saw me pull out 10 energy stones to pay for it, and her whole face changed, and I could see her doing the arithmetic and realizing she had accidentally made the trade of her year. Catalysis is a wood attribute trick. You put green light into a seedling, and it grows. Not to ripe, the note is important. It grows to a mature fruiting plant, and if you try to force the fruit itself, you kill it with overnutrition. She demonstrated on my one strawberry sprout. In about 15 seconds, it went from a shoot to a full plant carrying roughly 100 cream strawberries. Then she ate about 9 of them while explaining the theory. 90-day growth cycle normally, she said with her mouth full. Farmland cuts 30, fertilizer cuts 10. She'd wiped out a third of a season's food in a quarter of a minute, and she was eating it as a lecture visual aid, and I liked her enormously. That night, I got a chest with a coin in it. Cursed gold coin. Category, cursed item. Rating, blue, 5 stars. Effect, ghost curse. Review. After midnight, ghosts will be constantly attracted by the curse contained in the coin. It is said there are 108 cursed gold coins in total. Some speculate that if all of them are collected, the collector will gain the ability to control ghosts. However, this is merely speculation, as no one has yet been able to withstand the curse brought by 10. And underneath it, on the coin itself, stamped small, 105. The instant it touched my hand. Omen. You sense a curse. A ghost will appear at 3 a.m. tonight. Damn it, I shouldn't have taken it out. Gloria came in with a wooden box, saw the coin in my hand, and said, in the way you'd identify a kitchen appliance, "Huh? Master, are these cursed gold coins? You know them?" "Yes." When Daddy was doing his experiments, he also obtained a cursed gold coin, the 58th. It was cursed every midnight. And what did he do with it? That would summon powerful ghosts, which Daddy would then imprison in an energy cage, using them as experimental subjects. I stopped moving. Experimental subjects. Yeah, experimental material. She said it exactly the way you'd say Tuesday. Daddy resurrected Gloria because he was researching ghosts. Yeah, at least that's how Daddy explained it to me. She went back to arranging things on the shelf. I stood in my own house with a cursed coin in my hand and did not say anything for a while because I did not have anything to say. Daddy resurrected Gloria, not built, not made, resurrected. And then told a girl who couldn't remember dying that he'd only done it because he was studying ghosts. I have thought about that man a great deal. I've thought about what it takes to look your daughter's corpse in the face and start building, and what it takes afterward to look the result in the eye and give her a reason that makes you sound cold so that she never has to carry the weight of being the reason for all of it. Anyway, the ghost came at 3. Gloria saw it first, through the window, a drifting semi-transparent shape crossing my beach. It doesn't look special at all, I said. It's not scary at all. Master. Ghosts will maintain their best appearance until they show killing intent. The horror you want might be revealed soon. Are you telling the truth? She nodded. So I appraised it before it could get around to it. Fishman King Ghost. Strength. Extraordinary. Talent. Demon transformation. Abilities. Intimidation. Materialization. Attributes. Mystic +1. Dark +10. Mental +10. Evaluation. The ghost of the nearby Fishman King, summoned by the cursed coins, has returned to the world. Be careful not to let the ghost see its enemy, or it will go berserk. Overappraisal. A ghost forcibly awakened by a cursed gold coin can be easily killed with just one tap. It was the king. From night 2. Dragged out of wherever Fishman Kings go by a coin I'd picked up out of a box. Oh, that's why you look familiar, I said through the glass. It's the Fishman King. Hey, I'm sorry. You were blown to bits, so I didn't recognize you at first. Then I put 2 invisible hands out the window and clapped it out of the air like a mosquito. The overappraisal had been accurate. 1 tap. There was something left on my hand afterward, a fine blue glowing dust. What's this? Master, this is soul powder. Some ghosts have a chance of forming it after they die. Soul powder. Blue 3 stars. Effects. Catalysis. Cultivation. Exceptional assessment. A large amount of soul powder can be used to cultivate soul fruits. Consuming these increases mental or dark-type extraordinary attributes. So there's a plant that grows out of ghosts. I put it in a jar. Then I yawned so hard my jaw clicked and went to bed. And Gloria carried a chair over to the bedside and sat down and watched me sleep, because she still would not use her own bed and would not tell me why for another 11 days. The next morning, the gift of fate gave me an island heart for the price of 1 random attribute point. It took the wood point. The one I'd eaten a grape for. Oh. So you ate the green grapes for nothing. I put the heart into the panel and my island went from white 9 to green 1 and grew from 12,000 square meters to 22,000. World system announcement. First to advance an island to green 1 star. Rewards to all Lighthouse Guardians in region 88,888,888. And then, less than 5 minutes later, world system announcement. Zhao Mei, 2nd. She bought hers on the open market. She'd been saving for it, and she'd been holding it, waiting, and the moment my announcement went up, she used it, because there was a first place reward and a second place reward, and she was not going to let both go. That bastard Li Wei, she said in her own shed, upgrading her island through her teeth. How dare he overtake me? Impossible. The #1 spot is mine. And then the whole region got paid twice in 10 minutes because 2 people were competing, and the chat channel filled with people arguing about whether they should pay us back. They decided they should. I found out an hour later when my mailbox turned red. System, Guo Tao has gifted you 3 energy stones. System, Hao Chang has gifted you 2 energy stones. System, Boss Guo has gifted you 2 energy stones. System, 249,472 energy stones. 84,000 people, 2 or 3 stones each. From people who had just learned that energy is the hardest currency in this world, given away to 2 strangers because we'd accidentally made them rich. Zhao Mei got the same. I know because we both opened the chat at the same second and posted the same confused screenshot, and the region enjoyed that enormously. Li Wei, the image contains a bunch of notifications. Can anyone tell me what this is about? Zhao Mei, image. Same question. Aha, a wild pro. I got the 2nd floor, both big shots at once. Rare. Screenshotted. Hey, big boss, this is all of our heartfelt wishes. You brought us the energy stone chests. Getting them for free makes me happy, and giving you 2 or 3 makes me happier. +1 +1 +1 +. No, I'm breaking the formation. Awesome, boss. 2 big shots, don't feel embarrassed. There are a lot of us gathered, but split between us all it's only 3 or 4 each. Since that's the case, I typed, I'll accept. And from now on, toilet paper is 10% off. Boss, we don't need this piece of wood. I sat on my bed and laughed until I had to stop. Then I went to sea for the first time. The ship had arrived 2 days earlier out of a chest with the prefix ship, which guarantees a vessel, a light water rail speedboat, blue 6 stars 10 meters long, and the system teleported it to my dock before I'd finished reading the description. When I pressed start, the black screen lit up and said, Captain, hello, I am Ship Spirit from the Lightwater Rail Ferry. It is an honor to serve you. Every ship gets a spirit when it's built. That's not decoration. A ship without one cannot navigate the sea of mist at all, because the spirit is what remembers the port. Without it, you're relying on a compass and a prayer, and this is a sea where the fog doesn't lift. I asked her whether the mist was everywhere. Captain, no one knows the original name of the Sea of Mist. Perhaps it wasn't called that before, and it's only called that because of the mist that fills it. This mist can only be removed through special means. And what lives in it? I'm sorry, Captain. Because I'm newly born, I have no knowledge of that. Newly born. She'd existed for about 4 minutes. I named her Ling Air. I'd like to tell you there was a beautiful reason. There is not. It's what my phone was called. She was extremely happy about it. Ship spirits are, and I want to be clear about this because it becomes sad later, deeply and simply desperate to be used. A ship that gets abandoned loses its spirit. It fades out over time, and the ship becomes an ordinary ship. So every time I said, Ling Air, we're going out, she made a noise like a dog hearing a leash. The first voyage was 37 kilometers, 10 minutes at full speed, and the 10 worst minutes of my week. Inside the mist you cannot see, you can hear. Things move out there. Big things, close, and they make sounds that don't come from any mouth shape you can imagine. And you sit in a cabin with a spear across your knees, knowing that the only thing between you and it is a lantern and the fact that it isn't hungry right now. Gloria and I did not say one word the whole way. Then we came out the other side into sunlight, and there was an island. The system stopped me at the waterline with the rules for first landfall. The island indicated by an island route is inaccessible to any other lighthouse guardian. There will be no second guardian here. There are many chests, and chests with the island prefix are more likely to appear. Most are guarded. There is a chance that a lighthouse, ruins, or a dungeon will appear. The island will sink in 30 days. Please pay attention to your schedule. 30 days and it goes under. Everything on it, gone. I could see a lighthouse from the beach, 5 stories of it, in the middle of the island, and around the base of it were 100 and something goblins. Actual goblins. Small, green, and by the look of it recently in a war because a lot of them had fresh wounds. Island goblin. Strength, average. Talent, none. Abilities, timid, sticks together. Review, one of the lowest level monsters. Goblin itself is very timid, but strangely, when their number reaches 10 or more, they become very bold. When more than half die, they scatter in all directions. If it weren't for their extremely fast reproduction rate, they'd have gone extinct long ago. That's the entire ability list. Timid and sticks together. Whoever wrote that entry was not trying to be funny, and it is the funniest thing in the manual. Gloria, let's begin. Finish quickly, then we explore the lighthouse. And I used the invisible fist for the first time. Here's the trick, and I'm quite proud of it. You anchor 2 invisible hands 1 meter in front of your own hands and lock them there. Then you punch normally. The advantage isn't the reach, it's that anyone watching thinks your hands are the danger, so if they pin your arms, they think they've won, and the actual weapons are a meter in front of you and controlled by your mind. Also, it looks incredible. Have you ever seen a hand fall from the sky? I asked a goblin. The goblin said it hadn't heard of that and kept charging. Muda! Muda, muda, muda! I'd like to say something dignified happened. What happened is, I stood in a field yelling nonsense while 2 floating fists flattened small green people at about 1 per second. Gloria went through the crowd from the other side, putting 1 spear through 1 skull per second, a minute and a half, more than half of them down, and the rest scattered exactly as advertised. The lighthouse was 5 stories, 500 square meters on the ground floor alone, 5 separate rooms, and the door was unlocked, and 100 goblins had been camping in the mud outside it rather than go in. I sent a bronze lantern in ahead of me on an invisible hand before I set foot inside, because when the monsters won't go in the house, you don't go in the house first either. Nothing. It was just empty. We searched it floor by floor. Most of what was in there was broken. There were storage cabinets described as broken space cabinets, white 9 stars, effect, chaotic space, and the note said most of the items inside have disappeared into gaps in the space, and perhaps you could choose to completely destroy the cabinet. So I destroyed them, all of them, with a fist. Out came a silver treasure chest monster crystal core, yellow 9 stars. 2 extraordinary attribute extraction scrolls, which pull 3 or 5 points of an attribute you don't want out of yourself and crystallize it, with a 3-day shelf life, and, oddly, no way to store them. A power amplification crystal I couldn't learn. And a damaged thunder hammer, yellow 6 stars, which had been at least purple before spatial turbulence chewed on it, and which the description said would explode if you swung it hard, creating spatial turbulence and lightning damage. I put that in my bag very carefully and left it there for 2 weeks. And on the top floor, in the brazier, under a layer of burnt coal, was a small dark object with a faint glow in it. Lighthouse Fire Core. Rating, black, 9 stars. Effect, upgrades the lighthouse. Evaluation. Lighthouse Fire Core is a special item formed from the energy remaining in the lighthouse after the candle has burned out. I sat back on my heels, because that means it can't be made. A fire core exists in exactly one situation. A lighthouse ran out. The flame went out and whatever was left behind congealed. Every single fire core in this world is a headstone. Somebody lived here. Somebody upgraded this building 5 times, which is more than I had. And then one night, the energy ran to 0. We went up onto the roof afterward to look at the island, and Gloria pointed. There were mist pockets on that island, scattered, sitting in the low places like water. And at the edge of one of them, a dozen goblins who'd run from us were milling around. While we watched, they were pulled in, not attacked, pulled, one at a time, from inside the fog, without a sound, and there was nothing to see because the fog is what it is. There are more powerful things in the mist, I said. We can't approach it until we know what's in there. And then I found out I could approach it because I'd bought the right lamp. Bronze lantern, blue 6 stars. Effect, can freely dispel mist within a range of 6 to 60 meters and reveal cloaked units. Note, the lantern's flame requires special oil. I lit it at maximum next to the smallest mist pocket, and 60 meters of fog was shoved away from me instantly. Not dissolved, shoved. It relocates. I checked, and it comes back the moment you leave, and standing in the hole where the mist had been, blinking, Mist Fishman, Strength, Extraordinary, Abilities, Mist Walk, Corrosive Claw Strike, Attributes, Darkness +11, Evaluation, having lived in the mist for many years, the fishmen have been assimilated by it and are among the lowest ranking beings in the mist. Overappraisal, so this is a merman. Assimilated, it had been a fishman, ordinary one, like the 38 I killed on my beach. It had gone into the fog, and the fog had converted it, and now it had a dark attribute and claws that dissolve things, and it was the lowest rank of what lives in there. So that's what the fog does. It doesn't kill you, it recruits you. I dug out 3 of those pockets that afternoon. One was empty, one had a fishman colony with a king still commanding them, and the king was standing in the mist, perfectly calm, while 100 meters away, goblins were being dragged into a different pocket and eaten. One had something with 6 eyes, squinty-eyed, multi-eyed beast, mental +17. Talent, Magic Eye. abilities, stare, gaze, evaluation. Normally they only open the two bottom eyes, but if they activate their abilities, the eyes above will open. Each one has slightly different abilities. Overappraisal. The eyes can be crafted into magic eyes, provided you know how. Gloria took its head off before it could open anything, and I put the head in a bag because eyes are a material. Then there was one mist pocket left, the big one on the east side, the one where the goblins had gone in. I turned toward it. Omen. You suddenly feel your eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This signifies impending disaster, perhaps related to the place you are about to travel to. Huh? I didn't have eyelid twitching, and then my left eyelid started twitching so hard I had to press it with my thumb. Also, shouldn't the left eye be the lucky one? Did you twitch the wrong one? I complained about it. I complained about it out loud, in a field, to a system that has never once answered a complaint. And then I turned around and walked back to the ship. I want to be clear that this is the single best decision I made in 18 days, and I made it by simply believing the notification. There was no bravery in it whatsoever. My ability said don't, so I didn't. Master, aren't we going over there? Let's not. Let's go home first. The twitching stopped about a kilometer out to sea. Here's what happened after I left, which I did not see, and which I only understood 2 weeks later when I found the same thing on another island. The last mist pocket rolled over the ground where the goblins had gone in, and the goblins came back out of it, twisted. Eyes gone black, mouths open, black fluid running out of them mixed with a little bright red, and unmistakably dead, and walking. One roared and started wandering. Then more of them came out, then all of them. There was nothing left alive on that island to hunt. They wandered anyway. I put the fire core into my lighthouse that evening, and my building went from white 9 stars to green 1, and grew for the first time, 100 square meters on the ground floor, 50 upstairs, and an actual tower on top. It looked for the first time like a lighthouse instead of a shed with ambitions. First in the world, again. The region got paid, again. And my personal reward that time included a thing I want you to remember for later. A random candlelight chest, which gave me a ghostly yellow candlelight, yellow 6 stars, that cleared mist for 2,000 meters. 2,000. Up from 600. And the same warning attached. This candle attracts certain special beings, such as ghosts. I shelved it. My island was still small enough that 600 meters covered it, and lighting a 2-kilometer beacon over a rock in a dark ocean felt like screaming. I also got a space warehouse effect, 100 slots that grow when you feed them, and a lighthouse conversion scroll, which let me build rooms inside my own lighthouse out of materials, which is how, over the following week, my shed acquired a kitchen, a bathroom, a forge, a tailor's workshop, an ice room, and an enchanting room. And my destiny stepped up. Because Mystic and Mental had both crossed 50. The Prophet, still 9th rank, but now with 2 abilities instead of 1. Mystic Veil, which means nothing can appraise me unless it has double my Mystic. I had spent 5 days reading everybody, and now nobody could read me, and the Fate Blessing went from 10 and 10 to 30 and 30. So the pattern was, every 50 points buys another ability, 3 per stage, which meant 100 points got me the 3rd, and 100 points was, at that moment, an enormous amount. That evening I sat down and started carving. I want to explain this properly because it turned into the defining ritual of the entire episode, and it started as a joke. I wanted a pair of Jiaobei divination blocks. You hold 2 crescent-shaped pieces of wood, you ask a question, you throw them, and how they land is the answer. 1 up, 1 down is yes. Both flat is the god laughing at you. Both up is a flat no. I wanted them because I had a golden treasure chest sitting on my floor, and I wanted to negotiate. So I got a branch and a dagger and started shaving. I split the first one wrong. Crack. Straight down the middle at an angle. Second one. Same. Third one. I was 2/3 of the way through and doing well, and then a world system announcement went off announcing that a man named Bailey Water in region 75,482,431 had advanced his island, and my hand jumped, and it split. By the 9th one, I had a pile of failed crescents at my feet, and I was speaking to them in a low voice. This is the last time. If it doesn't work, Gloria's doing it. It did not work. Gloria, come out here for a moment. She looked at the block I'd fixed in place with an invisible hand, considered it for a second, put gold-type energy on the edge of my dagger until a blade of light several centimeters long came out of it, and split it perfectly down the middle in one motion. Master, Gloria has fulfilled her mission. I sanded them smooth by hand, because a thing you didn't make yourself doesn't count for as much when you're asking a favor of a goddess. And then I found out I had a bigger problem, which is that a shrine needs a statue, and I cannot carve. So I asked the region, Li Wei, family, does anyone here know how to sculpt statues of gods? The chat forwarded it like a fire alarm. Holy crap, mom, I got the VIP seat, boss. Which deity? Quick, pass it on. Who knows how to carve God's family? Who can carve idols? Am I the only one curious which god the master worships? I bet god of wealth, I say the Dragon King. We're at sea, bullshit. At sea, it's Mazu. Are you from Fujian? Yes. And then a private message. Huang Hongcheng. Boss, what kind of deity do you want to sculpt? Li Wei. Sir, why are you calling me boss too? Huang Hongcheng. Isn't this keeping up with the trend? Hey, tell me what you want. I'm not bragging, but my family has been carving statues for 3 generations. 3 generations. Somewhere in a shed in region 88,888,888 was an old man whose grandfather carved gods. Li Wei. Sir, I'd like to commission a statue of Mazu. Huang Hongcheng. Mazu. I'm very familiar with that. From childhood to adulthood, Mazu is the statue I've sculpted the most, and then he told me why he couldn't. Wood would take him 10 days to 2 weeks because he had to beachcomb like everybody else. Clay he could do overnight, but clay cracks, and a cracked statue is disrespect. Porcelain would solve it, and he had no kiln, no fuel, and no clay. Li Wei. Grandpa Zhao, I have charcoal, smokeless. Would you like some? I sent him a dozen pieces. Huang Hongcheng. Wow, this charcoal is amazing. No smoke, and it burns far hotter than coal, but I'd have to build a kiln from scratch. I don't know how long that would take alone. Li Wei. Could a fireplace be modified into a kiln? I sent him a picture of mine. Huang Hongcheng. With a little modification, yes. But my room isn't big enough. Can this be built outside? I built a fireplace, waited 10 minutes, and mailed it to him. 2 minutes later, Huang Hongcheng. I didn't expect it to work. This makes things much simpler. And then we hit the wall. Huang Hongcheng. There's still a problem. Porcelain clay. I don't have any. Li Wei. What kind of clay is that? Huang Hongcheng. Clay specifically for making porcelain. Kaolin would do. Others would do. There isn't any. I sat there in a lighthouse holding a pair of divination blocks I couldn't use in front of a shrine I couldn't build, stopped by dirt. Li Wei. That's all for now, Grandpa Zhao. I'll ask you again when I find the right materials. Huang Hongcheng. Ha ha ha. What's this about asking? As long as I'm still around, Li Wei, come to me and I guarantee I'll do everything in my power to make you a Mazu. Li Wei. Don't worry, Grandpa Zhao. As long as you're careful and there are no disasters, our kind-hearted area should be able to survive. Huang Hongcheng. Hopefully. Okay, I need to make lunch. That fireplace is quite useful. It's just a pity it's built outside. Li Wei. What's the big deal? I'll give you another one. Huang Hongcheng. How can that be? Sell me one. Free, and I don't want it. Li Wei. Okay. Cost price, 20 stones. Huang Hongcheng. That won't do. How can you do business without making money? Let's make it 40. Even at double, I'm getting a great deal. And an 80-year-old man in a shed at the end of the world sent me 40 stones for a 20-stone fireplace and would not be argued with. I built him a second one and sent it, and I sat in my lighthouse and looked at my empty shrine, and I made a note. I'll come back to that. It takes 12 more days. The second island was twice the size of the first and had no mist on it at all, which should have been good news. What it had instead was a hole in the ground and a war going on around it. We tracked something to it. 7 or 8 meters of something, walking through the trees at a speed that suggested it had never once been in a hurry in its life. Sea Island half giant. Strength, extraordinary. Talents, might, resistant skin. Abilities, massive impact, thick skin and flesh, dulled pain sensation, tearing. Attributes, constitution plus 147, strength plus 124, earth plus 13. Evaluation, this is a 7 or 8 meter tall juvenile sea island half giant. It possesses the bloodline of a sea giant or island giant. Only transcendence in the late stage of the second phase of fate can kill one, so hunting half-giants is not a wise choice. Most importantly, half-giants are not worth defeating. Overappraisal, weaknesses, navel, armpits. Note that the eyes are not a weak point. 147 constitution. I had 6. And it was a child. It stopped walking, and I froze solid because I thought it had hurt us, and then it sneezed enormously, rubbed its nose, and carried on. We followed it to the cave, and then we sat on a ridge and watched the strangest fight I have ever seen. Underground giant lizards came out of that hole, hundreds of them. Poison plus 14, venomous fangs, spit, claws, and an appetite, and they went up that giant like a tide. The giant's whole strategy was grab, smash, stomp. Simple, effective. 1 or 2 dead lizards per swing. But there were too many, and they got onto it, and they started chewing, and their venom couldn't get through the hide, but it was corroding it slowly, and given enough time and enough venom, that animal was going to die. The giant knew that, which is why it did the thing. It fell over, deliberately. Flattened a large number of them on the way down, using them as landing padding, and then it rolled. 7 or 8 meters of half-giant rolling around a clearing full of lizards for 40 minutes. It was, in the technical sense, a tantrum. It was also completely decisive. When it was done, it sat there panting, then picked up a dozen of the more intact corpses and walked off with dinner. And then the next wave came out of the cave. They weren't reinforcements. They came out and started eating their own dead. I want to walk you through what I realized on that ridge, because it took me a minute and then it was horrible. The lizards breed faster than the island can feed them. There is nothing left alive on that island except them, the fishmen who run into the sea, and one half-giant they cannot beat. So they send a wave at the giant. The giant kills the wave, and then they eat the wave. They're not attacking, they're culling themselves and using an outside contractor to do the killing so they don't have to do it to each other. 2 birds. The corpses are the harvest. Tsk, tsk, I said. The leaders of these things are clever. Then I went down and killed all of them, because there was obviously a chest at the bottom of that hole. That was the first fight where I ran 4 invisible hands at once. 70 points of mental gets you 4, and the cap at my level was 7, and the lizards could not get past them at all. Gloria did the other half. It took about 30 minutes and no lizard reached either of us. At the bottom of the cave, past the ones guarding eggs, was a stone door with carvings on it that neither of us could read and that blocked my mind sense completely. 2 punches opened it. The passage behind it was full of traps, and I only survived them by accident. I sent an invisible hand ahead as a scout, and it triggered the pressure plates, and it did not trigger about half the rest, because those were heat triggered, and an invisible hand has no temperature. I have thought about that a lot. A man built that corridor to kill living things and got beaten by a thing that isn't alive and isn't a machine. And in the chamber at the end were 30-odd chests. Half of them were full of Lighthouse coins. 735,912 coins. The other half were goldware, porcelain, silk, jewelry, gold bricks, antiques, all of it, and every piece looked like the same batch. A pirate hoard. Had to be. Nobody builds a tomb corridor and then fills the tomb with somebody else's tableware. Gloria and I hauled it out. She stacked 2 crates at a time and I ran a bridge of hands, and on the way out the giant came back. For more lizards, presumably, and it walked into Gloria while she was carrying my porcelain. By the time I got outside, the situation was this. 2 crates were on the ground, and a 7-meter half-giant was curled up in a ball with its head in its hands, sobbing, while a girl the size of its shin whipped it across the back with a spear. Gloria, what happened? Did it ambush you? She pointed at the crates. Aggrieved. It's all this big guy's fault, otherwise the box wouldn't have fallen down, even though I told it to stop. The half-giant. I want to be fair to Hong Lei here, because I got to know him later, and he is genuinely one of the kindest people I have ever met. From his side of it, he came back for more food, walked past 2 small creatures, got beaten for it, and then got beaten more for knocking over a box while being beaten, and he was a baby, and he couldn't even complain because nobody spoke his language. Never mind, Gloria, I said. Let's ignore it. Let's go put these on the ship. Master, aren't we going to kill it? There's no need. Killing it won't get us any chests, so what's the point? Waste of energy. And that right there is the entire reason for everything that came afterward, and I want to be honest that my reasoning was purely about efficiency and slightly about the fact that if Gloria killed something that size, the spear would have to go all the way in, and I did not want to see what came back out. We got to the beach. I loaded the crates, and there was a half-giant sitting on my sand talking to my boat. Ling Er, what's going on? Captain, do you mean Hong Lei? Hong Lei? You understood it? Yes, ship spirits can understand most languages, especially sea creatures. We can understand almost all of them. I had been carrying a universal translator around for 3 days and using her as a car. Ask him what he's doing here, she asked. He answered at some length. Captain, Ling Er said, Hong Lei says he wants to follow you. What? Why? More conversation. Hong Lei said that you must be very powerful to be able to make that little devil obey you so easily, so he wants to follow you. I stood on a beach and did the math out loud. I can't even beat you. How could I possibly beat Gloria? But I looked at him. He had the clearest eyes I've ever seen on anything, and he was terrified of Gloria, which meant I never had to worry about intentions. And then he turned around and picked something up. 4 treasure chests, 2 bronze, 1 silver, 1 gold. That's why we couldn't find any. He had them all. Ling Er, ask him how he got those. They're useless to him. He talked for about 10 seconds. Master. Hong Lei said he collected these chests to use as hammers because they won't break no matter how you smash them. I want that on the record. There was a golden treasure chest on that island, and a 7-meter child had been using it as a mallet. Ask him why he thinks I need chests. Nobody's told him that. More talk. Captain, Hong Lei said that he saw you carrying so many boxes which looked very familiar, and you seemed to really like them, so he brought a few boxes from his house to come and stay with you. He means, accept the boxes first, and then accept him. I looked at that giant idiot. How is he dumb? I said. He's quite smart. And while I was still deciding, he worked out how to do it properly by himself and sent me an application. System. Hong Lei of the Sea Island Half-Giants has applied to become your resident. Do you accept? And because I was the first person in the world to trigger it, the system actually explained something for once. Islanders are the Island Lord's subordinates and also his best helpers. There are two ways to become an islander: apply to the island owner or be conquered by force. There is no difference in strength or quality between the two. After becoming an islander, you dedicate yourself to developing the island and cannot relinquish the status unless the island owner permits it or expels you. Islanders cannot harm the island lord. They will respect the island lord. But if the island lord acts inhumanely, the islanders will rebel. The island's development depends on its inhabitants. It is recommended that Lighthouse Guardians recruit more islanders. I read that last but one line about 4 times, because that's not a leash. That's a contract with a clause in it, and the clause is on my side of the table, aimed at me. I accepted. Congratulations on recruiting your first islander, Sea Island Half-Giant, Hong Lei. Congratulations, Lighthouse Guardian Li Wei. Your feat of subduing the Sea Island Half-Giant has become widely known in the surrounding seas. Legendary status +1. +1. Again. So it had been at 1. So the fishman had put it there. Somebody, somewhere out in that fog, is keeping a file on me. Island owner. Hello. I looked up and I understood him. That's the other thing the contract does. Islander's speech gets translated automatically, both ways, which meant that Gloria had never been speaking my language and neither had Lyra, and the entire time I'd been congratulating myself on how well everyone spoke Chinese, the system had been quietly dubbing my life. Hong Lei, right? He scratched his head, genuinely amazed. Huh? Island Master, how did you know my name is Hong Lei? You just said it. He spent a solid minute trying to remember whether he had. The first thing he did when we got home was see an adult shallow sea crab on my beach, sprint at it, put one hand on its shell hard enough to crack it, and bring it to me. Island Master, here you go. Not eat it. Bring it to me. You eat it. I'm not hungry. And he was so pleased that he sat down where he was and ate an entire adult shallow sea crab, shell and all, like a crisp. Hong Lei spent the rest of the episode building a sandcastle on my beach. I want to be clear that this is not a metaphor. He had earth spirits who could have built him a palace in 10 minutes, and I offered, and he refused. No, I want to build them myself. That's when I feel a sense of accomplishment. So he built it by hand, one enormous handful at a time, over 2 weeks, and by the end of this story it was 3 stories high, reinforced by an earth spirit who solidified the sand for him, decorated with gemstones his friend the gem golem gave him, and he sat inside it in the rain eating the crabs that came in to shelter. He also, at one point, played rock, paper, scissors with a shallow sea crab for its legs. I saw it happen. He'd grip one claw so it had to play, and then he'd win, and then he'd take a leg. Ha ha, you lost again. Which leg will you pay this time? The crab was foaming at the mouth. It had 4 legs left. It could not speak, and could not leave, and could not win, because it had 2 claws, and he had a fist. And I want you to understand that when I found him, he had been eating parasitic lizards on a rock for what was probably years, and this was the happiest I ever saw anyone. That night, I sorted the hoard, the porcelain I photographed and put in my shop, and here's what I learned. Everybody in the region suddenly had coins. Not many, but some. Because chests had started dropping Lighthouse coins as of that morning, the analysts had already worked out the ranges. A wooden chest drops up to 200, black iron 200 to 500, bronze 500 to 1,000. Silver, they only had 2 data points, 4,000 and 7,000, so they guessed the ceiling was 10. Somebody had introduced currency to 80,000 people in a single morning, and the reason was obvious. The merchants had arrived, and you can't trade with a merchant using firewood. 47 pieces of porcelain sold in a few seconds at 1,000 coins each, which was the cap I'd set, and every single buyer paid the cap, 47,000 coins for other people's vases. That's the same as a treasure chest, I said, staring at the number, and that's how I ended up with 782,000 Lighthouse coins on the evening of day 9, and it's how I could afford what I did the next morning, because at the bottom of that lighthouse on the first island in a cabinet, I'd found a summoning scroll, black 9 stars. It calls a specific type of maritime merchant to you, and the type it calls is the kind who carries people. I'm going to tell you about that morning properly, because it is the part of this story I have thought about the most, and because I want you to hear what I actually saw rather than what I expected. The ship that came out of the mist was 500 meters long and 15 decks tall. I could have put my entire island inside it. A man flew off the deck, flew unaided, which told me everything about him, and landed on my dock, and he was enormous and loud and genuinely, uncomplicatedly delighted to meet me. Ha ha ha, young man, you're the island lord who summoned me here? Not bad, so young and you dare become an island lord. Alaric admires people like you most of all. Alaric Thorn, that is his actual name. I did not laugh. I would like a medal. And Alaric, it turned out, moved people, not slaves. I want to be precise about this, because I had made an assumption based on the name of the scroll, and I was wrong, and being wrong about it is the reason I have any of the people I have. Alaric ran transport for the displaced. There is a war going on somewhere out there. Not one war, several, constantly, in the way that a continent full of empires and forests and grasslands is always somewhere on fire. And when a clan gets burned out, the survivors have two options: die where they are, or find someone with land who will have them. Alaric's ship was full of people who had run out of home. I'll tell you plainly, Brother Li Wei, he said on the elevator. There are two kinds in this business now. There's the old kind. You've heard of them, everybody has, and they treat the people in their hold like cargo. Dungeons, filth, no treatment, no food. And if one gets sick, you find out about it when the smell changes. And the new kind? The new kind is me. He was very pleased about this. My decks are clean. My people eat. The ones with rare skills live above the 10th floor with the plants in the light, because a person who arrives half dead is a person who can't work. And a person who can't work is a person nobody takes. If you don't make your house look good, no customer wants to come in. The way he explained it, resettlement is a business. He takes the passage fee and the resettlement bond from whoever accepts them, and the people go from a hold to a home. If nobody accepts them, he keeps carrying them, and carrying them costs money every day. He was, in a very real sense, a man who had made kindness profitable, and was extremely smug about it. He was also, I found out much later, at least a 6th-tier transcendent flying around pretending to be a merchant with a bodyguard detail. But that comes later. On the 12th deck were the forest elves, 43 of them. 16 of those were children. They're the last, Alaric said quietly before he opened the door. Whole clan, that's what's left. He'd given me a book on the way up, an assessment ledger, 1 page per person, compiled by an appraiser he paid 100,000 coins a month because appraisal is nearly impossible to learn. You need a mutated eye and the talent, and almost nobody has both. I read the first page. Serafina Mitsuki, age 883. Talents, tree language, confirmed, rare. Wood affinity, confirmed, rare. Destiny, guardian of the forest. Attributes, wood plus 397, wind plus 41, mental plus 81, mystic plus 62. Summary, a high potential spirit with rare and exceptional talents, whose destiny has reached the mid to late stage of the second phase. Resettlement bond, 200,000. 200,000 for the strongest person I'd ever read. I turned the page. The second was 120, the third 100. The fourth dropped to 60, and everyone after that was 40 to 60, and every one of them after the third had no destiny at all. Then they came in and lined up in 3 rows, and I looked up from the book. Most of them were frightened of me, not dramatically, quietly, the way you're frightened of a person who is about to decide something about you. The smaller ones, the ones under 500 years old and shorter than 1.5 meters, hid behind the adults. Except one. Serafina was looking at me like she'd found something. I appraised her quietly, without putting the panel up where anyone could see, and the numbers were wrong. Wood plus 424, mental plus 103, mystic plus 71. Talents, nature perception, tree language, wood affinity, forest guardian form. Review, a spirit chosen by the guardian deity of the forest. Her existence accelerates the growth of all creatures in nature, and her potential is immense. The assessment in Alaric's book was a year old. Every single number in it had gone up. And there were 2 talents in her that weren't in the ledger at all. I checked 3 more people at random. Same thing. All of them had grown, and nobody had remeasured them, because why would you remeasure inventory? And I worked out what Serafina had done. She was the chief's daughter. She had deliberately displayed exactly enough ability to price herself at 200,000 chaos, which is more than anybody sane would pay for one person. And she had been sitting on that ship for over a year unsold. Not because she couldn't get out, because if somebody bought her, they'd buy her alone. She'd made herself too expensive to separate from her people. Brother Alaric, I said, my island is empty and I'm desperately short of people. I want all of them. Alaric blinked. All of them? All of them. I heard the row of elves inhale. Serafina's face did not change at all, which I now know is what she does when she's overwhelmed. But 16 small elves behind her looked at each other, and the smallest one grabbed the hand of the one next to her. They'd been split before. That's what the last of the clan means. There'd been a bigger group, and it had been broken up in pieces, and these 43 were the piece that was left. Then the 11th deck. 57 beastkin, all women, and over half of them children. They're what's left, Alaric said, and he'd gone quieter too. There were more than 200 when I picked them up. The men place fast. Everybody wants labor. The women and the young ones cost more to keep, so the old-style outfits don't bother. I've been carrying these for over a year. 22 catkin, 21 foxkin, 14 rabbitkin, though Alaric sorted them by ear, which meant the catkin included at least one tiger and the foxkin had wolves and dogs in it. They'd been together long enough that it didn't matter anymore. Jiao Jiao was the tiger, not that anybody had told her that. Then the dwarves, which I bought on a different day, but let me put them here. 73 of the Black Hammer clan, men, women, elderly, and children, driven out of their halls by cave dwellers and taken on the road while they were running for another clan's territory. Every adult male in the group could forge. About 6 of them were 4th tier, and 4 elementals, 2 earth spirits, and 2 freshwater spirits. An earth spirit is a creature from the elemental realm, and the land where one lives becomes extremely valuable because it improves it just by being there. Farmers buy them. They're nearly impossible to find because elementals don't leave the elemental realm unless something throws them out. The freshwater spirits meant my island would never lack drinking water again. And livestock. 10 dairy cows, 10 beef cattle, 10 sheep, 10 pigs, 20 chickens, 20 ducks, 20 geese, all in breeding pairs, plus pasture seed, plus pots, pans, and fabric. The bill for all of it came to more coins than I had, but the antique goldware from the pirate horde appraised at 1.5 million, and Alaric paid me double for it without being asked, because he said he needed exactly that batch back home and I'd have found out and been annoyed, so it balanced. And a little over. The last thing he did was hand me a token. When you're in my sea again, this'll ping. Activate it and I'll know where you are. 3 months minimum before I'm back this way. I'll be here. You'd better be, brother. And he went. And I found out much later that he decided, on the spot, that he would come back to this sea in 3 months, whether or not there was anything here worth trading for, even if it was a wasted trip. That evening I stood in front of 100 and something people on a beach and told them the truth, which was that I had nothing. You'll have to build your own houses, I'll supply the wood. And Serafina laughed, actually laughed out loud, the first sound I heard her make that wasn't formal. That's not a problem, Island Lord. Standing on land is much more reassuring than being on a ship. At least we don't have to live in fear anymore. Then she asked if they could have the grove. The grove? Sure. In that case, you don't need to provide the wood. We can catalyze the trees to grow into a log cabin. And that night, 43 forest elves put their hands on my 40 ordinary trees and grew them into houses. Not built, grew. Living wood, shaped, hollowed, smooth inside, bark peeled back, dry, with doors and windows in it, and by morning there were 2 tree houses standing in what had been a scrappy little stand of 2-meter saplings. One for the elves, one for the beastkin, because Serafina decided that without being asked. The children fell asleep instantly, in a heap, the way children do. The adults lay awake. And in the morning, I walked out to look at my plantation, and every single thing in it was ripe. Every tree in every row, all seasons at once, fruit hanging on all of them. The small elves were up in the branches picking, fast and neat, like they'd done it their whole lives, which they had. And I checked the panel because the plantation harvests automatically, and Serafina had turned that off. Master, I turned it off because we haven't been dealing with plants for a long time, so everyone is happy to experience the catalysis and the harvesting and the planting again. But don't worry, after the harvest, it will be stored in the warehouse. The plants I'd bought from Lyra were, by an accident nobody planned, about 99% the same species as the ones that grew in the elven forest. So for one morning, they got to be home. I took photographs. I don't know why, there was no one to send them to. Bright red fruit and the ears of small elves sticking up over the leaves, and a woman 883 years old standing in a row of wheat with her hands in it. The next morning, the Gift of Fate offered me a box. Gift of Fate, mysterious little box. Cost: one of today's beachcombing treasure chests will randomly disappear. The box itself was rated Black 9 stars, which by now I knew meant unsortable, and its description said this: mysterious little box. System: one item is missing from my inventory. Is this the one you have? I read that 3 times. That is not a description of an item. That is one system talking to another system in public about a theft. I opened it. Staff of Destiny. Rating: Black 9 stars. Effect: mysticism plus %. Mental plus %. Effect: cannot be touched by non-fate/witch characters. Special effect: Avatar of Destiny. Evaluation: the Fate Witch's exclusive weapon. The effect increases according to the user's strength, and up to 9 special effects will appear as the wielder grows stronger. Finally, don't ask why it's in the system repository. The system is currently encrypting the repository. Do not disturb. So, the system had the previous Fate Witch's personal weapon locked in a vault, and my talent went in through a window and took it back, and left a note. The moment I held it, it lit up. It checked me, found the Witch of Fate talent in my chest, and soul contracted itself without asking, the same way the key had. The question marks turned into 10%, and then, while I was still reading, it changed shape in my hand into a black iron spear, because that's what I'd been holding for a week. The Staff of Destiny can be any weapon I have ever used. If I don't understand how the original worked, the copy is an empty shell, but the shape is free. I spent about 10 minutes flicking it through forms like an idiot and then put it inside myself because that's where it wanted to live. Then, in the afternoon, I found a golden treasure chest sitting on the coral floor of my own island, and I swam down to it and my hand went through it. Cost. Completed. The chest evaporated in front of my face. Golden. It took a golden one. I want you to understand that I had already seen it. It was already mine, in the way a thing is yours when it's 20 centimeters away and there's nobody else in the ocean. I swore into the sea for a while, and then I stopped because I did the math. 10 golden chests wouldn't buy that staff. Fate had priced it correctly, and I was just angry that I could see the invoice. That was also the day I nearly killed a baby. There was another chest in my coral, this one guarded, and the guard was 7 meters of armored sea dragon. Armored azure dragon. Strength. Extraordinary. Talent. Overlord bloodline, bloodlust and frenzy. Attributes: water plus 24, constitution plus 23, strength plus 25, agility plus 14. Review: a 1-month-old armored azure dragon, separated from its mother, is now panicked and will attack any creature that tries to approach it. Overappraisal: the armor is extremely stiff and very difficult to break, even on a baby less than a month old. Weak points: eyes, nostrils, gaps in the back armor. 1 month old, and every stat above 20 when I'd been thrilled with 14. And I admit, thinking about what it tasted like. Omen: you sense a massive surge of energy approaching. Beware. A tyrannical creature will appear in 10 minutes. I stopped moving, and I read the appraisal again. Separated from its mother. Panicked. It wasn't guarding a chest. It was lost in a strange piece of coral on somebody else's island, and everything that came near it was a threat because it was a month old and alone, and in 10 minutes its mother was going to arrive. I built 4 invisible hands, and I waited 8 minutes because I wanted her close enough to find it. Then I picked that baby up off my reef and carried it out to sea and let it go. The mother's roar shattered the hand, not hit it. The sound shattered it. I lost the entire construct in 1 moment, and my island shook, and Serafina and Jiao Jiao stopped work in the middle of a field and turned around. Then she came up. Her head alone stood 20 meters out of the water. I couldn't see the end of her, 100 meters minimum, going down into black. Armored azure dragon. Strength. Extraordinary. Talent. Ability. Attributes. Evaluation. The mental differences are too large, at least 5 times. Assessment failed 5 times, which meant her worst stat, her mental, the one in armored bruiser dumps, was over 500. She checked her baby, which came out from behind me and swam a happy circle around her head. And then she looked at my island for about a second and a half and decided it was not worth the muscle movement and left. And as she went, I got one line I wasn't meant to have because mystic perception doesn't care whose thoughts it's near. She was migrating. She was taking her cub out of this sea because, in her words, this sea area is about to change, and then things will get troublesome. She could stay in her nest through it. The baby couldn't. The overlord of this water was moving house. Hong Lei spent the entire encounter with his head buried in the sand. He knows what an azure dragon is. Gloria, once it was over, put her spear away and went back to picking up the fruit she'd dropped. I stood on my beach for a while after that. Around this time, my island started turning into a place, and I want to give you 4 small things because they're the ones I actually remember. The first one is Miao Yue. I had a crate of pirate silk and no needle, and I wanted underwear because I had been operating without any for 8 days, and I want you to appreciate what that does to a man's morale. I asked who was managing the supplies. Alaric left. It was a foxkin called Miao Yue. Miao Yue, have you seen any needles or thread? Her ears went straight up. Yes, master. Yes, Miao Yue took some. Jiao Jiao's face changed. I could see her getting ready to say something, fast, and I found out later exactly what she was getting ready to say, and it was please don't kill her. Oh, you've got some? Perfect. I need to make a pair of underwear, and I can't find a needle anywhere. Go grab it for me. They both just looked at me. What? And then Miao Yue said, in a small voice, that her destiny was the tailor, that she could make it for me, that the tailor's path lets you make anything you can cut, up to and including spatial bags, and that it has a little offensive capability too. I appraised her. Miao Yue. Destiny. The tailor. Talents. Skillful hands. Ingenuity. Fox's heart. Not activated. Attributes. Mental plus 126. Evaluation. With proper guidance and training, you can personally cultivate a master tailor. I gave her the entire crate of silk. Make me something, and use the rest for your own people, all of you. Wow, such fine silk? Master, can we really? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Resources are scarce here. We should use it while it's usable, or it'll just sit there. Besides, aren't you on the tailor's path? When you advance, don't you need better fabric? She walked out of my lighthouse looking completely blank, and then stopped and looked back at it and decided something. What she brought me the next morning was rated. Green 6 stars. Master's underwear. Effect. Toughness. I have never been so relieved about anything. Tsk. Sigh. Is it that wearing underwear makes you feel safe? This slightly tight feeling is so reassuring. The second thing is Ling Ling. I needed moonlight grass because I had a blueprint for a healing pill that used it, an actual medicine, effective on wounds and also on colds and fever, which mattered because people were getting soaked and there was nothing to treat them with. Nobody had any. Not in Lyra's seeds, not in Alaric's, nowhere. Except one small elf had a brocade pouch on a string around her neck, and in it were moonlight flower seeds, and the reason she still had them is that they were worthless, so nobody had ever taken them off her. She was about the size of my forearm, and she came running over with her hands full and stopped a respectful distance away. Sister Seraphina, were you looking for me? I asked her to run the moonlight flower garden. She pointed at her own nose. Huh? Me? Me? She gripped that pouch with both hands and looked at Seraphina, and Seraphina gave her the smallest possible nod, and she swallowed hard and said, shaking, Master, Ling Ling will do her best. So I made her manager of the Moonlight Flower Garden, and she was so overwhelmed her eyes went in different directions, and for the rest of this story, that garden was the best tended patch of ground on the island. We shipped tens of thousands of moonlight healing pills off the back of it. I sold them for 1,000 coins each with a 1 per week limit so that everybody in the region could get one instead of 40 people getting all of them, and then when everyone had one I opened it up but kept 10,000 behind a lock that only unlocks if the buyer is actually injured. The system handles the check. It's very convenient. And at night, that garden glows, because moonlight flowers do, and the first person to notice was a pantherkin on watch duty who nearly fell off the tower. The third thing is Fenfence, pandakin, round black ears, so nervous when she met me that she said her own name twice and then apologized for it. Fenfen, destiny, the azure dragon's fate, talents, food affinity, tai chi, mystic affinity. Attributes, wood, plus 391, mystic, plus 179. Comment. The Azure Dragon is protecting you. It is said that on a faraway continent there is a place called Pandaria, where many Pandaren live. Yes, true Pandaren, not panda-like beings. Overappraisal, extremely high potential, recommended for focused development. I gave her a fish, an extraordinary fish, a whitebait in the waves, worth 5 agility per 500 grams, and a kitchen, which I just built out of a blueprint. She came out an hour later with something crisp-skinned on a plate, and I appraised it and had to read it twice. Crispy-skinned whitebait. Yellow 4 stars. Effect, consuming 400 grams grants plus 6 extraordinary agility. The raw fish had been yellow 3 and 5 points off 500 grams. She had cooked it and raised its rating. Fenfen, your cooking skills are amazing. From now on, any extraordinary ingredient we come across is yours. And she went red, not shy red, excited red, and said thank you about 4 times. Her father was from what she called the East and used to say things she couldn't explain, like, even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. She'd say them and then look confused about why she knew them. From then on, she cooked for the whole island. Every day, all of it, by herself, and when I told her to find help, she said she would think about it and then didn't. Cooking must be done seriously. This is being responsible to yourself and to the diners. I watched her extraordinary attributes climb week over week just from doing it. Some people cultivate, Fenfen cooked, and the fourth thing is that on the night the whole island first ate together, Seraphina would not sit down at my table. Master, as a slave I cannot sit here. Let's take it back to eat. I let it go that night. I did not let it go the second time. 6 days later, I converted every contract on that island from a bond of service to an islander's oath, which is the same protection with none of the ownership, and the system charged me 100 coins per person to send the notification, 11,400 coins to tell 114 people they were free. Converting the contracts was free, telling them cost money. You're really something. Seraphina and Zhao Zhao had both, privately, in their own heads, accepted that they would be property until they died, and that their children would be property after them. That's not me being dramatic. Zhao Zhao told me later, very matter-of-factly, that a bonded person's children are also bonded, because they're part of the estate. When the notifications landed, the treehouse made a sound I could hear from the lighthouse, and then there was Jiao Jiao. She had asked me 3 days earlier what the reward for good work was going to be, and she had privately theorized to Seraphina that it might be being allowed to sleep in my bed, because she'd once heard some awful men on a ship treat that as a prize. Jiao Jiao stood in front of 114 people and shouted "Island Lord" so loudly that Hong Lei woke up on the beach and knocked over his own sandcastle. Somewhere in the middle of all that, a ship hit my island. The omen came 2 hours ahead. You suddenly trip over your own foot. This is an ominous sign. A foul-smelling ship will break through the mist and rush into your territory in 2 hours. And then I tripped over my own foot. We spent those 2 hours doing the first thing I'd ever done as a commander instead of a survivor. Miao Yue wove 30 bowstrings out of her own thread in half an hour. The crafting table turned them into bows at 1 per minute. Seraphina's elves fletched arrows they could charge with wood energy. The earth spirits dug ambush pits. The energy shield went up over the children and the plantation and the livestock. The energy cannon went live on my roof, and a 100-meter ship came out of the fog at speed, with no mist-repelling layer around it at all, which meant it had been sailing under the fog's cover, which meant nothing had been keeping the fog off it for a long time, and rammed 30 meters into my island. Nobody came out. I took the hull apart with invisible hands, panel by panel, and found no bodies, not one. And then the wind turned. The smell was so bad that the beastkins' tails came out involuntarily, which, I learned that day, is what happens when they're overwhelmed, because a tucked tail is a choice, and a gray-green gas started rolling out of the hold. Foul-smelling corpse aggregator. Strength. Extraordinary. Talents. Stench core. Stench mist. Fusion. Attributes. Poison plus 201. Constitution plus 297. Strength plus 313. Review. A transcendent infected by the blood of the corrosion mist dragon underwent a bizarre transformation after absorbing and fusing with numerous life forms, becoming a new type of mist monster. Overappraisal. Weakness. The foul core. Destroying it kills the creature completely. Otherwise, its flesh will continue to converge and fuse. Status. Dormant. It had been the captain. It ate the crew. And then it ate the passengers, and every time it ate, it got bigger, and by the time somebody stopped it, there was nothing left on that ship but it, and somebody had stopped it. Stop! Stop! A voice came from inside the wreck, and I did not stop, because you do not stop hitting a ship because the ship asks you to, and eventually ropes came out of a gap and people started coming down. Children, 7, then a dozen, then more, small ones, dirty and hollow, and moving very carefully, and behind them, last, a woman, Zelia Stormheart. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, Dragon God. Talents, Dragonborn. Thunderlight Dragon Bloodline. Low-level magic defense. Dragon language spells. Attributes. Lightning plus 499. Mystic plus 100. Mental plus 130. Constitution plus 157. Overappraisal. Forced use of a dragon language incantation has left the user weakened, reducing their strength by half. Status. Weak. Hungry. Anxious. Exhausted. 499. Lightning at half strength. She said later it was closer to a 10th, and she announced what she was immediately, out loud, to a stranger, which is the single most dangerous thing a Dragonborn can do, because a lone Dragonborn with no clan behind her is a prize, and everybody who hears it knows it. She did it because it was the only bargaining chip she had, and she wasn't bargaining for herself. Here's what happened on that ship, in her words. She let herself be taken, on purpose. Those children had been stolen. Taken off a road, out of a village, wherever, by people who moved that kind of cargo, and she got herself caught to get aboard, and her plan was to go all the way to their base and take the whole operation apart. Then the mist got them. The ship's lights went out 2 weeks ago. Mist monsters started coming aboard, and it got so bad that the crew released the people in the hold to fight, and everybody fought together, and it still wasn't enough. Then something enormous hit the ship out of the fog, out of curiosity, grabbed it a few times and left, and after that nothing came near them again because they were covered in that thing's smell, and then the captain changed. By the time it was over there was her, and the children, and a monster that ate everyone else. She threw the surviving crew into the sea herself, and she is not sorry. And then she spent a word she couldn't afford. Dragon language. One incantation, and the thing went to sleep, and she went from a dragonborn to a woman who could barely stand, and she stayed that way for 10 days on a drifting ship with a sleeping monster and a hold full of children, and nothing anybody could keep down. I took her oath, and then I sent oath contracts to the children too, and she nearly came apart. No, why do they have to sign? You are you and they are them. You've signed. Why wouldn't they? She looked at me with pure despair, and I only understood much later what she was actually afraid of, which was the thought that she had traded herself for nothing. I killed the thing with the invisible hands. I dragged the entire wreck into the sea, which was a mistake, and I found that out about 4 seconds later when Zelia came sprinting down the beach, shouting that the monster couldn't touch water, because water breaks the dragon curse. It came apart into lumps that started crawling toward each other. So I scooped up the lump with the core in it and lifted it 180 meters into the air, and every other lump gathered underneath it and sat there, useless, because flesh can't fly. Then it started dissolving my invisible hand, corrosive secretion that eats energy, straight through the palm, a whole opening in a construct made of mind. I repaired it faster than it could eat it. That's all. That's the whole fight. Two things burning resources at each other, and I had more. I closed my fist and the core burst. Afterward, I told Serafina to get the children washed. Seawater didn't touch the smell, and neither did soap. In the end, it was the lake spirit's water that stripped it, because it purifies, and I told her to make them porridge. Zelia went completely blank. I didn't understand it at the time. I do now. On that ship, and everywhere she'd been before it, a child was a mouth that couldn't work. She had spent 2 weeks being the only person in the world who thought those kids were worth feeding, and the man who bought her thought about it without being asked. The next day, the weather said, "Rare. Sea creatures are likely to appear on your island." Which is an odd thing to file under rare when the alternative reading is monsters are coming. But sea creature and sea monster are not the same word in this world, and I found that out because one swam into my coral and started playing with a lobster. A beastkin called Zira surfaced holding a fish and shouting, and behind her, following out of pure curiosity, came something with the upper body of a person and the lower body of a snake, and 6 arms folded down against its sides. Mei Lin's scale wave. Strength, extraordinary. Destiny, the Tide Rider. Talent, Siren Song. Abilities, Summoning, Voice of the Sea, 6 arms. Weapon Mastery, Healing Touch, Summon Sea Elementals. Attributes, Water plus 441, Mental plus 138. Evaluation, the Grayscale Naga are one of the more powerful clans. However, they are not very warlike and prefer to roam. Therefore, they possess numerous underwater artifacts, and many races enjoy trading with them, often at substantial profit. She was 18. Naga adulthood isn't measured in years, it's measured in trials. You can start at 100, and you usually pass on the 2nd or 3rd attempt. She had just passed hers. She was out of the clan for the first time in her life, and she had wandered into my coral because she thought it was pretty. Nobody on my island spoke a word of sea, so Hong Lei translated through Ling Air, which is a chain of 3, and it took about 4 minutes for Mei Lin to lose patience with it. "Big guy, I'm going to teach this human the language of the sea through the siren's song so he won't be able to resist." Hong Lei relayed that, faithfully, including the last part. And I thought about it for about a second and said yes, because there was no omen and I could feel nothing wrong, and because learning an entire language for free is not a thing you turn down. She sang, and it was, look, it was beautiful. I don't have a better word. Every single person on that beach stopped and squinted like they were leaning into it. And when it was over, I could speak sea fluently as my own language, and every elf and beastkin within earshot could speak it badly. Gloria stood through the whole thing with her eyes half closed. What I did not know, and she did not know either, was that somewhere inside her a hidden function had woken up, a learning template that records any useful ability she witnesses, analyzes it, and loads it. Her father built that in and never told her. She recorded the entire siren song, and she has no idea she has it. Anyway, then Mei Lin turned to me and said the sentence that reorganized my entire plan. "Big guy, is that man the island's owner? Why is he here now? Blood tide is about to break." I made Hong Lei repeat that. "Blood tide? Is blood tide coming here?" "Yes, probably about a month before this sea area is covered by blood tide, so I don't understand why your island lord would come here now." I had a small elf bring fruit because she was a guest, and because I had already worked out that a Naga who has never had land fruit is a Naga who will talk. I was right. She ate a peach and made a noise and then talked for 2 hours. Here is everything Mei Lin told me, and it is the spine of the rest of my life. Blood tide. First the moon turns, not the sea, the moon. It goes blood red, and the next day, the sea follows. If you leave the affected water and look up, the moon is completely normal. It's only red where it's happening. Blood moon light makes land creatures irritable, restless, angry in a low way that builds. Blood tide water makes sea creatures lose their minds entirely. The gentlest thing in the ocean becomes bloodthirsty and attacks anything, including its own kind. Stay in it long enough and you don't come back. There's nothing left in you but the urge to destroy things. It lasts at least 3 days. And if it lasts more than 7, she said, then a great terror occurs. I asked what. I've never seen it. It's just a rumor. And then matter-of-factly, because how would anyone spend more than 7 days in a blood tide and come back able to record what happened? And then the operational detail, which is the one that made my stomach turn over. Since you're on an island, you just need to be careful of the blood moon's light. Oh, and remember to turn off the lights when the blood tide begins. Everything affected is extremely sensitive to light. If you light a lamp, you'll be attacked by everything at once. Turn off the lights. I am a lighthouse guardian. My entire function, according to a merchant who has been alive for centuries, is that I must never let my lighthouse go out, and the thing coming for us in a month requires me to put it out. I wrote that down, and I did not say anything for a while. Dark tide. That's the other one. That's the black water. It doesn't come to a sea area. It comes to the whole sea of mist. First, there's a solar eclipse. The sun gets swallowed, and then the sea goes black. And she was very specific about this. Not dark. Black. It is not that there's no light. It is inherently black. And then things come up, out of what she called the endless seabed, which is what's under a floating island when you look over the edge and see nothing. They come up in numbers nobody has ever counted, and the deeper they come from, the stronger they are, and they do not stop. Every sea creature in the world abandons the ocean and goes onto the land. All of them. And the land powers let them, and they stand together, because the alternative is everyone dying separately. And the mist creatures come out of the mist to join in, because with the sun gone, there's nothing they dislike anymore. Dark tide is a day of revelry for both sides, she said. Although they're enemies, for everyone else dark tide is doomsday. She'd seen it once, as a child, about 100 years ago, and that's when Lyra's warning finally made sense. The sea turns red, or black. Red is the blood tide. Black is the end of everything. Then Maylin said the thing I'd been circling for 2 weeks without knowing it. Huh? Li Wei, you don't know anything, and yet you've become an island owner? There was no choice. I was in the mainland and I didn't know much about the sea. Suddenly I was thrown here. Ah, I know. You're so pitiful. You must have been tricked. Someone like you, what's the word? Something like Ash. You don't mean cannon fodder, do you? She slapped the water. That's right, cannon fodder. Heh, you're that kind of cannon fodder, aren't you? Otherwise, why would you only be becoming an island owner now? There's not enough time for you to develop. And then she told me the part I hadn't known. Every year, the mainland dumps people into the Sea of Mist with island hearts and tells them to found islands. It happens on a schedule. It has happened for a very long time. And most of them are convicts. Survive a blood tide and your sentence is served. Almost none do. The Naga see the islands come and go, and they see the same thing every time, and they've had a word for it for generations. Cannon fodder. There's a whole separate system for those people, apparently. An island main system, different from my Tower Guardian system. She doesn't know the details. But I sat on my own beach and understood that my region of 100,000 terrified office workers and grandmothers was not the first group of people to be put in this position, and that we had been dropped into an existing process. We traded fruit. That's the other thing I want you to know about the Naga. They barter, and they don't do value. We sea creatures barter. There's no such thing as expensive or not expensive. Won't you feel cheated if the items are too valuable? It's all right. As long as both parties are satisfied, there's no such thing as losing out. Anyway, if you're happy, and I'm happy, then everyone's happy. Isn't that great? And then she told me why her people stopped trading with humans. Every human merchant they ever dealt with sent them fruit. And every single time, the fruit was dried out, or half rotten, or the bottom of the crate, and it happened with so many different merchants that the Naga concluded it was coordinated and simply stopped answering. They came looking for us afterward, she said, and she was pleased about it. But if we don't show ourselves, how can humans find us? I gave her 3 spatial bags containing every single piece of fruit on my island, the plantation warehouse, the trees, everything. Seraphina stripped the lot and brought it down, and Maylin opened the first bag and made a sound like a child. So many, and they're so fresh. There's more where that came from. It grows back. What she gave me in exchange was her entire personal collection, gathered over a decade of wandering. A purple 1-star deep sea chest, a purple 8-star ruins chest, a silver chest, a chest of coins, an armored azure dragon fang, a baby tooth shed at adulthood, rated purple 1-star, which tells you something about adult azure dragons, and a Liuli water tree, purple 3 stars, an extraordinary plant that condenses crystals flavored by whatever element is around it. You don't want the water tree? No. There's already a huge one in the clan. These plants have a sense of territory. 2 identical ones won't grow near each other. Before she left, she pulled a scale off her own body and gave it to me so she could find her way back. I can't put it in a spatial item. If I do, I can't sense it. Understood. Then I'll go. When I get back, I'll pack up all the chests in the clan and come find you. We've got piles of them. They're not useful to us. It'll take a few months. A few months? No problem. I'll wait. She waved a hand, and then stopped, and said the thing that has stuck to my ribs ever since. In a month, the blood tide happens here, so you live well. A pause. I don't want you to be gone when I get there. I did not have a good answer for that. Don't worry, I said. I will definitely survive. She dived and was gone in 3 seconds, straight over the edge of my island into the black, and then I opened her chests. The deep sea chest, the same kind that had started all this, but purple 1 star instead of yellow 9, gave me 2 things, and one of them was a seal breaker. Seal breaker, purple 1 star. Effect, breaks any seal on items of purple rating and below. I stood there holding it with a very specific thought forming, because there was one object on my island that I could not put in a bag, could not put on a shelf, could not put in a warehouse, and could not open. The deep-sea nurturing shell had been sitting in the corner of my lighthouse for 11 days. I dragged it into the middle of the floor and used the breaker on it. System. Do you wish to break the protective seal of the deep-sea nurturing shell? There really was a seal. Of course there was. That's why nothing would take it. Yes. Light ran over the shell, and cracks spread across the surface of something that wasn't the shell but was sitting on it, and then that shattered and vanished, and the shell opened. It was full of liquid gold, not gold, golden. Thick and slow and shining, filling the whole cavity, and from the marks on the inside it had been full to the brim from the start. Dragonbeard Elixir. Rating, red, 1 star. The scale reads white, green, blue, yellow, purple, red. Effect, increases potential, attributes, and talent. Review, the deep-sea merfolk specially prepare this nutrient solution for merfolk infants. It requires hunting a dragon-whiskered whale of 6th rank strength and extracting its essence blood, combined with the merfolk's unique craftsmanship and a collection of rare and precious materials. Note, developed for merfolk babies. On other races its effect is only 1/10 to 1/12, 6th rank. I had, at that point, met exactly one thing my appraisal couldn't read, and she was 100 meters long. They kill one of those to make the baby food. That is fucking extravagant. And then something came out of the gold and landed in my arms, and I caught it on reflex. I looked down. It looked up. Mom! Hey, hey! I stood in my lighthouse holding a mermaid the size of a 5-year-old. What did you just call me? Mommy! Gloria, behind me, said nothing at all, but her cowlick made a shape I can only describe as thoughtful. I put the baby back in the elixir, where she immediately started slapping the surface with her tail and laughing, and I appraised her, which felt rude but was necessary. Baby mermaid, unnamed, strength, extraordinary, talents, darling of the ocean, legacy of deep-sea merman, attributes, water plus 233. Mystic plus 123, mental plus 123, constitution, strength, agility plus 33 each. Review, a baby mermaid with great potential. The darling of the ocean is destined to be the future mermaid queen. However, it's a pity that her mother is currently a human and a man. Note, when the deep-sea merfolk want a baby, they go to the nurturing chamber, select a shell, and use their own blood to break its seal. This requires their wholehearted essence and blood. Therefore, baby mermaids regard the first person they see as their mother. I sat down on the floor. That shell is not a container. That shell is how they have children. You choose one and you open it with your own heart's blood, and the thing that comes out imprints on your face. And a tsunami had stolen one out of the deep sea, and a man with a purple seal breaker had opened it in a shed. Baby, I said, do you have a name? From the legacy? She shook her head. Mommy, no. Then we need one. I gave her mine first, because that's how it works where I'm from. Lynn. Then I looked at her tail, and the scales were pure gold, not gold-colored, gold, bright, and the fin was shaped like a phoenix tail. Your scales are so shiny. Let's use a character with the gold radical. And I looked into her eyes to think, and my own face was in them. Han, mirror, which also has the gold radical in it, because of course it does. Baby, your second character is Han. Mirror, that's right. Lin Han. Great job. Perfect. Then the third. And I picked you, for a swordswoman I liked, and because a mermaid should have water in her name. Li Hanyu. Yes, the baby's name is Li Hanyu. She got it perfect on the first try and then beamed at me for about a minute for being told so. I tried once to teach her the word for father. Baby, women are called mommy and men are called daddy, so you have to call me daddy. She shook her head, and then, under my hopeful gaze, said happily, Mommy, hey hey hey. Fine, fine. And then, while I was sitting on the floor of my lighthouse with a mermaid slapping the elixir and laughing, information arrived in my head that I had not asked for. Deep Sea Mermaid Pearl. Category, Special Item. Rating, Red, 9 stars. Effect, Underwater Breathing, Water plus 100, Mystic plus 100, Mental plus 100, Constitution plus 50, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50. Special effect, easily attracts the attention of merfolk, transforms you into a deep sea merman. Evaluation, gained 100% favor and trust from a mermaid. The Deep Sea Mermaid Pearl's self-seal has been broken. Note, to date, you are the first person to break the Deep Sea Mermaid Pearl's self-seal. I stopped breathing for a second. Purple 1 star. That's what it had been on day 1. Underwater breathing and 10 points of water and a warning that the merfolk would consider me an enemy. That was never what it was. That was what it was willing to be, for a stranger. It had been sitting inside my chest for 13 days with a seal on itself, waiting to find out whether the person it had ended up in was somebody a mermaid would trust, and a baby it had never met came out of a shell, looked at my face and said, "Mom." Read 9 stars, 300 points across the board, and 50 each in body, and a special effect that says I am, when I want to be, one of them. Isn't this surprise a bit too sudden? And underneath all of it, the thought I could not get past. If one of their pearls does this, then what is the deep-sea merfolk clan? I picked Li Hanyu up out of the gold and kissed her on the head about 4 times, which she thought was hilarious. "Baby, you're such a good baby." The system announcement went off over my head about 90 seconds later. World System Announcement. Congratulations to Li Wei, Lighthouse Guardian of Area 88888888, for being the first to raise his strength to Tier 2. Xiao Hanyu looked up. "Wow, Mom, look, the sky is so bright." I stopped. "You can see the announcement?" "I can see it. Big golden letters." She hadn't signed anything. There was no contract between us. I checked her panel again, and there was a line on it that had not been there 90 seconds earlier. Guardian, Li Wei. So the system had looked at the situation and made a ruling and filed it. "So even the system acknowledges her as my child," I said out loud in an empty room holding a mermaid. Tsk, tsk. Now forget Jesus, even the deep-sea merfolk clan wouldn't stand a chance. Tier 2 came with a destiny promotion, and the destiny promotion came with the thing I'd been missing since day 1. The prophet, 9th rank, became the seer, 8th rank. 3 new abilities. Mystic Affinity, which makes mystic energy easier to move. Mystic Precognition, which is mystic perception with the safety off. I can point it. Once a day I can ask the future a question instead of waiting for it to volunteer, and every time I use it, my mystic and mental each go up by 1, for free, forever, and mystic defense, later. But the important one was on the talent line. Witch of Fate. Effect. Fate Witch. Lance of Destiny. An attack. Finally. I clicked it, and the information came in, and it has exactly 1 property. The Lance of Destiny always hits. That's it. No damage number, no range. It cannot be dodged, and, this is the part I read 4 times, it cannot be blocked. Once it's launched, it arrives. Wherever the target goes, whatever the target does, whatever the target puts in front of it, and it gets stronger as I do. "Okay," I said. That's finally something. And with Mystic over 200, I could finally learn the ability that had been sitting on my shelf for 11 days, calling me a noob, Starlight Art. It went in the usual way, a filing cabinet to the skull, and when I could see again I found out what it actually was, which is not a spell, it's a material. It's 3 arrangements of starlight energy, attack, defense, healing, and what you do with each one is entirely up to you. I spent an evening finding out. Attack becomes a cannon shell if you compress it, or a piercing beam if you draw it out, or a spray of small points that I immediately started calling the Starlight Gatling, or a crescent you throw. Defense becomes a full-body shell, or a plate over 1 arm, or a floating shield, or, the one I couldn't crack, an automatic reflex that raises itself when something's about to hit you. That one needs an instinct, and instincts require being hit a great many times, which is why I asked Gloria to help and why my ribs took another week. Healing is the same 3 ways. Whole body, 1 spot, or at range. 3 arrangements of 1 energy, doing 3 completely opposite things, and whoever built that understood something about the universe I do not. Then the chests started matching each other, which I noticed and did not believe for 2 days. A golden chest gave me a Frostfire Spirit Sword. Purple 6 stars, ice element, binds to a master, and the review said do not use without the master's consent. I picked it up and my hand froze to it. I broke the ice off, rolled my eyes and set it down next to the nurturing shell so I could deal with it later. It started glowing, and a small head came up out of the elixir, half asleep. "Mommy, I think I heard something calling me. Is it Mommy calling me? Is that sword calling you, baby? Why don't you touch it?" She yawned, reached out one hand, and the Frostfire Spirit Sword bound to her instantly and sank into her body. Then a random special chest gave me Water Like Ice, a red 6-star talent whose effect is that your ice attribute is permanently equal to your water attribute, which for a creature with 233 water is not a talent, it's a second career. And then a Frostmoon Sword technique, red 1 star, learning requirement 100 ice, plus the technique's own approval. Comment: the sword light is like the moon, as if it could cleave the moon. Both of them ignored me completely and went into a sleeping baby. Are you not even going to pretend anymore? The system did not answer. The system never answers. But I want to be very clear about what happened there. 3 separate chests on 3 separate occasions. A sword, the talent that lets you wield it, and the technique that goes with it. And every single one of them bounced off a Tier 2 transcendent and bonded to an infant who had been alive for 4 hours. The Tower Guardian system wants Lighthouse Guardians to survive. That's its whole function. And it had looked at my island and worked out, faster than I did, where the ceiling actually was. It wasn't me. Meanwhile, elsewhere in region 88,888,888, my Tier 2 announcement was being received extremely badly. Zhao Mei was standing in a ring of 50 fishmen with a longsword, 50, alone. Which she would never normally do because she is not stupid, and which she was doing anyway because the sky had just told her I'd hit a tier that requires 100 points in something, and her best stat was 74 with equipment. She dissected more than a dozen of those things by then. She knew where everything was. It took her about 10 minutes and she killed all of them without a scratch, and then she took an island heart off a bronze chest and looked up at the lighthouse in the middle of that island and did the arithmetic properly and turned around and went home because the thing under it would have flattened her. Damn it, she said to nobody. Looks like I'll have to admit defeat first. First. That word doing an enormous amount of work, and in region 7,654,329 a man named Ragnar did the same thing, and in a few thousand other regions a few thousand other people did the same thing, because one announcement had told the entire world that the ceiling was higher than they thought. I want to be honest about the effect I was having. I never gave a single speech, I posted numbers. And the numbers made 80,000 people work harder than they had the day before, out of pure competitive spite, and that is probably the most useful thing I did in the whole 18 days. Then mystic precognition, first use. I closed my eyes and something took me somewhere like a night sky with points of light in it, and I was there for about a second and a half before it dumped me back out. Foresight, in 2 days, a siren invasion. A powerful siren leader and his minions are preparing to attack all Lighthouse Guardians. All, not me, everybody. I posted it to the chat immediately, unpaid, with no conditions, because there were 80,000 people out there who did not have a destiny that could see 2 days ahead. The chat went off, and then the chat did the thing I have come to love about that region, which is that within about 10 minutes the amateur analysts had taken my one line and built a model out of it. Day 1 we arrived. Day 10 the sirens come, so it's probably every 10 days. Strength check. We're all still early, so the bulk will be fishmen, maybe some sea beasts mixed in. If the door holds, the door holds. Everybody stock materials for 2 full lighthouse upgrades minimum. Anyone with an arrow tower, speak up now. We need to know how many. I sat there watching 100,000 office workers and pensioners turn into a war ministry using a group chat, and I said out loud, is this what intellectuals are like? Impressive. Which brings me to the other thing that was happening on my island in that period, and I want to put it here because it's the only funny thing left before the fighting starts. I could not sleep properly. It started on the night Gloria first slept at all, which, I found out, was the first sleep of her entire existence, because until my upgraded bed, she had refused. She'd been awake constantly since I woke her up, and when I finally made it an order that she rest at least 4 hours, she puffed her cheeks at me and obeyed. Master, so sleeping is such a comfortable thing? And then she refused to use her own energy pod because it's cold, and got into my bed instead, so I started having nightmares. Specifically, I started having a nightmare about being crushed and unable to move, and woke up with a numb foot and Gloria's calf across my ankles, which had gone blue because she weighs over 1,000 pounds and does not know it. The next night, the nightmare added chains across my chest. That one was Xiao Hanyu, asleep on my sternum, having climbed out of a shell she has never once used for its intended purpose. Then it was Xuanzang. I dreamt I was the monkey under the 5-finger mountain, buried to the neck, one arm free, eating a peach, and Xuanzang arrived, and I got excited, and then he said, Amitabha, how dare you block my path? It seems you are courting death. Namo Gatling, and opened fire. I woke up shouting, and it was Gloria's arm across my ribs. Then I slept for 3 days straight. I'll explain why in a minute, and woke up to find that in the interim, my bed had become the most contested piece of real estate on the island. It went. Fenfen and Miao Yue came upstairs to test whether the bed's sleep quality effect could be reproduced by a tailor, lay down for research purposes, and fell asleep for 6 hours. Then Serafina and Jiao Jiao found out. Then, Alara and Fiona, a wolfkin who'd awakened a vampire bloodline and a blood elf, both of whom have small sharp teeth, and both of whom, I am told, spent some time gently resting them against my neck to see what would happen. Then 50 children got involved. 50. Xiao Hanyu led them upstairs during the day. They climbed onto the bed, and then they stacked, because that is what small things do. When Fenfen came up to call them down for dessert, she stood at the top of the stairs for a solid 30 seconds. Then she went downstairs, got Miao Yue, and asked her to come up and confirm that she was hallucinating. It took the two of them half an hour to carry them all back one at a time. And the cat sat on the balcony rail watching and did not help, and specifically went downstairs to recruit more people, purely to see my face. I'll get to the cat. My point is that on an island of 170 people, half of whom could kill me, the primary danger to my life was my own furniture. Now, the Bloodline Awakening Stone. Gift of Fate. Bloodline Awakening Stone. Price, 1 million Lighthouse coins. I had 870,000, so I emptied the plantation into my shop. All of it. Rice at 100 coins a jin. Strawberries at 50 each. Apples and pears and oranges and mangoes at 300 a jin. Watermelons at 500. Durians at 1,000. 13,000 jin of rice. 472 strawberries. 6,700 jin of assorted fruit. 23 watermelons. 219 durians, which is a number I checked twice, because a durian tree only produces 2 or 300 and half of that usually fails, except my trees were catalyzed by elves who don't allow failure. It's sold out in under a minute. 3.5 million coins and a chat channel full of people demanding I restock. Because here's what had happened while I was busy. My region had gotten rich, they had chests and coins, and they had spent 9 days eating black bread, and I put fruit in front of them. Wow, I said, looking at the sales log. They're all rich people. I bought the stone, and then I looked at what I'd bought, which was 2 meters tall and blood red and sat in my lighthouse like a monument. Bloodline Awakening Stone. Rating. Purple, 6 stars. Effect. Stimulates and awakens bloodline. Review. An extremely special stone that can activate hidden bloodlines within the body. It is a treasure used by many factions to test special constitutions. The larger the stone, the better the effect. Currently, the market price for a fist-sized Bloodline Awakening Stone starts at 10 million Lighthouse coins. Fist-sized, 10 million. Mine was 2 meters. And on the morning I freed everyone, I called the entire island into my lighthouse one at a time, and I timed every single person with a stopwatch and wrote it all down, because I did not know what I was doing, and data is what you collect when you don't know what you're doing. Serafina went first, 12 minutes, which I later found out is enormous. Serafina Mitsuki. Talents, Nature Perception, Tree Language, Wood Affinity, Forest Guardian Form, Ancient Elf Bloodline, Awakening in Progress. Attributes: Wood plus 644, Wind plus 165, Mental plus 173, Mystic plus 163. Evaluation: This elf has awakened the bloodline of the ancient elves. It is recommended to trigger the stone once every 10 days until fully awakened. 200 points of wood in 12 minutes. And it wasn't finished. Her ears changed shape. A rune came up on her forehead. And her hair, which had been emerald green her whole 883-year life, started going silver at the roots. She looked at her own hands afterward and could not describe how she felt. Jiao Jiao went second. 12 minutes. Jiao Jiao. Talents: White Tiger Spirit, Awakening. Tiger's Might. White Tiger Body, Awakening. Cute Tiger Fangs. Attributes: Wind plus 653. Strength plus 219. Constitution plus 241. Agility plus 216. Her hair went white. All of it. Hair, eyebrows, the fur on her ears, snow white with gold stripes coming through. And then she looked at her hands and thought about it, and her hands became claws, and the claws were gold. 3 days earlier, I had told her, in passing, that white ears mean white tiger, that where I'm from, the white tiger is one of the 4 sacred beasts, and she had gone scarlet and pulled away because I had touched her ear while saying it. I did not know at the time that beastkin only allow that from family or a lover. She forgave me on the grounds that I was clearly an idiot. She'd spent her entire life thinking she was an ordinary tigerkin. Miao Ye took 12 minutes as well and came out with 3 tails. 9-tailed heart fox bloodline. Fox's heart, awakened. Mental, 126 to 501. 3rd tier, in 1 step, in 12 minutes, from a tailor who apologized to me for being an ordinary fox. She spent the next hour falling over because you cannot walk with 3 tails if you have spent your life with 1. Zilia took 12 minutes and grew horns. Thunderlight Dragon Bloodline, 50%, which is the threshold at which a dragonborn can transform into a dragon. She reached up and felt the horn and then looked down at her own tail, blue scales with lightning patterns running through them, and said, "Island Master, this requires at least 50% to grow horns and a tail," in the voice of somebody reading a lab result that must be wrong. Fen took 14 minutes, the longest of anybody except one, and she didn't change at all. Same round ears, same round cheeks. Talents: Culinary Affinity, Tai Chi Affinity, Mystic Affinity. Jade Dragon Bloodline, Awakening. Azure Dragon Bloodline, Awakening. Dragon Clan Heritage, Awakening. Attributes: Wood plus 791. Mystic plus 379. Evaluation. A panda demi-human who has awakened the bloodline of the dragon god. Need I say more? As usual, once every 10 days, until fully awakened, 2 bloodlines, which should conflict, which didn't, and I still think that's the Tai Chi talent doing something I don't understand. She came out of it standing completely still, staring at nothing, and I had to shout her name twice. Ah? Oh, Island Master, it's you! You startled me. You didn't react at all. Is something wrong? Island Master. Just now, I think I saw 2 huge azure dragons saying something to me, but I couldn't hear them clearly. The children got nothing. Minors can't awaken, but the stone raised their potential anyway, every single one, and Pip walked out afterward patting the top of her own head hopefully, looking for horns. Hong Lei is also a minor. Same result. His constitution and strength went over 150 from potential alone. Xiao Hanyu, same, potential only. She didn't mind, all her friends had done the same thing, and then it was me. I put my hand on it and the red light came up and then my life ran backward. I want to try to describe this properly. Images, fast, like a revolving lantern going the wrong way, modern, then not modern, then old, then very old, and then demons and spirits. And I remember thinking, in the middle of it, so cultivators were real, they were actually real, and then it kept going, and it wasn't demons anymore, it was gods, and beasts that aren't animals. Figures I half recognized by their clothes rather than their faces, because their faces weren't what I'd been shown my whole life. Things I knew the names of and had never once believed in. It went faster and faster until I couldn't see it at all, and then it stopped on one image, and there was a red light, and I stopped being anywhere. 30 minutes. Everybody else took 12 at the top. I was under that stone for half an hour, and Xiao Hanyu ate a candied hawthorn and asked Gloria why mommy was taking so long. When I opened my eyes, everything I'd seen was already going. Blurring, coming apart, deleting itself out of me in real time, and in about 3 seconds, it was all gone, except the last one, which got sharper. A woman with a human body sculpting figures out of clay. Every single person from where I come from knows that picture. You don't have to be told what it is. Jiwangmu, making people. I sat on the floor of my own lighthouse and understood that this was in my blood, that a stone had gone looking through my ancestry for something to wake up and had gone back past history, past myth, all the way to the part where somebody made the first one. And I thought, so where did they all go? What happened? What breaks a connection like that so thoroughly that a whole planet grew up thinking it was a bedtime story? Then I checked my panel. Name, Li Wei. Strength, Transcendent. Tier 3. Destiny, the Seer. Talents, Gift of Fate, Witch of Fate. Innate human race, awakening. Innate Tao body, awakening. Attributes, all elements plus 500. Mystic plus 508. Mental plus 415. Constitution plus 165. Strength plus 163. Agility plus 166. Evaluation. The innate human race, created by the creator goddess herself in ancient times, has awakened, consuming a significant amount of the system's energy. Therefore, I'm too lazy to elaborate. As usual, once every 10 days, all elements, 500 in every single one at once from nothing. And the innate Tao body, which I only understood later, and which is the reason everything afterward was possible. Energy obeys me. Not, I am good at magic. Energy does what I tell it immediately, in whatever arrangement I want, and it comes back faster than I can spend it. I sat there grinning like a maniac. No wonder I'm so handsome. It turns out Jiwangmu made me. World System Announcement. First to Tier 3. And out in 80,000 sheds, a lot of people who had just worked out that Tier 2 costs 100 points looked at the sky and started guessing that Tier 3 must be 300, or 4, or 500, and then decided that whatever it was, nobody was reaching it soon. The consensus in the chat, arrived at within about 4 minutes and never revised, was that I was a shill. The morning of the Siren invasion, the Gift of Fate offered me something with a price attached that told me exactly what was coming. Gift of Fate, Lord of the Territory. Price. Among the Sirens attacking today, an additional powerful Tier 3 Lord Siren will appear. Read that backwards. The price is that a Tier 3 Lord shows up, which means that under normal circumstances, there wasn't going to be one, which means the price tag had just handed me the enemy's order of battle for free. Lord of the Territory. Red 3 stars. Faction effect. Plus 20% to the main attributes of everyone in my faction inside my own territory, 2% outside it. I took it, and 170 people out on my island simultaneously got 20% stronger and had absolutely no idea why. And then I read the overappraisal on the Darkscale Sea King when he finally arrived, and I laughed out loud in the middle of a battle. A Darkscale Sea King filled with rage because a voice in the darkness senses it. Your talent, the Lord of the Territory, is gone. Fate had taken the talent off the enemy commander and put it on me. And the price of the transaction was that the enemy commander was going to come and find out who took it. Indeed, I said. Everything in Fate has a price. At 10 to 8, the system posted the rules, publicly, to everyone. To allow all Lighthouse Guardians to prepare, at 8 o'clock sharp all Lighthouse Guardians will be attacked by sirens. The attacking sirens are endless. They will continue until nightfall. They attack every 10 minutes, in random numbers, never fewer than 20. Sirens also need to eat. 12 to 2 is their rest period. In the final hour before nightfall, the sirens will launch a full-scale attack. 3 difficulty levels are offered. 1. Weakened. The attackers are fishmen, plus a small number of sea beasts. 2. Weakened. Mainly fishmen, plus a large number of sea beasts. 3. Normal. The attacking sirens will be extremely difficult. A small number of second and third tier sirens will appear. There are no attack restrictions. There is no rest period. Surviving grants substantial rewards. The more sirens you defeat, the greater the reward. 10 minutes remaining. Adapt in advance, I said, reading it again. 3 difficulties. So this whole thing is a rehearsal. For what, obviously? There's one thing on the calendar. Everybody I know took option 1. I took option 3. I'd like to say that was courage. It was arithmetic. If I couldn't hold a normal siren invasion with what I had, then in 20 days the blood tide was going to remove me from this world anyway, and I'd rather find out now. Across the entire world, the number of Lighthouse Guardians who selected normal difficulty was 1. At 8 o'clock, the sea filled up. Not a lot of them. The water went dark from my beach out to the edge of the mist in every direction, and every part of it was moving toward my island. Serafina, free attack, and get someone on the cannon. Fire into the sea, not the island, or you'll make craters. The elves went up the tower, and the beastkin took the door, and the children went inside the energy dome with the plantation and the livestock, and then the fishmen came ashore, and we started. It went for 10 hours. I'm going to tell you the parts that matter. The first is that the barricades worked, and it was horrible. I'd built iron frames 50 meters out from the lighthouse, heavy, sharp, and completely stationary, and the front rank of fishmen never touched them because the front rank couldn't stop because the ranks behind were pushing. They didn't die fighting. They died being pushed onto scrap metal by their own side. The second is that I stopped fighting and started testing because there is no better firing range than an enemy who will not stop coming. Starlight art first, because I'd never used the attack side. Compressed into a ball, thrown down, everything within 5 meters ceased. Drawn out into a beam, punches through a column of them and continues into the sea. Long range, high penetration, narrow, spread into points. The Starlight Gatling. Weak individually, and it clears a beach. Shaped into a crescent and thrown, cuts a fishman in half. Then the 5 elements, which I'd learned but never really used. Here's the thing about the 5 elements technique. It isn't 5 abilities. It's the grammar. It teaches you how to arrange elemental energy, and after that what you build is your own problem. So I made a water greatsword, then a fire greatsword. Then 20 of each, 5 meters long, hanging in the air over a battlefield. Huh, I said. This energy feels so much smoother than yesterday. That was the innate Tao body, quietly making me a liar every time I said something was difficult. I crossed the water swords with the fire swords to see what happened. Steam mostly. It cooked the ones underneath, and it was inefficient in open air. So I dropped the water and made earth swords instead, and put fire on them, and pushed the fire up. The stone began to melt. Lava greatswords. 20 of them, in the air, dripping. And the moment they formed, I had the arrangement. I'd memorized it, which means from that day on, I don't need to build fire and earth and combine them. I can call lava directly, because I know its shape now. Huh? There's an extra bonus? There was. That's the whole trick of that technique. Every combination you successfully make becomes a thing you know. By the end of that afternoon, I had over 100 burning vines that hold you and cook you, a metal stone greatsword, and my favorite, which is a sealed shell of metal and stone with steam expanding inside it, which is a pressure cooker, which detonates. I want to be clear that I invented a bomb by cooking. The third thing that mattered was the mystic summoning, which I'd learned days earlier and never used. Mystic summoning grabs a random creature from somewhere in the world and asks it to help. If its mental is not more than double yours, it obeys. If it's more than double, it can tell you to get lost and leave whenever it likes. And the duration is random too. First pull, a jungle giant bear, 3 meters at the shoulder, constitution 379. It went into the fishman and ate its way through the morning with an enthusiasm I found genuinely touching. 30 minutes later, it vanished mid-meal and went home to a forest somewhere to sleep off the best day of its life. Second pull, a yellow dog. An ordinary yellow dog. Duration, 2 hours. It ran over to me first and begged, which I want on the record. Then it went and barked at the fishmen. Then it started sneaking up behind them and biting their ankles and running away. Third pull, a gargoyle. 5 meters. Third tier. that had been standing somewhere pretending to be a statue and was quite pleased to have something to do. Fourth, a blazing fire turtle. Fire attribute 873. It sat down on my beach and shelled the water like coastal artillery, one fireball every 5 seconds, each one evaporating everything on the way and then blowing a hole in the ground on arrival. Fifth, a bigger blazing fire turtle, fire 998. It arrived, looked around, disliked the environment, and then saw the first turtle and went over to introduce itself with visible interest. The first turtle ignored it completely because it was watching my lava swords and thinking, I am not making this up. I have a very clear memory of a fire turtle staring at my melting greatswords with its mouth slightly open while a larger fire turtle tried to talk to it. And the sixth pull was the one that mattered. The circle came up and something appeared in it and did not move. An enormous black cat. Tail, one tail, and it should have had more, and I could see where the others had been. Four-tailed mystic cat. Strength, extraordinary, tier 4. Talents, 9-tailed mystic cat bloodline, 9 lives, fate wish. Abilities, dark flame, shadow strike, illusion. Attributes, mystic plus 941. Mental plus 1,203, Constitution plus 531, Strength plus 514, Agility plus 846, Status, weak, severely injured, near death, Mental 1200, mine was under 500. It could refuse me anything it liked. It wasn't refusing, it was lying there because moving would tear something open. There was a wound in its hind leg, still bleeding. I'd pulled it out of a fight it was losing. I circled it. It watched me with an expression of total exhaustion, and through the temporary contract it knew what I was, and it had decided I wasn't worth the effort of caring about. And here's what it was planning, which I only learned later. The moment the summon expired, it would be teleported back to the exact place it disappeared from, where the people hunting it would be waiting, possibly with a formation set up, so it was saving energy to self-destruct. 3 of its tails were gone. It had spent them absorbing fatal hits. And what was hunting? It was a 5th-tier transcendent on the hunting path who had chosen cats as his prey type, which means his damage against it was multiplied and its damage against him was not. It was going to blow itself up so that a man couldn't have its body. I walked around behind it and put starlight healing on the leg. The energy drain was ridiculous, 3 times my entire pool, and I only got away with it because my recovery is broken. I stood there for over 10 minutes pouring everything I had into a wound that should have taken 30 seconds. The leg closed, and then all 3 tails grew back. The cat stood up, carefully, moved, found nothing wrong, and then turned its head and looked at me with an expression I can only describe as an accusation. I reached out and put my hand on its head because I have been petting cats in parks my entire life, and I am not going to stop now that they're 4 meters long. Kitty, I said, look, I healed you, so it's not too much to ask you to eat some fish for me, is it? It looked at the fishman. It looked back at me. It turned its head away in visible disgust. That's a fish? It looks repulsive. The catkin on my island, meanwhile, had all stopped fighting, because to a catkin the 9-tailed cat is a sacred beast, and none of them had ever seen one, and there was one sitting on my beach being petted like a house cat. The Darkscale Sea King arrived at 2 in the afternoon, wearing a crown. Darkscale Sea King. Strength, extraordinary, tier 3. Talents, commander. Territory master, inactive. Low-level energy resistance. Attributes, water 329. Constitution 617. Strength 433. Evaluation. Only one Darkscale Siren is born out of thousands. Not everyone can possess the talent of a territory master. Therefore, it is an extremely rare individual. Its existence inspires the sirens and grants them a 5% bonus to their main attributes. Over-appraisal, filled with rage, extremely agitated, and prone to neglecting its own defenses. Territory master, inactive. Because I was wearing it, I flew up over him. I'd learned that a few days earlier, off a crystal called Dancing in the Air. It is exactly what it sounds like. It cost 500 mental and 500 wind, and it is the single most useful thing I have ever spent points on, because almost nothing below 6th tier guards the sky. Then I snapped my fingers, and about 40 elemental spears of every type I knew formed behind me, and I said go. There is no technique in that. It is a bombardment. And when different elements land next to each other, they react, so half the damage was secondary explosions. I didn't have to aim. He grabbed a surviving fishman and threw it at me. I slapped it out of the air. In the early stages, I said to a Sea King, aerial attacks are simply a matter of overwhelming force. And I did it again, and again, and again. At some point in there, he actually stopped being angry. I watched it happen. The territory master rage burned out, and he came back to himself and looked around, and there was nothing on my island but craters and screaming, and he had no idea how any of it had happened. I put an ice spear through his skull, and he came apart on my beach and made no further ripples. And the moment he died, every siren on my island sagged because the 5% came off all of them at once, and my people turned the line in about 4 seconds. The last hour was the surge. That's the rule. The final hour before dark. Everything comes at once. By then, Serafina had woken up the war tree. I'd planted it 2 days earlier out of a chest, a 50-meter tree, 15 meters thick. That is not a tree. War trees exist all over the elven forest, and they look like trees, and birds nest in them. And the last time one activated, hundreds of years ago, a human army walked into an elven forest, and the forest stood up. It killed dozens per swing. Fishman or second-tier siren, it did not matter. They weren't enough to be worth a full sweep. And Hong Lei stood in the shallows with a 10-meter iron pillar and let nothing past him, because when two things are the same tier, the deciding factor is species, and Sea Island half-giant beats siren. At 5 o'clock, I picked up the cat and said, "Big cat, your turn. Kill all the third tiers." It stretched and nodded and vanished. 3 minutes. There were 11 or 12 tier 3 sirens on my island. In 3 minutes there were none, and none of them made a sound, and I never once saw it move. The catkin watching from the tower made a noise like a congregation. Then it looked at the second tiers, thought about it, and started on them too. At 6 o'clock exactly, every surviving siren turned around and ran for the sea like the ground was on fire. And I checked the chat, and the head count had dropped by more than a dozen. I scrolled back to find out why, and then I closed it again, because they'd picked difficulty too, out of pride or curiosity, or because somebody in their region dared them. You reap what you sow. The rewards came in through the sky in a list so long that people were still reading it 10 minutes later. Everyone who survived got a golden chest and 2 random chests. The top 10,000 regions got more, and then the top 3 per difficulty. Weekend difficulty 1, first place, 5,371,000 participants. Weekend difficulty 2, first place, 74,000. Normal difficulty, third place, 0 people. Normal difficulty, second place, 0 people. Normal difficulty, first place, 1 person. Reward, 10 random special chests, 10 free attribute chests, 1 tailor-made cultivation technique chest, 1 tailor-made destiny chest. 31 chests hit my floor at once, and Gloria and the cat watched them land, and neither of them said anything, and Xiao Hanyu was asleep in a heap of children 200 meters away and missed the whole thing. The free attribute chests were red 1 star and gave between 20 and 100 points each, 620 points in 1 evening. The custom destiny chest I did not open. I put it aside for Xiao Hanyu. My own fate path was forced into existence by 2 artifacts fighting over my file. There is nothing in any box that fits me better than that, and she is going to need one, and she is going to be more than I am. I hit tier 4 that night, and afterward, when the corpses had been cleared by the system and my island was quiet, I asked the cat if it wanted a name. It shook its head immediately and violently, and I want the record to show that this was a considered opinion, because it had met Ling Er and Xiao Du by then. Well, I can't keep calling you Big Cat. It flicked its tail and thought about it. Here's why that pause mattered. A 9-tailed cat can grant a wish. That's the Fate Wish talent. But the wish costs it a tail, and it can only be asked by someone who knows the cat's true name, which is why a 9-tailed cat has never once been recorded growing the 9th tail. To get the 9th, you have to spend 8, and to spend even 1, you have to trust somebody enough to tell them what you're called. It sat on my shoulder and flicked its tail and said, "Li Wei, my name is Ming Mei." Ming Mei? That's a bit feminine. Why would a male cat like you name himself Ming Mei? Who told you I'm a male cat? You're female? But the way you eat. She turned her head and looked at me for a long moment, and I have never been so thoroughly judged by anything in my life. Sigh, I said. It really has become a land of women. Should I name the faction Daughter Island? I hope Hong Lei isn't a woman. No, look at that build. Definitely a man. And I sat on the beach of my island at midnight after 10 hours of war, petting a sacred beast, doing a head count of my own gender, and feeling, for the first time since I arrived, like the place I was sitting on was mine. One of those 31 chests contained a hand, golden giant hand. Rating, purple, 6 stars. Effect, slapping someone removes bad luck. Comment, A giant golden hand suddenly appeared. Slapping yourself with force is more effective, but who gave it to you? Everyone's very puzzled. I sat there for a while, because the effect line is real. It's a purple 6-star item, and it says it removes bad luck. And that is a genuinely valuable thing to own in a world where my entire economy is opening boxes. But it works by getting hit. And the trouble with something like that is that once you do it the first time, there is no version of your life where you don't do it again. I looked at the treasure chests on the floor. I looked at the hand. I did that about 4 times. Then I handed it to Gloria. She held it, tilted her head, and her cowlick turned into a question mark. Gloria, hit me with this. Her eyes went wide. Master, Are we really going to fight? I swallowed. Yes, hit me hard. She blinked. Then she looked at the hand. Then she said, in the voice of a person establishing consent for legal reasons, well, master, I really did hit you. And I closed my eyes and nodded. I don't remember the impact. I remember being airborne, spinning, and then dancing in the air, catching me by reflex about 2 meters off the floor, which is the only reason I didn't take a second injury from my own ceiling. When I came back down, my cheek was the size of a fruit and my tongue was numb, and a small black ball had come out of my chest, flown off, and evaporated. Gloria was staring at where it had gone with her hands still up. What was that? I don't know. It came out of you, master, and then it disappeared. I healed my own face with starlight, which took several minutes, and I want you to appreciate that I did not take a scratch in 10 hours of siren invasion and had to spend 5 minutes on medical treatment afterward because I asked to be assaulted. Then I opened the rest of the chests and every single one of them was excellent, and that settled it forever. From that day on, whenever loot appeared, Gloria fetched the hand, hopefully, every time. And then, about a week later, she asked me to do it to her. You want me to hit you with it? She nodded, with genuine anticipation, because she wanted to know if she had a black ball too. So I did. And what came out of Gloria was not black. It was gray, and it did not evaporate. It hung there and faded slowly, and she stood rubbing her cheek and said she felt fine. Nothing had changed, maybe a slight, she wasn't sure how to describe it, like something in her head had cracked. That night she ran a fever. An artificial human cannot run a fever. I want to be clear about the sequence. I came in from a voyage, and she was in the bed with her face flushed and her brows drawn together, shaking, and I put starlight healing on her, and it slid off. Then moonlight, which is the upgraded version, and that slid off too. There was nothing on that island that could touch it. So a cat brought me a basin of cold water and ice from the ice room because she had seen adventurers do it once, and the two of us sat up all night with towels. I changed that towel maybe 60 times. Around 4 in the morning, her brows unlocked. Around 6, the heat was gone. And in the morning, she sat up and said, Master, it is indeed related to the golden slap. That slap knocked out the seal in my mind. Seal? Yes, my memory was sealed. I always thought I was an artificial human my father created and named after his daughter, Gloria. She looked at her own hands. But today my memories have been unsealed. I only just realized everything. I am actually my father's daughter. I sat on the edge of the bed and did not say anything. I lived until my 16th birthday, she said. And then I passed away from illness. Yes, I died of illness. And afterward, my father turned me into an artificial human. I just don't know why he sealed away my memories. Maybe he was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it. She tilted her head at that and thought about it and could not remember enough to have an opinion. It's all right, she said. So the fever last night was because the seal broke and my memories came back. It hasn't had any major impact. I just have some more painful memories now. She said it the way you'd report a system status. I want to tell you what I put together afterward, sitting downstairs while she went back to sleep. A man's daughter gets sick with something that even a world full of extraordinary power cannot cure. He watches it for however long it takes, and then he takes her body, and he builds. And when she opens her eyes, he tells her she's a machine named after his daughter. He does that on purpose, so that she wakes up as somebody with a job instead of somebody who has to know that she died at 16 and her father couldn't let go. And he puts limiters on her, not to weaken her, but to keep the Empire's war-fighting library from eating whatever personality was left. And he writes a blueprint called Forbidden Experiment Mecha, which is not an upgrade schematic at all. It's a resurrection procedure. 16 materials, and he never gathered half of them. And he was the Empire's strongest scientist with an Empire's resources behind him. He gave the blueprint a name terrifying enough that the Empire would take it seriously and keep it and hide it and preserve it, so that if the Empire ever got desperate enough to need what was on that paper, they'd find the last item on the list themselves. It was a bet on probability. He knew nobody keeps a resurrection mushroom for somebody else's daughter, but an Empire in crisis will use anything. And then he died, and instead of using it, they sealed her and put the paper in a box. I have 4 of those 16 materials. The gift of fate has been handing them to me one at a time, and I did not notice until the 4th one, and when I did, I sat down on the floor. Dream flower, for the price of 3 days of crushing sleepiness, cost me 3 days in a coma while my island ran itself and while 50 children stacked themselves on top of me. Golden bud mushroom, the price was 1 plate of food, a specific plate. Fenfin's processed mushroom dish, packed with 10 high-grade energy stones. Somewhere very dangerous, something looked down at a cold plate of extraordinary cuisine that had appeared in front of it out of nowhere, ate it, thought it was excellent, and did not notice that the largest golden bud mushroom guarding its back had gone. Superconductor crystal, no price at all. A byproduct ore, one per top-tier energy vein, and the reason there was no price is that nobody owned it. Water of life. For the price of one strand of Seraphina's hair, I want to give you that one properly, because it matters. Water of life is the elves' holy treasure. A small tribe gets one drop every 10 years. One drop can pull a dying 5th-tier transcendent back. I asked Seraphina for a hair. She pulled one out and offered me a few more in case one wasn't enough, and watched with a face full of question marks while I traded it. And a liter of water of life appeared in my hands. Seraphina made a sound, so did every elf within 20 meters. I split it in two, put half in a gemstone container, and told her to set it in the middle of the treehouse, because the aura alone heals people and slightly raises constitution, and there were 170 people sleeping in there. Meanwhile, on a continent I will never see, under the tree of life, an elf girl with hair down to the floor was standing beside a pool of life that was suddenly half gone, holding a single white strand. An elf who has awakened the bloodline of the ancient elves? Not bad. And a low voice like a hum said something to her, and she laughed and spun on her bare feet in the grass. Ah, I know. She's walking the forest guardian's path. Then go and bring her back. With that bloodline and that destiny, she could be an elven saintess. Can't find her. She held the hair up. Besides, being with that unknown being is far better for her than being some kind of saintess. And then, to the empty air, in a completely different tone, "O heir to destiny." And the voice did not answer. I found out what the water of life was actually for 2 days later when I met Boren Stonehand, chieftain of the Black Hammer clan. Destiny, forging in the molten core. Talents, immense strength, master blacksmith, iron smash, steel heart. Attributes, fire 1781, earth 1842, constitution 1294, strength 1359, status, hidden injury, reduced strength, only able to exert half. Overappraisal. The body contains numerous hidden injuries. If not treated in time, lifespan will be greatly reduced, and the person will only be able to live another 500 years. Treatment. One drop of water of life. Only 500 more years. I rolled my eyes so hard it hurt, but the rest of it was serious. His daughter and son-in-law had forbidden him to forge. He'd been carrying those injuries for years, and every time he lifted a hammer they flared, and they had told him to stop. And what is a dwarf who cannot lift iron? I gave him a drop. It came off the container about the size of my little fingernail, and I told him to open his mouth, and he did, and afterward he smacked his lips and said, "I never thought I, Boren, would drink water of life in my lifetime. It just doesn't have much flavor, otherwise it would be strong liquor." He glowed green for 10 minutes, and when it stopped he clenched his fist and started laughing. Then I showed him the advanced forging room I'd built out of a blueprint and never used because nobody on my island could forge, and he stopped laughing and just stood in the doorway. "Island Lord, could I possibly use this forge? It's just what I need. I'd die happy if I could forge something here. Of course, this room has been waiting for a master. Island Lord, I, Boren Stonehand, have decided to treat this forge better than my wife. Steel Heart, it turns out, is not an enchantment. It's an ability that transfers to whoever carries an item bearing it, and it stacks permanently every single time you land a hit on an enemy, and critically, the stacks stay even if you lose the item. His old hammer had doubled his health and recovery before it was taken from him. The stacks were still in him. He just needed something to wear, so I asked him to put Steel Heart on my weapon. He got the tongs on the Staff of Destiny. The staff shot out of the tongs, flew across the room to me, and hit me on the head. Holy crap, stop. It stopped, and then orbited me, radiating what I can only describe as betrayal. "You're a weapon. You're crying about being put in a fire?" Boren, stroking his beard. "Island Master, your weapon is incredibly intelligent. It even has its own consciousness. So we used the pearl instead." He built a housing for it. Inner steel. A super dense alloy I'd pulled from a chest, 1,000 kilos in a block 30 centimeters long, and 3 gems I had Xiaomeng grow specially. I should explain Xiaomeng. On an island route, in a dungeon, on the 3rd floor of a maze, we found a cave made entirely of gemstones, floor to ceiling, and a guardian in the middle of it. Gem Golem. Attributes, Earth 866. Review. Gem Golem is a relatively friendly elemental creature that will share the gems it creates with people. Unfortunately, many adventurers don't seem to appreciate it. friendly, it makes gems, it will share them if you ask. And nobody has ever asked because the gems on its body are elemental gems worth a fortune each, and so every single person who has ever met one has killed it, and that is why there is no entry in any book about what a gem golem actually is. I stripped 163,000 jin of ordinary gemstones off the walls with 20 invisible hands while it watched, completely baffled, wondering why we were picking the bad ones off the floor instead of asking. Then I sent Jiao Jiao home to fetch Shan Yue, my earth spirit, because Shan Yue knew it. Because that cave was Shan Yue's own house in the elemental realm, torn out by spatial turbulence and dropped into a dungeon, and Xiao Meng had come over to visit, found a crater where the house should be, assumed Shan Yue had fallen in, and jumped in after him. It had been sitting in a dungeon for who knows how long, waiting, making gems, because its friend's house was gone and it didn't know where else to go. It joined for the asking, and then it handed out elemental gems to every single person present as a thank you gift for the applause. And the system counted, recruited the Guardian, as defeated the Guardian, and opened the exit, and we cleared a dungeon without a fight. Then the anti-cheat system overruled the main system in front of me, an actual argument in my notification log between two pieces of software, in which the detection system informed the main system that this difficulty is not what a dungeon of this level should be, and that compensation was owed, and I collected damages. I brought that up for weeks. Anyway, Xiaoming can make gems out of raw energy. So I fed it 1,000+ points of pure mystic, and it rolled that into a gem the way you'd roll a ball of clay, and did the same with mental and with all elements. Boren took those three and the intersteel and the pearl and went into that forge for 2 days. What came out was rated gold, rare item, mermaid pearl. Rating, gold, 3 stars. The scale reads white, green, blue, yellow, purple, red, gold. Effect, underwater breathing. All elemental attributes plus 1,000, mystic plus 1,000, mental plus 1,000, constitution, strength, agility plus 300 each. Special effects, easily attracts the attention of merfolk, transforms into deep sea merman, steelheart, a tier above red. A tier I hadn't known existed until I was holding one, and Boren was baffled by his own work. Island Lord, you were actually quite lucky. At the beginning the elemental gems were very unstable. They could have exploded at any time, and then they weren't like that anymore. It suddenly became stable, which is why I could make this. Normally it'd be good if a gem kept a third of its effect. He turned it over in his hands. I'm a little puzzled myself. This artifact feels somewhat dreamlike, as if I didn't make it. When did it go stable? He stroked his beard. About 2 hours ago, around when I was setting the gems. 2 hours before that, I had finished carving a statue of Shiwangmu, which brings me to the promise I made on day 6. Grandpa Zhao could not fire porcelain because there is no porcelain clay in this world that anybody has found, so I stopped trying to solve it his way. I sent him mud, actual mud, generated on the spot by an earth spirit. I asked him for a clay mazu, and he made one in half an hour, and he mailed it to me with a wooden board on which he had written the entire color scheme in charcoal, because he assumed I'd want to paint it, and he wanted me to get it right. 3 generations of carving gods, and the man annotated his own work for an amateur. Then I gave the clay statue to Kui Yu. Kui Yu is a jade colossus. It fell out of the sky onto my island, genuinely, while I was standing there joking about what if a jade colossus fell out of the sky, because it had gone to Shan Yue's house in the elemental realm looking for Xiaomeng, found the same crater, and jumped in. Shan Yu's old address has apparently become a portal, and I have stopped asking. A jade colossus turns things into jade, color by color, grade by grade, with a full palette, because jade comes in every color there is. Grandpa Zhao's mazu went into its palm as clay and came out as jade, painted exactly to the charcoal notes on the board, glowing faintly, and looking, I want to be careful how I say this, looking like it had grown that way. There is no tool mark on it, there is no seam. Gem golems and jade colossi don't carve, they grow, so nothing they make has a human hand in it anywhere. And then I made Jiwangmu myself, from the vision, out of mud, with a dagger. I'm not a sculptor. It came out well anyway, and I don't have an explanation for that, except for the face. I finished the face, and looked at it, and for 1 second it went blurry. The whole face, unreadable, like looking at something through moving water, and then it was fine again. I blinked. Nothing wrong. Fine. Why is the face a little blurry? Said Kui Yu, holding it. What? Shan Yue and Xiaomeng both leaned in. Indeed, Island Master. We can't see anything at all. So I told Kui Yu what colors to use, out loud, from memory, because none of them could see what they were painting. And 2 hours after that, in a forge on the other side of my island, 3 unstable elemental gems settled down and did exactly what they were told for an old dwarf who had never once managed it before. I put both statues in a room I built inside my lighthouse on a jade platform with a jade incense burner, and from that day on I threw divination blocks before every single chest. The record, for the sake of honesty, for a golden chest, 3 holy grails, and I got a golden fruit. For an island chest, 3 holy grails, and an island heart. For a silver chest, 3 laughing cups in a row, and I got a plantation blueprint anyway. For a random lighthouse effect, 9 laughing cups in a row. Goddess Mazu wants to see me make a fool of myself this time. I want the record to also show that I once asked for gold and threw 20-odd casts before I got 3 in a row, and that I never once got a weeping cup, and that on the day I threw 6 laughing cups and opened it anyway, I got 2 golden fruits. The pearl put me at tier 5. First in the world. Again. And by that point, the region had stopped even reacting. But here's the part I did not know until much later. The instant that Pearl came alive in its new housing, every merfolk in the deep sea felt it. Their square filled. The chatter got loud enough that the high priest came out, and then the royals came out because a deep-sea mermaid pearl has not been lost in thousands of years, and this one had just switched on somewhere in the world. They held a meeting, and several figures left the domain of the deep-sea merfolk and started swimming. The last thing before the ending, and I'm going to be brief about it, is the goblin. I used my second golden conch, and something enormous and golden came out of the mist and docked, and a goblin covered head to foot in gold jewelry came down the plank. His rules were on a descending screen. 1. You may look, not touch. If you touch it, you buy it. 2. If you refuse to buy, you pay a penalty of 1/10 its value. 3. If you board and buy nothing, you owe 1,000 coins as a cleaning and visiting fee. He charged me 30,000 coins for picking up an item before he told me any of that. I congratulated him. Hey, customer, you're the first human to recognize my talent. You have good taste. I'm so happy. I'll give you a discount. How about 0.01% off? I liked him enormously, and on his price list, at 10 million coins, was a goblin war machine. Red 1 star, 4th tier firepower, 5th tier shield. It was his personal mount. It was on the list purely as bait because no island lord in the history of the Sea of Mist has ever had 10 million coins. I had 300 million because I had spent 18 days selling fruit and medicine and toilet paper to 80,000 people. I'll take all 3 machines. Of course. What? Distinguished guest, what did you just say? All of it, everything on the ship. You've come a long way, so I'll buy the entire cargo and you can go home and rest. You've probably never met a guest as important as me before, have you? 2,395 items, 47.22 million coins. He went down on his knees on his own deck. Esteemed guest, could you please pretend I was never here? And that is when I put down the fracture card, which gives either a large discount or 50% off, and which weights the odds toward the buyer when the buyer is stronger, and I let my aura off the leash, with the artillery of truth flickering into existence behind me. The card read 50%. Krotog picked it up with both hands, looked at it, turned to look at me, said 50% off in a very small voice, and fainted face first onto the deck. Final bill, 23.61 million. His ship spirit thanked me for pointing out that her master appeared to be injured and took him home. On the 18th day, I took a purple island route, and about an hour out, the sea went quiet. Not calm, quiet. For 18 days, I had sailed through that mist, listening to things move, every 100 meters or so, close enough that we all sat in the cabin and didn't speak. There is always something out there. There was nothing. Captain, Ling Air said, in the smallest voice she has. Something seems off about the waters here. It's too quiet. I haven't even heard a single mist monster. Slow down. Try not to make any noise. Half an hour later, we heard a sound that was not a monster, and Ling Air cut her engine completely. Ahead of us, out of the fog, was a wall of scales, 200 meters of it going up, and we could not see the end. I appraised it. Mist poison dragon. Strength. Extraordinary. Talent. Ability. Attributes. Evaluation. One of the dominant creatures in the mist. Identification failed. Failed. Which meant mental over 10,000. Mine was in the thousands, and I was tier 5, the strongest lighthouse guardian in the world, and my appraisal bounced off it like a coin off a hull. Ling Air, I said very quietly. Go around her. Keep it quiet. Yes. And she did. At the slowest speed a ship can move without stopping, without raising a single ripple on the water. Ming Mei was shaking against my chest. We went around that dragon for 300 meters of arc and were still looking at scales, and it never moved, and I sat there through every second of it thinking, if this thing decides we're worth the muscle movement, my island stops existing today, because that was the actual danger, not us. If it noticed Ling Er and followed her, it would follow her home. Eventually the scales ended and the fog closed and we were past. Ming Mei breathed out. I breathed out. Here's what actually happened. It saw us the whole time. The mist doesn't blind it. The mist is its eyes and ears. That's what it means to be one of the dominant things in there. It clocked Ling Er the moment we entered its range and watched every single thing we did, including the 300-meter tiptoe. And normally it would not have cared. A ship is not worth the effort, except it sensed something on me. The aura of the deep-sea merfolk clan, coming off a human male. There are no male merfolk. The mist poison dragon and the deep-sea merfolk have run into each other several times over the years and have arrived at a state of mutual non-interference, which is a phrase that does a great deal of work and, as far as I can tell, means the dragon lost. So it lay in the dark, watching a small ship creep around it, and thought, the aura of the deep-sea merfolk clan. Interesting. And it started idly considering whether it might do the merfolk a favor and tell them about the human who smells like one of theirs. I did not know any of this. I got to the island, cleared it, and started home. And on the way back, it was fighting. I want to be honest that this had nothing to do with me. Two enormous things had an argument in a piece of ocean that I needed to cross, and I crossed it, and that is the entire strategic content of the last 4 hours of my day. The other one was called a corrosion mist dragon, and I recognized the name because I'd read it once before, in the description of the thing that came out of a slave ship's hold and ate everyone on board. That monster was one drop of this thing's blood, in a person, going wrong. It is not actually a dragon, it's a dragon beast, a defective dragon, born wrong, with no mind, that the mist got hold of and rebuilt, late 7th tier, and its passive is that it corrodes anything weaker than it just by being near it, and turns it into a mist thing. My combat suit, which had survived a siren invasion, started coming apart on my body at 100 meters. Ling Er got capsized by the wake. And I was in the air with a bottle in my hand. The bottle was the purifying light potion, red 5 stars. The Church of Light's single most precious possession, made from the first drop of water taken from a holy lake at dawn, collected over 100 years until there was enough to make one. Effect purifies all negative effects considered negative. I had it out because I had been standing on a rocking deck for 10 minutes trying to work out how to throw it 100 meters accurately, and I could not. And my summons were all refusing to move because 2 dragons were shouting at each other. Then a wave hit the underside of Ling Er's hull, bounced, came back down, and slapped me across the back, and the bottle went out of my hand. It shattered on the corrosion mist dragon's shoulder, and the dragon did not notice, because it was in the middle of a fight and had just been hit by a great deal of seawater. I looked at my empty hands. Then, the mist poison dragon looked at me. I would like to describe what that is like. 2 golden eyes the size of houses came around out of the fog and found me, one human, in the air 500 meters away, and rested there, and I could not move a single muscle in my body. It was curious, that's all. It was interested that the small thing was not being corroded, when everything weaker than that other dragon should have been. That is what I looked like to it. An anomaly in the water. Then the corrosion dragon charged again, and the fog closed, and I could breathe. Ling Er went to full speed, and we ran. And here is what happened behind us, which I only pieced together afterward, and which I am still not entirely sure I believe. The purifying light worked into the corrosion dragon through a shed scale and got inside. And once inside, it did what it does. It identified everything about that creature as a negative effect because it was a dragon beast rebuilt by mist is nothing but negative effects, and started purifying. It wasn't enough. There was not enough purifying light in that bottle to clean a 7th tier anything. It would have burned out in a few hours. But it drove the corrosion dragon mad, and a mad thing leaves an opening. And the mist poison dragon, which had been fighting lazily for hours because it intended to wear this thing down over 3 days rather than take an all-out day and a half, saw the opening and put a claw through the heart and injected venom, which should have killed it in a few hours, except that the purifying light has one design feature, added deliberately by the Church of Light, for reasons that presumably made sense at the time. An external toxin is a higher priority than the host's own condition, so the purifying light, which had been slowly cleaning a monster, immediately abandoned that job and went to the heart to purify the foreign venom, and the venom had already fused with the heart, so it purified the heart, all of it, out of existence. System. Congratulations to Lighthouse Guardian for being the first to kill a Mist Overlord creature, a late-stage Tier 7 Corrosion Mist Dragon. Worldwide announcement initiating. I said out loud, on a deck, in the dark, Frog, did I just kill the Corrosion Mist Dragon? World System announcement. Congratulations to Liwei, Lighthouse Guardian in Area 88888888 for being the first to successfully kill a Mist Overlord creature, a late-stage Tier 7 Corrosion Mist Dragon. Across the entire world, several billion people looked up. Wait, why can't I understand these characters when they're put together? What's a crimson treasure chest I've only seen golden? A shill? This isn't a shill anymore, this is a GM. Obviously. Absolutely obvious. A 5th tier person, and you're telling me he killed a late 7th tier dragon? A dragon. That is the most undeserved reputation any human being has ever acquired, and I have never once corrected it, because the alternative is explaining that I dropped a bottle. The compensation for the hole that left in my luck arrived in 5 chests, and 2 of them had things in them that changed the shape of my future. Radiant Gold Chest, which is a tier above Crimson, which is a tier above Gold. Frost Crown. Category, Exclusive Equipment. Rating, Gold, 9 stars. Effects, Frost Control, Domination, Mental Immunity, Mental Amplification. Special Effect, Frost Throne, Ice Type Extraordinary Attribute, plus 100%. Comment. The Ice Witch forged a crown for herself, symbolizing supreme power. I asked the system whether I could actually wear it. System, Frost Crown. There are a total of 8 known records. Apart from the Ice Witch, the remaining 7 people turned into ice sculptures after equipping it. The strongest among them was at the peak of tier 6th. Are you kidding me? I can't use it? You didn't steal this, did you? System. As the witch is one of the most powerful beings in this world, the system has no intention of stealing her items, let alone her exclusive equipment. Rest assured, the source is perfectly legitimate. You said no intention. The system did not answer, because it never does. And the Transcendence chest gave me the other half. Ice Stream. Category, Exclusive Weapon. Rating, Black, 9 stars. Effect, Unknown. Special Effects, Unknown. Review, the Ice Witch's signature weapon. I picked it up and my arm started to freeze, and before the cold could get past my elbow, the Staff of Destiny came out of my chest on its own and started beating it up, actually beating it, repeatedly, and I felt the ice stream send something at me that I can only translate as a plea. The ice cracked off my arm, I let go, and then the 2 of them shot out of my lighthouse and went off across the island fighting each other like children, and I stood in the doorway holding my wrist and watching 2 legendary weapons chase each other over a farm. If you want to fight, go outside and fight. This isn't a place for you to play. They paused, and then continued, and went out the door. So the Fate Witch and the Ice Witch were friends, and both of their weapons were in the same vault. Meanwhile, on a continent where it is always winter, in a castle standing on a glacier, something that had been sitting on a throne with its head down for several hundred years raised it, and its eyes lit blue. And a voice went out into the wind, and the wind carried it across the entire wind and snow continent, into every valley and every hall and every border post. The crown has appeared. Find it for me. The wind and snow continent belonged to the Ice Witch. She has been gone for hundreds of years. In all that time, not one of the surrounding countries has dared to actually invade. They spy and they steal resources at the edges, and they wait, because a witch's lifespan is theoretically infinite and nobody has ever seen one die of old age. And the Frost Crown is one of the symbols of the Ice Witch. Whoever wears it is crowned king. I did not know any of that either. I found out about that a long time afterward. What I knew that night was that I got home at about 11, and Fenfen was in my kitchen making braised pork knuckle because I'd asked for it that morning, and Honglei's sandcastle had gemstones in it now, and Lingling's moonlight flowers were glowing in the dark down by the plantation. The wall was up, 5 meters of it, built in 3 days by 2 earth spirits, running most of the way around the middle of my island, with a gate in it that opens onto the port. The mine was running itself. Serafina had my sniper rifle and had stopped giving it back. Miao Yue was in the tailoring room at midnight practicing because she could feel a breakthrough coming. Boren's whole clan was hammering blood iron into weapons in a forge that had been empty for 18 days. And in the plantation, in a row I had walked past 100 times, there was fruit on every tree in every season at once, because 43 elves who had been on a ship for a year would not let a single bare branch stand. I went upstairs. Gloria was already asleep in tiger pajamas in my bed and had been for some time. Ming Mei was curled up on the headboard, and Xiao Hanyu came up out of the dragonbeard elixir when she heard me on the stairs, half awake, and reached up. "Mommy!" I picked her up. Here is the thing I want to end on, because it's the thing I keep coming back to. On the first day, in a shed with a hole in the door, a system read my file and told me an ordinary man like me wouldn't survive 4 days. And in the reef that afternoon I found one chest, and in that chest was a small stone, and the stone said, "Underwater breathing, 10 points of water. And by the way, owning this makes you an enemy of an entire people." I bound it with blood because I thought it might be a second exit. It sat inside my chest for 13 days with a seal on itself I did not know was there, doing 1/10 of what it could do, waiting, not for me to get stronger. Waiting to find out what kind of person it had ended up inside. And then a baby it had never met came out of a stolen shell, looked at my face, and called me Mom. And the pearl broke its own seal, and the note said that in the entire history of that item, I am the first person it has ever done that for. That's the whole thing. That's the entire 18 days in one object. The system gave me 4 days. I'm going to be honest with you. I did not beat that estimate by being clever, or strong, or brave. I beat it because on the first afternoon I picked up a heavy stick before the fight started, and because a stranger sent me a math problem at exactly the right second, and because on day 2 I decided not to sell a coral I could have sold. But now, somewhere under the black water below my island, several figures have left the deep-sea merfolk domain and are swimming because their pearl woke up and they want to know who's wearing it. Somewhere in the fog, 2 golden eyes the size of houses have decided to do them a favor and mention where I live. And on a frozen continent I will never see, something that has slept through 3 human lifetimes has opened its eyes and given one order about the crown that is currently sitting in my storage. 12 days until the blood tide. And when it comes, the one thing I am required to do, the only job I have, the thing the whole title means, is to put my light out. I sat on the edge of my bed with a mermaid asleep against my collarbone and did the arithmetic. For 18 days the things that wanted me dead were monsters. They came out of the water without a plan, and I killed them with a hammer, and then a spear, and then a fist made of thought. That part is over, because none of the 3 things coming for me now are monsters. They're people, and every single one of them knows my name.